Good evening, everyone. We are live and alive. It is October 7th, 2023, 9:16 p.m. And today we are starting the final chapter of Lostbelt 6 Avalon le Fae. It has been a ride. It has been a ride. My stream quality is like dipping right now, so I'm gonna see if maybe closing all my Google Chrome tabs fixes it, because sometimes that does work, because Google Chrome does not like OBS. And I think that actually did fix it. It looks like the levels are stabilizing. Wow, that is insane how messed up Google Chrome is. All right, so you guys can't see it, but I myself, in front of me right now on my monitor, have a massive script that I've put together of my thoughts of Lostbelt 6.2. I've been writing it all week. It's not super long. It's not like a book or anything. It's just a few paragraphs. But I definitely needed to get these opinions and these voices in my head out, because oh boy, are they are they pretty loud. Ready? My tissues gonna need it. Oh boy. All right. So Lostbelt 6.2 was not what I am, or the ending of it at least. The conclusion against Muryan was not what I was expecting at all. As many of you probably could have told or tell by the end of last stream, it's hard to put into words what I felt, because it wasn't a great victory achievement, and at the same time, it wasn't like complete sadness or like, I didn't feel all that bad for Muryan, I'm not gonna lie. Muryan, from what I can view and what I've seen, was a pretty authoritarian leader. That said, she did not deserve what specifically happened to her and how she went down. I was expecting every single, or here, I'm pretty sure I voiced my words in this script, so let me just start reading. So I didn't want to go over my thoughts initially last stream after finishing Lostbelt 6.2, because honestly, I had a lot of conflicting emotions, as you can probably imagine. Reading this story by the great Kanoku Nasu is always a pleasure, but having chat consistently spam Muryan did nothing wrong or death to all fairies wasn't making the experience too great. I get it, I'm late to the party on this Lostbelt. A majority of people who are passionate about this game have completed this story months ago. But even then, there was something about the ending of this Muryan story arc that rubbed me the wrong way, and I couldn't put my finger on it initially. I think I was expecting the confrontation with Muryan to be similar to our confrontation with the kings of the other 5 Lostbelts up until this point. A big, flashy spectacle with a bittersweet finale. But that's not what we got. And it's hard to really put my feelings into words, because I wouldn't necessarily call it just sad either. It's a feeling I'm really struggling to define, because even as I'm writing this, our conclusion with Muryan has me feeling so many conflicting emotions that I really just come up short for words. We, of course, weren't even the ones to defeat her. We played our part, just as Oberon had been mentioning the entire Lostbelt, as we weren't the main characters of this story. We're just the bystanders. We have our role to play, but all we are is the supporting character. So much so that not even our group was able to be present when Muryan did finally bite the dust and Noctnaria took the throne. Or I think it was Noctnaria's soldiers at least secured the throne room for her. I guess the major reason I have conflicting feelings on this, is because of my own personal morals and how the entire idea of Cosmos and the Lostbelt story, the storyline of Cosmos and the Lostbelt, tests the reader's morality of what is right versus what is wrong. Because if we say that the entire reason we're going through with this story is for our own survival, to reinstate proper human history and take back our world, in the words of Fujimaru Ritsugu themselves, then we can't really blame many of this Lostbelt's inhabitants for doing what they did there at the end. I know people in my chat were saying death to all fairies, and their reasoning was because, as it's been explained in this Lostbelt, fairies, by their very nature, the very definition of their nature, they are innocent creatures, because they literally don't know the difference between right and wrong. It's their nature. And a perfect example of this is shown to us very early on in this Lostbelt, in the Misty Woods, when we lost our memories. At the very start of this Lostbelt, when the fairies in the woods find out we are human, their true nature comes out. They say things like, oh, I can't wait to see, or I can't wait to play with the human. I'm going to dress them up, comb their hair, cut off their fingers, and pluck out their eyes, and other fucked up shit like that. And I think that perfectly describes how terrifying the fairies' innocence is, right? They literally do not have the concept of morality the way humans do, so they'll do good or horrible things back to back without ever questioning it. Now, ultimately, Morgan's tragic end wasn't at the hands of us or the rebel army. It was at the hands of her own people, her allies she should have been able to place her trust in. Quite similar, might I add, to how King Arthur met his end when his own Round Table knights turned against him. There are actually a lot of parallels for how Queen Morgan fell and how King Arthur fell that I want to point out eventually, but I won't go into any of those at the moment. Ultimately, however, I can't really blame some of the other fairies for betraying Morgan either. She wasn't a perfect ruler. She allowed her subjects to live, laugh, and to love on her land as if it were merely a privilege she simply allowed. She can blame Aurora, or you can blame Aurora all you want, but as we all know, the best way to tell a lie is to add a little truth in it. And I'm referencing the announcement Aurora said in the wind right there, right? I don't think it was all truthful, everything Aurora said there at the end to make the fairies and her court turn against her, but there was a little bit of truth in it, as to tell a good lie, you have to add some truth into it. I'm not taking any of these fairies' sides, including Morgan herself, because frankly, I think every single one of them did horrible things to justify their own desires. Whether it be Muryan taking her revenge by wiping out the Fang clan, Woodwose being manipulated so easily because he was blinded by the love and loyalty he felt he deserved, Spriggan doing everything he could to set up his own little empire, or Aurora, and you know, now thinking about it, Aurora's probably the only one I feel absolutely no sympathy for. Fuck that bitch. I don't even know what her goals were, to be honest. Noctnaria is the queen now, and I'm assuming she knew that happened, so what did Aurora really get out of this? I guess that question is still up into the air for now, but she seems to be the only one whose goals I don't understand at the moment. I digress though. The point is, Morgan wasn't a good ruler. She might have done what was absolutely necessary, as her defenders will say, but my own morals will never agree with the justification of an authoritarian ruler. But simultaneously, I hated how she was taken out. And while my entire chat screamed, "Burn the fairies," or "All fairies must die," I imagined what they meant was that this was due to the fairies and their innocent nature that I described earlier, right? So why did this bug me so much? I had to sit on it for a few days to try to figure out why this conclusion rubbed me the wrong way. And I finally realized it's because this conclusion, how Morgan was betrayed, how she was schemed against, how Aurora gaslit Woodwose, how Spriggan used the mangled body of Morgan's own daughter to freeze her up for just a moment to get an attack in, how Morgan's own court mutilated and destroyed her body when they realized she was really Ash the Savior. None of that reminded me of innocent fairy nature, but it did remind me of humanity, our humanity, proper human history. How many times have we seen or heard some similar or just the same, plain out same, terrible things play out in our own history here? And that realization shook me to the core. I'm not sure if that's even intentional, if anyone else has come to that same conclusion, or if my own interpretation here is just flat out wrong. But personally, the more I go back and read these scenes over and over again and think about it more and more, the real reason Fairy Britain is so fucked up has absolutely nothing to do with the fairies themselves. It's because this civilization, and noting here, I even said it way back in 6.1 too. If y'all remember when we were in Norwich, I was like, how does Fairy Britain have capitalism if it's supposed to be the most drastically different Lostbelt so far? But the real reason Fairy Britain is so fucked up in my eyes at this moment is because this Lostbelt reminds me more of proper human history than any other Lostbelt we've seen so far. And if that's the case, if this is what the face of proper human history is, then why are we fighting for it in the first place? Maybe Wodheim was right. So at this moment, after finishing Lostbelt 6.2, I just feel sad, defeated. And not in any way any other piece of fiction has ever made me feel before, because where many other fictional media can show us terrible, horrible atrocities and tragedies, and we can think to ourselves about how sad it is, Nasu, whether intended or not, made me read this story and realize, oh shit, This is what we've been fighting for. This ugly, despicable, gross human nature. Is this the world we're trying to bring back? And I have in quotation marks here, just breathe after that. So those are my thoughts out of the way. I say this often, but I just like to reiterate again that this is just one streamer's opinion. I'm not trying to say I'm right in any way here. And if you disagree with anything I said there, whether you think Morgan did nothing wrong or all fairies must burn, that's totally up to you. I just felt so conflicted by the end of last stream that I had to find some way to put all those conflicting feelings into words, and that's what I did just there. I hope it was at least interesting to listen to. So on a lighter note, I wanted to go over some stuff real quick before we start this final chapter of Lostbelt 6. I've said this a few times before while playing Lostbelt 6 as well, but the big things I've obviously been spoiled on, unfortunately because of the internet, is Oberon's final ascension. I've seen it. I don't know the context behind it, but especially now that he's presumably dead in the story, I'm super excited to find out what actually happens there and what leads to his third and final ascension, right? And hopefully the lore on the Pretender class. Very excited to find out about that. And the second big thing I've been spoiled on is, of course, the big fluff fight. I know the entire FGO community considers this boss fight the hardest in the game. I've made sure to stay spoiler-free on the context behind the big fluff, and of course how the mechanics of that fight work. I'm spoiler-free on, so if we can make sure everyone in chat just keeps their lips sealed about that, I would really appreciate it. During this past week, I did actually go back and listen to my old VODs for 6.2, and there were a few things I picked up on that I didn't know that I made sure to write down in my notes. Percival does actually originally say he was raised in Salisbury at the Human Ranch, which now with more context explains his connection with Melusine, the Spear of Selection, and Aurora. Then last stream before the war at Camelot, Percival also gave us a quick backstory on how Woodwose was buying a bunch of human slaves from the ranch, and that's how Percival ended up calling Woodwose father. So that whole story has come round for me now. At some point near the beginning of 6.2, it was revealed the reason horses and carriages weren't created in this Lostbelt was because of every human invention or innovation that was created, fairies who personified with those things would go extinct. The only time, I believe so far, Morgan has willingly let the extinction of a specific type of fairy race happen was with the bug-type fairies, right? Which is definitely noteworthy. More interesting, if you remember, we actually meet some bug-type fairies at the bar in Barghest's domain. They wanted to fight us as soon as we walked in because they wanted to play war. And if my memory is correct, the first time we meet the bug fairies back at the Welsh Forest with Oberon in 6.1, the fairies were also wanting to play war, and they were asking Muramasa to make them swords or helmets or something like that. My memory might be a little fuzzy on that because it was months ago, but when I read it, the connection, or it was like months ago when I read it, the connection I'm trying to make here is we know Barghest is a lot more soft than we originally thought. It might be possible that she saved some of those bug-type fairies at the Welsh Woods and took them up in her domain secretly, which is sweet. Don't know if that's the case or not, but made that connection there. I just wanted to point out. I also wanted to mention that listening back on some of the context on Woodwose, he's not as bad as I originally thought. We learned by the end of 6.2 that these restaurants Woodwose had all over Fairy Britain were simply vegetarian restaurants for the Fang Clan fairies. After the Wing Clan had been nearly made extinct by the Fang Clan, and Muryan the lone survivor, Woodwose blamed the bloodshed on the Fang Clan's predatory instinct. He says, and I quote at one point, "The Fang Clan can't possibly apologize for the atrocities it has committed, but we can at least try to make sure it doesn't ever happen again." Thus, Woodwose's restaurants were created in order to cull the Fang Clan's predatory urges. And it's often described through the story, when these Fang Clan fairies succumb to these predatory urges, their eyes get bloodshot, their mouths water, and they literally cannot stop, like a shark from Finding Nemo when it sniffs blood. The realization shot an alarm bell in my head as the original scene that we see at the start of this Lostbelt, where we are made to think that the fairies, when the fairies go berserk at that little village in Cornwall, I went back and double checked. And the fairies in particular that instigated the violence by saying they wanted to cut off our fingers and skin us alive were in fact silhouette sprites of Fang Clan fairies. So I'm not going to theorize too much about this because it doesn't matter in the long run, I don't think, but it's possible that the violent nature we saw from fairies at the start of this Lostbelt wasn't necessarily fairy nature as a whole, but Fang Clan predatory urges, since those were Fang Clan fairies in the woods. And they obviously wouldn't have been exposed to Woodwos' restaurants at all, making it much easier for them to succumb to predatory urges. Regardless, I just wanted to give props to Woodwos, because in the end, he died being manipulated into thinking the one he loved was, the one he loved and was most loyal to betrayed him. And from what I've read, he really did try his best to try to make the Fang clan civilized beings. I wonder if Muryan had any idea Woodwos himself was trying to help the Fang clan's bloodlust/frenzy problem. We didn't find out what was actually going on with Woodwos' restaurants until the end of 6.2. The entire time, I personally thought that the restaurants were really fucked up and serving human remains or some shit, and it turned out to be the exact opposite. So if we didn't know, it's possible Muryan didn't know, and if Muryan only had known, I wonder if she still would have wanted to kill every living Fang clan fairy. Seems like a huge lack of communication on the part of the clan heads, which is something that also reminds me of proper human history. Last but not least, it wasn't clear to me at the time, but I am pretty confident now that Aurora was the one who ordered the attack on Londinium last stream. The one that killed poor Gareth and every human citizen that lived there. The clues were all there, specifically the soldiers that were attacking the citizens were called rebel soldiers. We were told pretty early on in Lostbelt 6.1 that there were two human armies that were against Queen Morgan, the Round Table Army, commanded by Percival, and the Rebel Army, commanded by Aurora. We also know from Melusine's backstory that Aurora was the one to save her from the muddy lake up north, and if her scheming so far is anything to go by, I'd put money on her still having Lancelot on a leash somehow, so Lancelot showing up at Londinium as Aurora's army was attacking to slash Gareth's helmet is pretty much the only evidence I need to know Aurora was behind it. And one more thing. I went back and read the Lancelot and Melusine story because of this, right? On how she saved Aurora, and right after telling us the story, she blasts away, and the Mir Clan fairy ghost says she left as quickly as she came, just like last time. And we can say, and our character can say in response to that, wait, does that mean Melusine was the one who massacred the Mir Clan and we get cut off? At the time, I took this as Morgan being the one who ordered the Mir Clan's death, considering they were the ones who told the prophecy. Now that I'm pretty sure Aurora sent Melusine to kill everyone at Londinium, not so sure it was Morgan who murdered the execution of every Mir Clan fairy. But hopefully this last chapter will give us the answers we seek. So, I apologize for all those notes. I really wanted to get all my thoughts and feelings on Lostbelt 6.2 and everything I've got on my mind going into Lostbelt 6.3. This is the final chapter of this grand story, and I'm so excited I get to share it all with other people who are passionate about it, if not more passionate about this game than I am. So I just want to give a big thank you to all the viewers in chat right now, or if you're watching on YouTube, just know that I appreciate you. Thanks for being here. And yeah, without further ado, let's begin Lostbelt 6.3, the finale of Avalon le Fae. All right, those are my notes. All right. Yeah, I was going deep there. We'll see. Part 3 will explain why we hate fairies. All right. Let me crack a cold one and let's get into this. Baja Blast? I wish, dude. No, we got the peach vibe Celsius right now. Look at that. You can still see the fresh out of the fridge, baby. Oh, yeah. All right. I also got some Pocky. Dude, I did a few errands today. I got my beard trimmed. I got my hair cut. And I picked up some Pocky. All for this stream. And tomorrow's stream. So the plan is, chat, we're going to split 6.3 between 2 streams. So all of Lostbelt 6's playthrough will be 10 parts total. I don't know where to stop node-wise, because what node are we on? Is this 25? I think we're on like node 25, because 24 was the end of 6.2, right? So, and it goes until 30. So we'll stop around like 27 or 28, I think, this stream. And tomorrow we'll finish it up for good. Oh boy. Is it gonna be... The strawberry flavor's bomb? Yes, sir. Strawberry cream. All right. Without further ado, let's hop into it. I imagine they're going to do a bit of a catch-up here, just like they did at the beginning of 6.2. Since this looks like it's at the storm border. Cream pie, yes.
Today is the 45th day of our covert operation off Britain's coast. I have called you all here for one reason, and one reason alone. The time has come for us to decide whether to leave this Lostbelt. Lost world according to our technical advisor's reports, and return to standard space. Or to muster everything we've got and send additional forces, myself and Munair, to aid the field team's efforts.
He does not want to leave.
But, fortunately, we just received a new report from...
How do you say that? Typhone?
From Typhone, with excellent news. Captain, if you would.
Got it. Restoring power to the command room. Whoa, the lights are back on? Then, does that mean...
That's right, my boy. Mission complete. Morgan is officially out of the picture. Max, Da Vinci, and Kirillite really came through. What's more, the fairies were so impressed with our accomplishments that they agreed to give us some of Camelot's rogue demiliads.
Woohoo! I can't believe we're gonna get the real thing instead of just a spell. Now the border's finally gonna have a main cannon. We can't wait to be the gunners.
All right, but only 4 of you. You can draw lots later to decide who it'll be.
A rogue demiliad main cannon, eh? And as the director, it'll be my duty to pull the final trigger.
Okay, Gordoff, let's not get ahead of ourselves. That said, I can't stop grinning either. I've always dreamed of having a huge cannon on the deck.
Yes, good point. At first, I thought I'd like to build it into the bow, but on further consideration, that seems extremely unsafe. Much better to add it to the deck, since we can jettison it at a moment's notice. But never mind that now. According to the report, it will take them 7 days to reach the shore from Camelot. We'll wait here until then. After they arrive, we can leave. That is why I had Captain turn the lights on in the command room. Now that we no longer have to conserve as much power as possible in case of emergency, we can't get by with only moderate energy conservation.
I'd just like to point out, just because Morgan is defeated doesn't mean this Lostbelt still isn't going to collapse on itself. The main reason we came here was because we saw that this Lostbelt within 24 hours was going to literally consume the entire planet into nothing. And I don't believe that was Morgan's fault. Specifically. So, despair.
Now that we no longer have to conserve as much power as possible in case of emergency, we can get by with only moderate energy conservation. I know it's been a trying 45 days for all of you, so now is your chance to recuperate while we prepare to install our rogue demiliad.
Holmes knows.
Is something the matter, administrative advisor? Most people would consider this cause for celebration, you know. While we're at it, I feel like I should let you know something you don't seem to be aware of. That face you're making right now. You may as well be shouting, "It feels like this case has only just begun."
Thank you for the warning, Gordoff. Watson used to tell me much the same thing. However, I'm afraid you're not quite correct. This is no mere feeling. I assure you, this case has only just begun.
Really? Even though we defeated the Lostbelt King?
We still have yet to answer so much as one truly essential question, Director. How did this Lostbelt come into being? Why was Camelot built? What purpose were the Bells of Pilgrimage originally meant to serve? What is the Fairy of Paradise's mission? And what happened to the Great Calamities? The Red Calamity and Black Calamity that ended Britain during the first iteration of the Fae era, before Morgan's involvement. For that matter, who was it that originally attempted Britain's destruction? If the unnatural lines of malice I've glimpsed in Da Vinci's reports are any indication, the true culprit, no, the truth itself still lies elsewhere. Rest assured, I am all in favor of restoring the power and recuperating.
I am all in favor of restoring power and recuperating, but not for the purpose of returning home. No. Now we must remain all the more vigilant and prepare for the worst-case scenario. From here on, this will be a battle to save the world, and Chaldea's aid will be essential.
Oh boy. Well, Morgan said she wanted to spread. I know Morgan said she wanted to spread. She planned to spread Britain all over and like take over proper human history. I got that. But when we went into this Lostbelt, it sounded like literally the entire planet was going to be no more, is what I got out of it initially when we were going in. And that, I don't think was... I figured that was because of what's at the bottom of the pit. I thought that's what Morgan was trying to prevent herself, too. So, I don't know. We'll get more context. It feels like we got back to Salisbury in no time.
I know, but between the talks we had in Camelot about our next steps and the wagon ride here, it's already been 3 days. So far, everything's been going smoothly. Wherever we've gone, fairies have come out to cheer for us. Barghest is staying behind in Camelot to handle things with the upper-class fairies as Noctnaria's proxy. Percival is staying behind as well, so he can secure the sacred lance affixed to the castle's entrance for us. That'll take 1 more day to remove. Then another 3 days to bring it back to the storm border, stationed off the coast. Although, I'm a little worried about him. He said he's doing fine, but... yeah, he seemed kind of dragging.
Percival? It's probably because of the lance. Maybe.
Even when we insisted he'd get some rest, he said it was more important that he pay us back for what we'd done. I mean, it's true we don't have a lot of time left to spare, so I can't deny that'll help us out, but still. Oh, I know. After he brings us the Sacred Lance, we should give him a turn in one of the border's recovery pods. If a full course of cutting-edge medical technology doesn't perk him up, nothing will. Besides, he could probably use it anyway, since it sounds like he's been working non-stop since he started the Round Table Army. Heh, that's not a bad idea. Think you can give Habitrot a spin in one of those recovery pod things too? She insists she's just sleepy, but I can tell she's getting more depressed by the day since Morgan was defeated. Aww. All she does is sleep and write in her diary, day in and day out. I was trying to think to myself too, how Habitrot kept the memories of her time with MASH, but I understand that MASH lost her memories because that was the paradox. She couldn't keep her memories if she wanted to still exist in the current day because of time travel shenanigans. It wasn't, I mean, I guess because she just put the powder on her and she just survived the calamity that ushered in the era of the High Queen, she just was able to keep her memories. But I also thought, because she's been writing in her diary all this time, even if she lost her memories somehow, she has her diary that would remind her regardless. And I thought that that was kind of interesting, or just a thought I had in my head. Void dust is crazy. FPS is indeed weird as fuck. Yeah, game tied to FPS and weird as fuck. It's not too weird for me, but that's because I play Destiny 2 that has the same fucking issues. I don't know if I want to open this Pocky yet. I immediately went for the Pocky. I'm gonna leave it there for now. All she does is sleep and write in her diary, day in and day out. Hell, even now she won't budge from her bed upstairs. I can only guess she's beyond exhausted. Artoria, I gotta ask, are you sure about this? I get following Morgan's example by having the coronation at Salisbury Cathedral. Then again, you said you were gonna let Noctnaria take the throne and go back to Tintagel. And now it's all but a done deal, now that she's gonna be the next... And now it's all but a done deal that she's gonna be the next queen. How could you just give up your claim to the throne after everything I did to help you get there? Sure, it's great that the clans came to an agreement so quick since the Child of Prophecy suggested it, but still. I know, but This is what's best for Britain's future. The only reason I'm still here is because Oberon gave his life to save me. If it wasn't for him, my journey would have ended there. In the end, I never came close to reaching Morgan's level.
Maybe, and something that I still don't understand either is Morgan mentioned she had done the pilgrimage multiple times. As in, rung all 6 bells multiple times, and that's why Artoria was nowhere near the power she was, even in the end. And I don't, is that just like in between the calamities because she had been around, Ash the Savior had been around for thousands of years, and every single time she went to fight a calamity, she had to do the pilgrimage? Is that it? I don't understand. And it seems, I've also been piecing together, thinking this week, and no one spoil me in chat, I'm just airing my thoughts. I've also been thinking this week that the Child of Prophecy definitely does not seem to be a savior of Britain. Thinking on it now, especially back when Ash was doing her pilgrimage, every single time she defeated a calamity, all of the people like would throw rocks at her and like want her to go away and die. And I haven't put all this, there's like one key piece of information I'm missing, I think, but I'm starting to put it all together that like the Child of Prophecy, whether it be Ash the Savior or Morgan or Artoria here, they don't seem to be like actual saviors. Bells, oh man. All right, anyways, we'll keep going. Not saying anything. Yeah, I haven't, there's like 1 or 2 key pieces of information I'm missing, I think, but I'm starting to realize that like they're not actually saviors of Britain. I think that they were sent by Avalon to like put an end to fairy Britain is what it kind of sounds like, but I don't know specifically why or how.
Maybe I'd feel differently if I'd been the one to defeat her, but it was the rebel army that did that. Percival led the Round Table army, and it was Noctnaria who assembled the army of northern fairies. Me? I went straight for the glory, and you saw how that went. But honestly, I don't know the first thing about politics. So letting Noctnaria be the next queen and retiring to an easy life in my hometown seems like a no-brainer. I can almost hear everyone's cheers of, "Great job, Child of Prophecy," right now.
He don't buy it. Oh my god, Mike! You're a sight for sore eyes, Mike!
Well, gosh, you're in a good mood, aren't you, Child of Prophecy? Why wouldn't you be? You really did it! Oh, thanks to Da Vinci! Here you go, 6 deluxe apple of waters.
Thanks, Mike. You know, I just realized there aren't any other customers here. There a reason for that?
Oh, that. I reserved the whole place for you guys after Retrobit told me you were coming.
Oh my god, Mike is the GOAT.
If the other fairies found out the Child of Prophecy was coming here, the place would be packed to the rafters. Especially since there are fairies here from all across Britain to see the next queen's coronation. And I've got a feeling you don't much care for crowds, right, Artoria? So I thought you'd feel more comfortable if it were just you guys here.
Well, you're not wrong. Thanks, Mike. Okay, everyone, let's toast to our victory. All together now.
Cheers!
That victory toast might be the best thing ever. Congratulations on a job well done, everyone. Thanks, Artoria. However it went down, now that Morgan's gone, we don't have to worry about proper human history being invaded. And this Britain should remain safe and stable, at least until the bleached earth phenomenon situation is resolved. I don't know what'll happen after that. Maybe it'll stack on top of proper human history, or maybe it'll be expelled from the planet. But if nothing else, we can be sure that fairies won't disappear. We're also thinking about using the storm border to help some of them migrate. This does mean we'll be going our separate ways, but I know things will be fine with you and Noctnaria here. And once Chaldea's handled its own problem, our leaders will come back to pay their respects.
Da Vinci, you are talking way too much right now. I don't know if they all know all of this.
Yeah. Huh? You mean you're leaving Da Vinci?
Yeah, after the coronation. Besides, I've got a ton of work waiting for me back at the border. But I have nothing planned for today. If there's anything you want to ask me about now, now's your chance. Oh, I know. I'll make a roadmap for the next few years of your pub's growth. All you'll have to do is follow it, and this place will become the best hotel on this side of Camelot. You got the genius guarantee on that.
Wow, really? That sounds amazing. I guess I'm gonna have lots of new goals then. I can't wait. I can't wait.
So, Mash, what did you and Barghest talk about earlier?
Oh, right. We had a short chat just before we left Camelot.
Did you see the announcement about the 6.3 coronation thing? Is this the video of the... I think I did. Oh, coronation of Her Majesty the new Queen. The coronation of the new Queen will commence shortly. Please gather in Salisbury Cathedral, Ferry, Britain. I did not see that. That's pretty cool. It's like an actual flyer that must have went out to all the different parts of different areas of Britain, huh?
Have been entrusted with handling the aftermath here in Camelot. Percival and Noctnaria's subordinates will be the ones making the decisions. But I should be more persuasive with the ambassadors and officials who have yet to get on board with the new administration. As for Spriggan and Aurora, they've both agreed to support the Child of Prophecy's choice for the new queen. I'm concerned that we still haven't heard from Muryan, but I doubt that will be a major issue. Understood. This may sound strange coming from me, but I'm glad you're here helping us.
I just thought, again, I was just thinking, it pisses me off Spriggan's still, like, fine to be involved on all this. Didn't they say they immediately after Morgan died, they immediately made Spriggan, like, the Queen's advisor or some shit? And I was like, what? Fuck that guy. Secondly, I still have a lot of questions on how Spriggan got here. Because we know things from outside this Lostbelt have made it inside the Lostbelt, and I don't understand that yet. How did a human from proper human history make it to this Lostbelt? That's what it was. Yeah, they made him the leader of the 6 clans. So hopefully that gets answered. He just walked in. I went back and read. It was very ominous because I went back and read his backstory when we got it. And specifically it was, he went to a museum and looked at a really creepy, ominous painting. We never get to see it. It's never described further than that. It just says like a creepy, ominous painting he looks at. And when he leaves the museum, he's in Fairy Britain. Huh? Like, what the? I was like, is that like Dark Souls? I kind of thought it was like Dark Souls. It's a lost world. That still doesn't explain that. Anyways, the thing that I thought that might have been like Dark Souls inspired though, because I know that Nasu's a big fan of the Souls series and From Software games, right? And for those who don't know, in Dark Souls, there are moments in Dark Souls, or like the DLCs, you know, the painted worlds, where there are literal paintings that lead to different worlds. And I kind of thought that might have been like an inspiration from Software games or the Souls games. Yeah, Robin, I did not know they came from proper human history. I do know they came from outside the Lostbelt though. That was, I remember them saying they were from a different world and then like came to proper human history. Anyways, I'm hoping that gets explained at some point soon.
Understood. This may sound strange coming from me, but I'm glad you're here helping us. There's no need to thank me. This is all I can do to be useful. Though I must ask, why do you look at me like that? I'm a criminal and a traitor to the crown. I don't deserve to be called a knight. That's not true, Barghest. You're an exemplary knight. Your loyalty to Morgan never wavered, even for a moment. But you stood up to fight her in the name of protecting Britain. That must have been a very difficult choice. You're not the first knight I've known to make a choice like that.
Yup. All the way back in Singularity 6, man. Oh my god. Singularity 6 is still like... I know it's not like the best story in FGO, but it's still right here in my heart because I think Singularity 6 was the story that got me into FGO stories. Like, every story before Singularity 6 was, like, very mediocre, like, at best. And Singularity 6 made me dive off the deep end and saying, like, okay, there can be really good stories to be found in a mobile game. Wow. Would Fate be considered an isekai? In this setting, yes. Or, like, this specific scenario, yeah, for sure.
You're not the first knight I've known who made a choice like that. Which is why I'm so glad to see the rebel army welcome you with open arms. You wield your sword for others' sake, not your own. You truly believe it's the duty of the strong to protect the weak. So please, Lady Barghest, please don't be so hard on yourself. You were just a knight as Bogart said you were. I see. So you were there with Bogart when he died. Tell me, what did you think of him? Was he a good lord? He was a wonderful lord.
Pretty shitty person, but he did all right as a lord looking after his people, I guess.
He did everything he could to help Sheffield and Norwich up until his dying breath. I may be a member of Chaldea, but here in the land of the Fae, I'd like to think of myself as a knight of Sheffield as well. That's how much the people I met there meant to me. I see. I'd expect no less from the old hard head. He's always been surprisingly considerate. He was also a huge womanizer. That's one thing Woodwose never had over him. Really? I had no idea Bogart was so popular. Oh yes, his plain-spoken nature had a way of cutting straight to the fairies' hearts, even if he didn't mean to. How else would he have been married 61 times? Good point. In retrospect, that does explain a number of things. The same is true of you, Galahad. Ah, right. You said your name was Mash, didn't you? I will be undergoing a court-martial once Camelot's affairs are in order. But, after hearing your words, even a century in prison will pass easily. Thank you, young knight of proper human history, honorable knight of the true Round Table. Were it possible, I would have loved to meet other knights of the Round Table. Really? Like who? Good question.
Gawain.
Maybe Sir Gawain? No, never mind. I know my emotions would get the better of me.
What's up, Cam? Lostbelt 6.3. What's up, Little Wolf? Thanks for coming out. Appreciate you stopping by.
But I'd also love to meet Sir Palamides, Sir Tristan, and Sir Kay.
Okay, come on, dude. You fucking killed him.
I'd also love to meet Sir Palamides, Sir Tristan, and Sir Kay, who is said to be the tallest of the knights. Well, as a matter of fact, you've already met one of them. Senpai told me about it. Remember that knight who held you back at the ranch? That was Sir Tristan. What? Really? Tristan? The child of sadness? That Tristan? That's right, though I suppose he may not have made a strong impression. Oh no, he did. I would never forget the sheer mastery of the bow he demonstrated. It's just that... Oh, what have I done? How could I ever hope to make amends? You beat him in a fair and honorable duel, right? I'm sure there won't be any hard feelings on Tristan's part. Although, I am curious, why are you so attached to the Knights of the Round Table? It seems like there's more to it than just the name Morgan gifted you with. All right, you are a fellow woman and a knight, so I suppose I don't mind sharing this with you. While it goes without saying that they are all very attractive, I especially look up to them because of their stories. Despite all the personal problems they faced, in the end, they always chose to stick together and protect their kingdom. They were the very model for a strong and honorable knight fighting in defense of the weak. I don't know what I would have done without their example to guide me. They made me want the same thing for Fairy Britain. even though ultimately it was you and your companions who accomplished what I could not. I'd like you to give the foreign mage a message for me. Please tell him thank you for supporting our world. No, for supporting the child of prophecy. As nights go, I may be a disgrace, but I will never forget the debt I owe him. If ever he should have the need of my horn, all he need to do is say the word. She really said that, huh? Well, we'll have to make sure we don't let her down then. Yes, it is unfortunate that we first met her as an enemy. I hope from now on we can help each other instead. Don't worry. Barghest may be readying herself for jail, but there's no way Noctnaria's gonna let her see the inside of a cell. There ain't anyone else around who knows the fairies of Camelot as well as she does. If Noctnaria's gonna rule effectively, she's gonna need a right hand she can trust. You're heading out, Grimmer? Just a little errand I need to take care of. I'm gonna see how Noctnaria's doing. The Northern Fairies have never been to Salisbury or the Great Cathedral before, right? So I figure they could use all the help they can get, seeing how the coronation's tomorrow. Oh, right. I forgot you have all the First Grimmer's knowledge. Well, thanks for helping that jerk out. This'll be her greatest opportunity to shine yet. Frenemies. Oh, here's Muryan. Oh. Jesus, dude. I'm telling you, man, like when we talk about fairy nature and this, the fairies are scary because they have innocent nature where they don't know right from wrong. They are so innocent that they might play with you one moment and then rip your arm off the next because they think it's just playing. They don't know the difference between right and wrong. We haven't seen a lot of that this Lostbelt. A lot of what I see, the horrors that we see in this Lostbelt, remind me of humans. Especially Muryan's story here. Muryan's story was just a story about revenge. She was so and Koyanskaya knew it too. Koyanskaya even made the comment, you seem like everything you're doing right now reminds me of humans. Because she was so consumed by her revenge, she didn't realize that the Fang clan were the one thing that could really stop the Moors here on Britain. And now that the Fang clan is gone, what defenses do we have against the Moors? Oof. Oof. I will never trust a child in the Fate series. There's no more here. Or here. That's strange. I couldn't have already got them all, right? Hello? Is anyone still here? Is anyone still alive? All... What is that word? All you out if you are, okay? Just say something, please. Oh, is it let? I'll let you out if you are, okay? Just say something, please.
Lady Muryan. I don't think there's anyone left in that box. Perhaps it's time you moved on.
Who's there? Oh, Koyanskaya, it's you. When did you get here? Did you just get back? Just give me a minute to wash my hands, okay? They feel gross for some reason. Weird, don't you think? Her hands are literally covered in the blood and guts, bones, and remains of an entire race. Jesus, dude. Take that, and that, and that. You can't hide from me. Not in the woods, not anywhere. Die, die, die. I want to see you running in panic, wailing for someone to save you before I grind you to paste. Are you freaking kidding me? How is this supposed to be fun? It's gross. It's disgusting. How the hell can you fairies enjoy this? Answer me, you disgusting insects! You started this, right? Why did you do this? Why are you begging for help now? If you know how awful it feels, then why didn't you spare the Wing Clan when we begged you to? Who's there?
Pardon my intrusion, Lady Muryan. Did I startle you?
Oh, Koyanskaya, when did you get here? I haven't seen you around lately. Have you been in town long? Oh, but never mind that. Listen, I've come up with the very best idea for revenge. I'm going to use my game board to make an inescapable bug trap.
She's lost it. She's losing it.
It'll take me hundreds of years to create an open world big enough to finish off the whole Fang clan. But that's okay. I can wait. I'm the Butterbur Princess, the most patient of all Wing Clan fairies. I swear, I'll complete it, no matter how difficult it may be. After all, just imagine how good it'll feel to take my revenge when it finally happens. It's going to be the greatest moment of my life, and I'm going to devote everything I have to making it happen. It's going to be great. What could go wrong?
Oh, Lady Muryan. Her poor mind. It just can't accept the dull reality.
So, how were things in Camelot? Is Queen Morgan really gone?
Yes, she is. Morgan was put to death, and the rebel army now controls the city. There's to be a coronation to mark the reign of a new queen tomorrow. Once that happens, it's only a matter of time until the new law of the land reaches Gloucester as well. And if the truth about what happened in the Fang clan ever comes to light, I'm afraid it could put you in a precarious position, Lady Muryan.
Huh? Something happened to the Fang clan? Oh, well, never mind that. Right now, we need to focus on Camelot. I never thought Artoria would relinquish her claim to the throne so easily. I was hoping she and Noctnaria would end up taking each other down, but oh well. Still, it's good. It's a good thing there's going to be a new queen soon. There's no time to waste before the great calamity shows up after all. Noctnaria is a direct descendant of Mab, so she should understand how important that throne is. So I'll contact her soon and arrange an alliance between Camelot and Gloucester. Once the threat of the great calamity has passed, then I'll find a way to overthrow her. Right now, our priority is ensuring Britain's survival. I can wait to invite our mutual enemy, proper human history, Chaldea, to my garden until then.
Oh my! You're going to war with Chaldea, Lady Muryan? And here I thought you didn't have any interest in them.
I didn't, at first. But it's obvious now that proper human history is a threat to this land. And they're our enemies, and they're your enemies as well, right? So that makes them mine too. But first, Noctnaria, I'm going to start by writing her a letter asking her to kick the Round Table army out of Camelot as soon as she's officially the new queen. There's no way I'm letting Chaldea have a sacred lance. They all belong to Fairy Britain. Anyway, once I'm done writing it, would you deliver the letter for me? I used to have Oberon handle this sort of thing, but I haven't been able to reach him lately.
I don't know what Oberon was scheming, dude. I still don't trust that motherfucker. He's supposedly dead now, and I still am sussing that motherfucker, dude. He was scheming or talking back and forth between all the different heads of the Fang clans, and I'm assuming he was trying to get them all against the queen, which he probably did to help us out. I still don't trust him. He is dead, bud. I don't. Something ain't right with that boy. People don't die when they're killed, according to Max IC. Yes, indeed. Me when I'm insane. Oberon is innocent? Dude, I don't trust him for a second. Oberon is trustworthy. Trust. Oberon's not sus. Mm-hmm.
I used to have Oberon handle this sort of thing, but I haven't been able to reach him lately.
Very well then. I'll be glad to attend the coronation on your behalf. But if I may, Lady Muryan, what are you going to do afterwards? You really need to get out of this room before it starts to affect your health.
I have a lot of reading left to do. There's so much Morgan suppressed during her reign. How did she stop the Great Calamity before? And for that matter, what is the Great Calamity? I just know the answer to those and other questions must be in the documents I took from Camelot. And if that information is written down somewhere, I'm positive I can decipher it. I'm going to find out the truth, as sure as I am the Butterbur Princess.
How can something so innocent be so genocidally insane, dude? The Butterbur Princess, huh? Ugh. This guy's sus, it's true. Alright, interlude. We haven't even gotten to section 25 yet, huh? The fucking Mothman. There you have it. She said to give you her regards and that she's looking forward to your coronation, you jerk.
Is that so? Well, forgive me for not jumping for joy at being congratulated by a gutless coward who turned and ran away at the last second.
You're still mad about that? It's not like Artoria to run from her competition with you. If anything, it's the opposite. She stepped back of her own accord so you wouldn't get caught up in her mission as the Fairy of Paradise.
I know that. Why do you think I'm so pissed off? After all, she's going to disappear and let me have all the glory. She thinks she can save the bloody world when no one's looking and then quit while she's ahead. Not on my watch, she won't. That's no different from the kind of crap Morgan pulled. Just you wait. As soon as I'm on the throne, I'm going to begin a Child of Prophecy hunt that'll put Morgan to shame. I'm going to find her wherever she goes, even if I have to invade this paradise place she's from.
Now who's acting like Morgan? Alright, but be warned that it ain't an easy path you'd be taking. Interfering with Paradise's duty means fighting proper human history. What do you mean by that? Interfering with Paradise's duty means fighting proper human history? It'd be a pity to bring a whole new kind of war to Britain right after finally bringing peace to it.
Fine with me. More than fine, even. I never had any intention of playing nice with proper human history. I'm not as extreme as Morgan, but it's still basically a foreign land, right? Knowing there's more land out there wanting to be conquered is the best news I've heard in my life. She's so fabulous. My purpose is to rule. The more there is to rule, the happier I am. I can feel my magical energy surging just thinking about it.
It looks like the idea of fighting proper human history really does entice you. If you're certain, I won't try to stop you. Either way, it's gonna take time to get Fairy Britain back on its feet, and Chaldea will probably finish their mission by then. You really okay with Max leaving?
Sure. It'll be sad to part ways for a while, but if anything, I think this is destiny. Once I'm ready to conquer proper human history, I'll be a way better queen than Morgan ever was. So once he sees what an amazing fairy I am, he won't be able to resist going out with me.
Hey, you mentioned working for you with a pension, and I was already head over heels. Looks like you're dead set on getting everything you want. Not that I expected otherwise from you. Plus, you're already obsessed with Camelot's throne. Don't damage it no matter what, huh? When you get right down to it, a throne's just a fancy chair, but you were dead set on that particular one. Same with Morgan. She refused to leave it no matter what. Why is that? You know something about it?
Okay, I guess I can tell you. Morgan's throne is the cornerstone of all of Britain. It's what keeps the fairies' cycle alive. It's the gear that keeps the life of every fairy who died at the end of the Fae era in motion. It's a false round table Ash created after she completed her pilgrimage and chose to defy her duty. It's the throne of a master
Whoever bonds with that throne becomes the master of Britain's fairies.
Oh!
Morgan used it in a desperate attempt to summon the fairies of Fairy Britain and keep them alive.
Why would you bind that to a chair?
What am I missing here? It's a false round table ash. I don't know if it needs to be an inanimate object. I mean, that makes sense why she never left it.
I got that. I assumed that she took all the magical energy from the Lostbelt tree and transferred it into the chair, and the chair was just surging with like literally a fucking galaxy inside of it, similar to the tree. And like all of Morgan's power came from that throne, and that's why she never left it. This also makes sense because we learned from Aurora last stream that the reason why all the fairies have command seals on them is because it's like a reverse servant master relationship where she can siphon the energy from all of the fairies of Britain to pay the fairy tax every year, the same way a master gives magical energy to a servant. That's how that I made that connection last stream. I understand that, but it's all because of the throne. Whoever bonds with the throne becomes the master of Britain's fairies. Morgan used it in a desperate attempt to summon the fairies of Fairy Britain and keep them alive. So after all the fairies died at the end of the Fae era and at the beginning of the High Queen era, Morgan let all the fairies die, but then she summoned them again by literally raising them from the dead as like servants, and then put command spells on all of them. I think. My predecessor, Queen Mab, learned about this in the era of the High Queen 400 during her last one-on-one battle with Morgan. The only fairies who weren't wiped out during the Fae era's great calamity were Mab, the clan leaders, and a handful of upper-class fairies. Mab had no reason to submit to Morgan's rule because she wasn't one of the fairies Morgan brought back to life. But she also couldn't keep fighting her once she found out how far Morgan had gone to keep Britain alive. So Mab and Morgan made a secret arrangement. They agreed that if Morgan should ever decline and fall, the King clan would be the one to succeed her. Gotcha. In other words, do what you want, and I'll clean up the mess. That's right. They were friends in their own way. After that, Mab retired in Edinburgh. Her part of the deal was to produce a new queen who could take over for Morgan by the time she declined. That's the duty I inherited from her predecessor. Damn, that's heavy. I'm her daughter, her next generation born for the sole purpose of becoming queen. Whatever else I do with my life, will have to wait until I've taken care of that. I just wish it hadn't come about in such a half-assed fashion. But fine, whatever. As soon as the coronation's over, I'm going to rush straight to the throne and take over for Morgan. Well, not that there was ever any other option. Now that Morgan's gone, I'm the one with the spirit origin capable... Now that Morgan's gone, I'm the only one with the spirit origin capable of reforming contracts with every fairy in Britain. Because the throne was made for only the king, only the King clan and Morgan were able to take control of that throne. Oh no. Something's gonna happen to Maeve. Something's happening to Noctnaria, dude. Oh no. At this moment, she's the only fucking one who can restore order at the moment. Something's happening to her. Artoria simply doesn't quite have what it takes. That's just how it is. For sure, it's all like Ainsel prophesized. The child of prophecy will pave the way, and then the true king will appear. The King clan. Wow, okay. So the child of prophecy and the true king were always two separate fairies. The prophecy is about both of you. If you already know that much, I don't have anything else to tell you. Later, Noctnaria. We'll have to fight each other someday since you're from this Lostbelt and I'm from proper human history. But we can forget about that, at least for the next few days.
Tomorrow's your big day. As Grimmer the Sage, I'll be there to bless you as best I can. Fuck. The throne is an anchor instead of the dead tree. Fuck, dude. Something is totally happening to fucking Noctnaria. Because literally, how she just spelled it out for us. She said, I'm the only one who can inherit the throne. I'm literally the only one capable of sitting on that throne at the moment. If something happens to me, chaos is gonna break loose. How else do you... She literally just spelt it out for us. Oh, man, dude. The apocalypse turned everything to ocean. In the beginning, there was only ocean. I still don't understand this either. So the British creation mythos, like, doesn't make sense to me because they say at the beginning there was only ocean. Like, what the... Huh? Shooting stars streaked by. Civilizations faded. The earth was returned to resources. And everything became ocean. Some mishap on the planet caused everything to vanish. This is the Isle's dying voice, the sound of suffering from one yet to put out. This is the Isle's dying voice, the sound of suffering from one yet to be put out of its misery. The British creation mythos. There's still more context to that we don't have yet.
Salisbury, Salisbury! We're off to grand old Salisbury!
It's the start of a new era. A new queen shall reign.
Will it be the child of prophecy? The child of the queen? We don't know, but as long as she does a good job as the queen, it's all the same to us.
Come on, let's hurry to the coronation. Goodbye, merciless Morgan.
Hold up, everyone. Look over there. There's a Moors on that hill looking at us.
Monka.
Just one? That's no big deal. All we have to do is keep our distance. Britain's about to be reborn. I wonder what the new queen will do with it.
Another question I have that is not answered yet is, Moors, as far as I understand, are not part of proper human history. So how the Moors came to be and why the Moors are is a big question I still have too. What the fuck are the Moors? And what defense does Britain have against the Moors now that the Fang clan are gone? You've got... Oh, the pit, bro! Soon, the time will be upon us. The number of Moors has exceeded the number of fairies. Having had a sacrifice which pleases him, the god has begun to stir. Is this Tristan talking?
The way I see it, the whole point of reality is that there are no takebacks. We do things knowing they'll make matters worse, but by the time we realize what we've done, it's too late. Then we seal away any who try to reveal our actions for the misdeeds they were. Whose fault is it? No one's, of course. And that is why it's not possible to make things better.
They're talking about why.
You've heard of going out with a bang? I think that's a wonderful idea.
Is that him? Oh, bro. Fuck. Is that him?
You've heard of going out with a bang? I think that's a wonderful idea. If you're going to go out anyway, you might as well make the biggest bang you can.
Oh, fuck, bro. Oh, fuck. Not good. Not good. No screenshot? Maybe I should have. I don't know. That was... Dude, there's the pit. Bro, I haven't trusted that pit since we first came into... When we first went to Camelot way back in 6.1, and we learned, we were like, weird. Normally there's a bunch of defense on the outside, like pointing towards the outside of a castle, but Morgan has a lot more weapons inside the castle for some reason, and you can see them right there. All the turrets lined on the castle walls, pointing where? Towards the pit. What's gonna happen, bro? What did she know? Something's crawling out of the pit. Monk of Christ. Oh, we're fucked. We're so fucked. Section 25, the end, coronation. No, we're not going to finish 6.3 today. Just the first half. We're probably going to go until like section 27 or 28, and we'll finish it up for sure tomorrow. It's the end for sure.
Good morning, everyone. It's coronation day. Now, come on, wake up. We need to get to the cathedral before it gets too crowded.
I don't think we need to worry about that. We've already got special seats put aside for us. Plus, the coronation should only take about an hour. Have you all thought about what you need to do, what you'll do afterwards?
Senpai, Da Vinci and I are going to wait for Percival. That way, we can help transport the sacred lance. I'm going to go back to the Welsh Woods to tell them my journey was a success. After that, I think I'd like to help the recovery effort in Londinium until things settle down there.
Wait, she's gonna go back to the Welsh Woods. I thought there were no survivors in the Welsh Woods. I thought everyone died in the Welsh Woods. No? Wait, what?
I'm gonna go back to the Welsh Woods to tell them my journey was a success. After that, I think I'd like to help the recovery effort in Londinium until things settle down there.
Good idea. Once I see things in order there, that's when I'll know my job is done. The bit about making sure Morgan's defeated is done at this point. So once your journey's come to a complete end, I'll be able to put Britain behind me with a clean conscience.
Huh? You mean you have a home of your own, Muramasa?
Of course I do. I ain't a vagrant. You know, I'm actually something of a royal assistant, believe it or not. Plus, I still got a weird colleague waiting for me to get back. I can't up and quit for no good reason.
Oh my god, dude. I'm so pissed he already declined not joining our side, because seeing Muramasa versus Kirei, seeing Muramasa versus Rasputin again, just like the end of Heavensfield, would be so sick.
Too bad. I'd love to recruit you to our side, but I know you're not the kind to break your existing commitments. So realistically, just agreeing to a truce while we're all still in Britain is more than enough. By the way, what about Habitrot? Is she still holed up in her room?
Yep. Said she's too tired to do anything but sleep. And to go enjoy the coronation without her.
Maybe we should go check on her again, just to make sure.
No, that's okay. I'll go. That's all right. I'll do it. You guys go on ahead, okay? Poor Happy Cat, man.
You have chosen to be a dream. You have chosen a path that will prevent you from existing in my Britain. The only time you will have is the period between when she first arrives and when she is sent back in time with my water mirror. Wait, what? This is to Happy Cat, I'm assuming? You have chosen a dream. You have chosen a path that will prevent you from existing in my Britain. The only time you will have is the period between when she first arrives and when she is sent back in time with my water mirror. Remember this, Totorot. Your dream will end when the morning lark sings. What does that mean?
Oh, dude, I just want to give her hugs, man. She's been through so much. Habitrot, are you up? How are you feeling, Happy Cat? Habitrot, lying down.
Huh? You went through all the trouble of checking on me. Wow, you're a really good person, aren't you, Max? But don't worry. Don't worry about me. Go on, get going. Everyone's got to be waiting for you on the outside. I'm just tired, okay? I'll be fine once I've properly woken up.
Gotcha. Okay. See you later then. But, are you really okay with this?
Okay with what? You got some reason to be worried about me? What, you think I've got a secret? You think I'm actually one of the most important fairies in the Fae world or something?
Oh, well, I actually don't know anything about your past.
Right? Good. If even a single person knew who I was, it'd put me in a real pickle. So it's fine to not remember me. I just have 1 or 2 things left to do after all. But thanks for asking, yeah. It's still too soon to say goodbye, but I appreciate you checking in. Make sure you and Mash look out for each other, Max. You turned out to be a pretty good groom in your own right.
You never did make that dress. Or I guess she did. I don't know if she still has it, though.
I can't believe Da Vinci is going home. Although, where is her home anyway? What's the outside world? What is there outside Britain? Is her condition gonna improve if she goes there? If it does, then that's a good thing, right? Aw, Mike. This is the worst. What am I gonna do? Why does she have to leave when every day was just starting to get fun? You can't do this to me. You can't take Da Vinci away from me now. Without her here, I'll just go back to being my boring old self. What can I do? What can I do to make Da Vinci stay?
Oh, don't go feral on me. Don't. He's got knives right now, doesn't he? Oh, I don't like this. I don't like it. That was too ominous. I don't like it. Mike villain arc. You. Koyanskaya Chihuahua.
We're here! Gosh, I've never seen so many upper-class fairies all in one place before. Look up on the 2nd floor. There's Aurora and Spriggan in the VIP seats, and a whole bunch of other famous fairies, too. But hey, we're kind of big deals, too. I might relinquish my claim to the throne, but I was still one of the key players in the assault on Camelot. Our seats must be at the very front of the... Huh? They're all full. Let me see. It looks like our seats are on the 1st floor, all the way in the back. These are like the seats you give to a friend of a friend if they're left over, right?
Now, it's not that bad. I'm sure she gave us these seats so we wouldn't draw too much attention.
Oh, good. You're all sitting here, too.
Percival, I thought you were in Camelot. Aren't you supposed to be in Camelot right now?
Yes, well, that was my original intention, but Lady Barghest insisted otherwise.
Let me guess, she said that it would be ridiculous for the commander of the Round Table Army to not attend, and that she could easily handle things while you were away?
Got it in one, verbatim even. She did also say to give you her regards, though.
She really is a thoughtful guardian knight, isn't she? I'm fully in favor of you being here, too. Oh, how's removing the Sacred Lance coming along? If you need help with it, I can always come back with you to Camelot once this is over.
No need to worry, it's coming along great. It should be done by noon today, and the lance should arrive in Salisbury by tomorrow night.
Awesome! I didn't know if a Sacred Lance made by Muryan is something we can actually use ourselves. But even if we can't, it'll be an invaluable divine construct just as a reference. Thanks again, Percival! Quiet, everyone! Noctnaria's here.
Oh my god. Why are these not in-game sprites for Maeve? Come on, man! Fuck, that would have been such a good costume. Whoa, she looks beautiful.
I know, I can hardly tear my eyes away from her. Don't you think she looks beautiful, Artoria? Yeah, I do. Damn it, Noctnaria. I hate to admit it, but you're the best.
Fuck you, Spriggan, dude. Fuck Spriggan. All my homies hate Spriggan.
Good day, everyone. Thank you all for being here. Temporary though my position may be, it is an honor to lead this coronation ceremony on behalf of the 6 clans. Lady Noctnaria of the King Clan, our new ruler, will surely lead Britain to a more prosperous future. Please make your way to the cathedral altar and the coronation pedestal.
It's begun. It's a very solemn affair, isn't it? So that crown has been blessed by all 6 clans, and once Noctnaria puts it on, that will mean she's officially become queen. Yep, pretty simple as far as ceremonies go. And since the clans have already come to the consensus, there shouldn't be anyone opposed to...
Here, everyone, these goblets are for you. The moment the blessing is complete, you're to drink this wine to celebrate.
Oh no, I don't like this. Whoa, wine! Thank you. Oh, I don't like this. I don't like this. I don't like this. I don't like this. This, like, screams of, like, Game of Thrones Red Wedding. I can't drink wine, but I can at least pretend.
Are you going to drink that, Senpai?
I can't drink wine, but I'll at least pretend.
Understood. Then I'll follow your lead. I will too, then. I'm not really much for wine, anyway. Really? Guess I'll toe the party line, then.
I, don't care much for wine either, so... Oh my god, it's poisoned! It's poisoned! Oh, we're so fucked, dude. Didn't Morgan say she had died every single type of way except for poison, too? Oh, I don't like this! Alright. I can see where this is going. Now, let us offer our blessing to celebrate the beginning of our new queen's reign. Noctnaria, our new queen, please attest your impartiality, your diligence, your commitment to coexistence, and your integrity.
Very well. As the Fairy of Britain, I swear to be impartial in all matters. As the head of the Northern Fairies, I will continue to be diligent. As the fairy entrusted to rule by the Child of Prophecy, I believe firmly in coexistence. And as daughter of the great Queen Mab, I promise my entire life will be one of... Objection! You can't trust a single word she says. Noctnaria is evil. The Northern Fairies have no place in Britain. Who said that? Show yourselves! Huh? But you're... my subjects.
We attest that Noctnaria has no right to rule. And we are prepared to tell you all about the atrocities she has committed.
These are her own King Clan fairies, what?
Her regime in the north was a nightmare. Every fairy she shares her blood with becomes her slave and loses the ability to refuse her. She controls every aspect of our lives, makes army service mandatory, and even takes away our original fairy professions. And that's not all. My brother and I were both infected with Moore's disease. We only went into Edinburgh and became Noctnaria's subjects because we'd heard it could be treated there. But the truth was horrifying. Her treatment was transferring our Moore's curses to fairies she deemed worthless, condemning them to death. I was lucky enough to survive. But my poor brother was given Moore's curses from several other fairies, turning into not just a hideous monster, but one of Noctnaria's giant soldiers' slaves!
And what's wrong with that? Every one of those fairies knew exactly what they were signing up for. They volunteered of their own free will to sacrifice their bodies when they were already on the verge of death, so they could save their fellow fairies and help defeat Morgan. I also gave each and every one of them rewards to suit their sacrifice. They weren't being exploited in any way, shape, or form.
Then what about what's underneath the Queen's City? How do you explain that horrible system?
You...
Hear me, everyone! Let me tell you about Queen Mab and Noctnaria's secret betrayal of Britain. You probably all think Queen Mab is dead, but the truth is, she's still alive. Do you know why Edinburgh is known as the Queen's City? It's because Mab transformed her own corpse into that city, where it continues to function today. And for what purpose, you may ask? It disgusts me to say, but I'll power through. Mab planned to consume the bodies of other dead fairies to expand her city and create a stronger version of herself. And the result is Noctnaria. Noctnaria, the corpse golem. I trust you understand now why the landmass in the north never actually grew. It's because it's been 1,500 years since Edinburgh was first made. In all that time, instead of fairy bodies growing Britain's landmass, they all went into the creation of the woman you see before you now. What else could you call that but a betrayal of our land? How dare they call themselves the King Clan? The truth is, Mab and Noctnaria see us British fairies as no more than food for their own consumption.
Betrayal? You have no idea what Mab herself was put through for your sakes. This land can't exist without a fairy strong enough to sustain every other fairy. That's the only reason Mab became a city of all things. Fine, if you want to know the truth so badly, I'll tell you. I'll tell you the reason British fairies are still alive today after being wiped out once before. I'll tell you the truth behind Britain we inherited from Queen
Lady Noctnaria? That's impossible. Why is she coughing up blood? Damn it, somebody stop those insolent bastards already! Why are the guards? What are the guards?
Fucking pussy.
There, you see? Now that her sins have been exposed, they couldn't bear the weight of their shame. Now's your chance, guards. Bring Noctnaria to justice. Don't let the false queen get away with this. We can't let the northern fairy queen of all people take the throne, especially when there's someone else better suited for it.
Artoria!
What the hell do you all think you're doing?
They drank the Grimace Shake. Uther was poisoned during Coronation too, that's right. And she died in Ash's arms, who was Morgan. Ash/Morgan's arms. And it was also said when I was reading back the old 6.2 streams, I noticed they said at one point in one of the fragments, Todorot says that Uther was in love with Ash, and Ash, like, denied it. So it's weird to me how Mab and Uther were then going to get married, even though Todorot said Uther loved Mash. There's some dynamic there I don't understand fully. Yeah, there's still some more context I'm missing. I don't know what's going on here. I mean, I know it's despair, but there's, like, why things are happening the way they are, I don't fully grasp just yet. Quick farming time? Oh, never mind. Where's Da Vinci? Da Vinci. Where's my Da Vinci? There she is. We'll give her, fuck it, we'll give her Black Grail. Go, Da Vinci. Where's Mashu? Mashu! Shielder. There you are. Or you know what? Morgan was just being a tsundere. She loved Uther. Oh, really? And that must have been, I just put it together too at, what was the northern city called that we went to ring the bell? That was all snowy, where we went to get mash as an icicle or popsicle mash. The ghosts that were Orkney, the ghosts that were there were all the people from her story. I don't understand why they were ghosts, I guess. But I remember chat telling me that the Arthur Pendragon that was the ghost of Arthur Pendragon wasn't actually Arthur Pendragon. It was a placeholder. That was Uther, huh? That was Uther, supposedly Morgan/Ash as the ghost on the final wave. And then why the Knights of the Round Table were probably just supposed to represent her, the people that were there with her on the journey, like the Black Knight and the other guys, right? Wireneck, which was Woodwos's. I also didn't realize it at the time, but Wireneck was one of Morgan/Ash's companions on her quest that she was able to trust, and Wireneck's descendant was Woodwos, and that's why she had so much like faith and care and trust in Woodwos, was because Woodwos was the direct descendant of her companion that she was on her journey with. So lots of connection there. They don't straight up spell out for you, that you have to kind of put together yourself. Ash's Round Table Knights, gotcha. Yeah, Nasser did a great job with the... If there's anything I'll say for this Lostbelt so far, the world building, honestly. I mean, obviously Nasu took for fucking ever. You've all seen the picture of Nasu's script for this Lostbelt is literally nine printer paper cartridges high. You've seen the giant script Nasu wrote for this Lostbelt, and he definitely took a ton of time to just like make the world building really good and put... He's like the definition, he put in this Lostbelt the definition of show, not tell. Like, there's so much backstory with Ash's backstory and the history of this Lostbelt that he expects the reader themselves to put together. They never spell it out for you. And I love that. I really appreciate that. I like that in writing. Da Vinci. Ah. Nice. Black Grail Da Vinci do hit hard. Da Vinci. Is there no music? Oh my god. No music. Oh, that is so eerie. Oh. Despair. I realized what was happening as soon as I'd finished drinking the wine in my goblet. No, she drank it!
The wine they were passing out had been poisoned. At least, the wine given to me, the Northern Fairies, and Artoria's group. I'll be fine. I would have kicked the bucket a long time ago if my body couldn't handle a little poison. But I doubt Artoria and Max can say the same. I took a casual look at the back row and saw that none of them had touched their goblets. I don't know why that is. Probably just a coincidence, but at least I knew they were safe. I can't imagine Artoria would have caught on, so it must have been Max's idea to not drink any. The Northern Fairies here are all my long-serving subjects, so their connection to me is strong. They should be able to handle the poison as well as I can, so I'll pretend nothing is wrong and let the coronation proceed. There's no way I'm letting anyone spoil things now. There's no telling when the great calamity could begin. Britain needs a new king as soon as possible. There's no question who tried to poison us, but I guess things just aren't going their way. Sucks to be the...
You can't trust a single word she says. Noctnaria is evil. The Northern Fairies have no place in Britain.
But the second I saw which fairies were raising objections, I knew I was in trouble. The fact that members of my own clan were denouncing me meant that the enemy had prepared much better than I had thought. I felt fine at first, but then I started to grow numb. I could feel my fingers lose their strength, and my throat and organs burning as if on fire. These aren't the only self-proclaimed King Clan fairies denouncing me. Similar denunciations must be taking place all across Britain. My subjects' loyalty to me is both my greatest weapon and my biggest weakness. She's like a god from Lostbelt 4. If her own subjects are going to denounce her and not follow her, she'll lose her power. If I lose their loyalty, I lose the power I shared with them, too. In an instant, I lost over half my power. I could tell as soon as it happened. The poison which I'd been able to shrug off earlier starts to kick in, causing my oldest subjects to collapse. Normally, the guards' spears would only tickle me. Now they pierce my stomach and punch through my back. Oh man, I guess I was more immature than I realized. I must have been so excited about finally getting to wear this dress that I didn't notice until it was too late.
The Child of Prophecy attacked the Cathedral Guards. I knew it. I knew the Child of Prophecy and Noctnaria were in cahoots all along. This is the true face of the Fairy of Paradise and the descendant of the Northern Fairies. What a blood-curdling team they make. This is why we can't trust anyone but British fairies. Quickly, someone get rid of these outsiders once and for... What was that?
Shut up and get out of here, or the next ones roast you alive. Noctnaria! Noctnaria! Oh. There just has to be a CG for this. No, come on, Noctnaria! Don't give up on me! Fuck, man. What's going on? Why doesn't she stop bleeding? Why aren't her wounds closing? What's wrong with you, Noctnaria? These should just be little scratches for you. She's not generating nearly as much magical energy anymore. It's almost like her spirit origin is shrinking. No, wait, is she reverting to a child? Come on, Noctnaria, wake up already! You're going to be queen, right? That's what you've been working towards all this time, right? You're supposed to be looking down your nose at me and laughing like you always do. Come on, you big jerk. Huh? Oh, was I sleeping? Fuck, man. Noctnaria, you're awake! Oh, thank goodness. Hang on, I'll treat you right away. Oh no, that's okay. I'm okay. I'm used to this kind of thing. That's weird. I know your face. I always remembered it when things were hard. You're my rival. Yeah. But I'm sorry. It's strange. I know you, but I don't know your name. I'm not sure what's going on. What is this place? Oh, right. I'm Noctnaria. I have a very important... Huh? What was my duty again? That's weird. I keep forgetting things. Oh, right. It's because I gave it to so many other fairies. I guess I didn't have any intelligence of my own left over. What are you saying, Noctnaria? You gave it all away? Everything? You gave away your magical energy, your miracles, even your intelligence? You used it all up to get here. All for those ungrateful fairies, for this awful Britain. I'm sorry. Please don't cry, stranger. I still know who you are. You were always my guide. As long as I follow your light, I know I can always find my way home. Don't give me that! Come on, cut it out! Besides, we haven't had our rematch yet, right? You still need to fight me. And once you're queen, you're going to have a great romance, right? You haven't even taken the first step yet. Come on, Noctnaria, you can't give up now! Oh, she smiled. That's not true. I beat you there too, stranger. I already had a taste of love. It was really, really lovely. And once this ceremony is done, I'm going to make him mine. It'll be way harder than becoming queen. Oof. Wait, hold on, Noctnaria, don't disappear on me. I told you, you can't give up now. I never would have made it this far if I hadn't met you. If I lose you too, I don't... Liar, you'd never give up that easily. You're too stubborn. Even if you're all alone, I'm sure you'll find your star.
Like to say that, this Lostbelt definitely should have been The Moment a Star is Born. I don't know why they renamed it to A Moment a Planet is Born. There are so many moments in this Lostbelt that make more sense for a star in the title instead of planet.
Even if you're all alone, I'm sure you'll find your star.
The art is way too nice for a mobile game. Yeah. Type Moon goes fucking hard. Type Moon's artists are fantastic.
She's dead.
Well, we are fucked because she was the last person that could take the throne. I took care of the guards who pulled their swords on us. The other spectators all fled. Did Spriggan do this? Nah, he ran off in panic as soon as things started going south. I don't like it. It ain't just arguing I hear out there. Those fairies are killing each other. Who's the only other scheming, maniacal piece of shit person we know? If Spriggan didn't do it. I have some sympathy for Spriggan. As much of a... I don't like Spriggan. I don't think he's a good person. I don't like his character at all. But there is a part of me that feels some amount of sympathy as someone who was ripped away from their world and, like, thrown into this Lostbelt, and he was a slave for, 40 years, right? Before he finally got out of that and then became the person he is. So there's a part of me that has a tiny, incy piece of sympathy for Spriggan as a person. The only person in this entire Lostbelt I have no sympathy for whatsoever is Aurora. Aurora the bitch. Not Oberon. No, Oberon! No. It's even Oberon, I've been sussing Oberon this entire Lostbelt, but I have sympathy for him even then. Like, we witnessed his entire fucking family go up in flames up in the Welsh forest. I felt really bad for him around that time. So even Oberon, as much as I've been sussing him, I feel sympathy for. There's the one person I have no sympathy for in this entire Lostbelt is Aurora. Aurora is hot, though. We can fix her. I don't know. Hot? Yeah, she's a hot dumpster fire. All right. I don't like it. It ain't just arguing I hear out there. Those fairies are killing each other. And here I thought fairies didn't fight if they weren't part of an army. I think the fairies of Salisbury are probably trying to get rid of the northern fairies. I don't know how much of an effect those King Clan fairies' testimony had. But now, I'm afraid Lady Noctnaria isn't here to stop them anymore. Now the southern fairies feel justified in attacking Edinburgh. And the northern fairies who still consider themselves King Clan will fight to avenge Lady Noctnaria's death. The way things are going now, Britain will be consumed in a civil war again. What a terrible waste. Yes. At this point, I just want to know why. Like, what was the plan, man? What the fuck? Why? Why did all this have to happen? Like, there has to be at least some kind of evil scheme that was justified in someone's head. Why? Why did this all have to happen? Yes, this was supposed to be the start of a new era, with a benevolent new king leading the way. Instead, it's just like what happened with the coronation at Londinium. Sorry, but we'll have to pick up this discussion later. With clearer heads, those guards have got the cathedral completely surrounded. We've got to figure out a way out of here before they come for us too. Huh? Why would they come for us next? No, wait, don't tell me they're after Artoria too. Whoever did this just assassinated the Northern Queen who managed to conquer Camelot. I don't know what charges they'll level at me, but I'm definitely next on their list. My guess is some nonsense about me conspiring with Noctnaria to take Britain for myself or something. No, on second thought, I doubt there's a fairy in Britain who isn't already dying to kill me. That ain't it. Whoever poisoned that wine had no idea what the Fairy of Paradise's mission is. If they had, they'd never have killed Noctnaria. She was the only one who could have saved Britain, or rather, its fairies. And now her assassin just killed the last hope they had of survival, which I doubt they even realize. But never mind that. What are you gonna do now, Artoria? You gonna follow Noctnaria to the grave, or are you gonna pick up where you left off? I'm a reasonable guy. Just this once, I'll respect whatever you decide. Where she left off? But her pilgrimage is already over. What is the pilgrimage? Time to spill the beans, Artoria. That's far enough, child of prophecy, foreign mage. Lay down your weapons and surrender. You stand accused of murdering Lady Noctnaria. We've received testimony from many different fairies that you not only interfered with the coronation, you also murdered the guards who tried to stop you. As the head of Salisbury's security, I am placing you under arrest. Arrest? What are you saying, Lady Coral? We obviously caught them red-handed. The Child of Prophecy deceived us, the foreign mage can't be trusted, and Percival of the Round Table Army instigated the whole thing. We can't let them leave here alive. Let's just cut them down and stick their heads on pikes in the town square. That should calm things down. Absolutely not. Testimony alone cannot be taken as facts. They have a right to share their side of the story, and as the Wind Clan, we must strive for impartial... What do you think you're doing? Come on, let's get them. But don't go easy on them just because we outnumber them.
They managed to survive a fight against Morgan. They gotta be tougher than Londinium soldiers. Fight back if you want, but any resistance will be taken as a confession of your guilt. But if the three of you give yourselves up, we'll let the other fairies live. So what'll it be? All of you dead, or just the three of you? Go ahead. The choice is yours.
Attaboy, Ku.
How? This is custom-made mithril armor.
Shut up. We don't have time for this crap.
You just killed Morgar.
If you want to run for it, go right ahead. You seem like a reasonable sort. I don't got any reason to burn you to...
Cuchulainn! You blocked my attack? Of course I did! Such a cowardly sneak attack doesn't hold a candle to the real Lancelot! Melusine, you're here too? Then the one responsible for all this must be... Shut up, Coral. It's not my job to keep you safe. My job is to neutralize the Child of Prophecy and the Chaldeans. You can handle the aftermath how you like, as far as I'm concerned. Turn them into rabbits, strangle them, imprison them, it doesn't matter to me. Oh, but I will say this. I wouldn't go outside for the next few hours if I were you. The city's erupted in fighting. You wouldn't last 2 seconds out there.
And now Lancelot, huh? Just what we needed. We might be able to take her if we can face her together, but... Artori is still in shock. Without her protection, we'd probably lose at least one or two. There is no need for that. I can handle Lancelot myself.
Oh! This is the moment I was waiting for. Remember back in Londinium when he saw Gareth's body, he saw the crack on Gareth's helmet, and he immediately knew that it was fucking Lancelot. He recognized the slash on Gareth's helmet and picked up her spear and said, I'm going to carry Gareth's spear for her and return it to the person who rightfully deserves it. Oh boy, dude.
Go on, everyone. Now's your chance to escape. I'll meet you all in the usual spot outside the city.
Huh? What are you saying, Percival? I only need to take care of the Child of Prophecy and the Chaldeans. You have nothing to do with...
Oh, yes, I do. They're my comrades. I've trusted my life to them in battle, and most of all, they're my friends I admire and respect. I don't care if they're the fairy of paradise or the residents from the outside world, or even if they're from a different world altogether. None of that changes the fact that we've all lived and fought together. These people have done everything they can to follow the path they believe is right and to help their comrades do the same. They've devoted themselves to that purpose, and I'm going to do everything I can to help them. That is what it means to be a knight. That is what a round table signifies. That is what I was taught in this very cathedral. I was raised to become a knight worthy of the Spear of Selection, to be a replacement for the Child of Prophecy if necessary.
That's right. Just because the reasons that brought you children here were tainted doesn't mean your spirits need to be tainted too. I'm so proud of the man you've grown into. That's why I don't want to lose you now. You've already used the Spear of Selection twice. Once 6 years ago, and once against Woodwose. If you use it again,
I don't care. Besides, I still need to repay you for the blow you dealt to Lady Gareth.
Yeah, he knows. Okay, also with what they just said there, pretty significant. He used the selection once a long time ago. They mentioned somewhere a long time ago in this Lostbelt, at some point in this Lostbelt, they mentioned that the Spear of Selection literally consumes the youth of its wielder. At one point, Mash, when she met Percival, said that she had always wanted to meet and speak to Percival because she obviously respects the Knights of the Round Table and had never met Percival before. When she speaks to Percival, she said, weird, Percival isn't really what I thought he'd be like. He really seems like a guy around it feels like I'm talking to someone around my age. My prediction is that Percival here is actually really young. He's still a boy at heart. He's still very young. I don't know how old he is specifically. but he's a young lad still in his body. And because the spear consumes the youth of its user, I'm assuming he used it a long time ago for some reason. It made him older if it consumes the youth. And then when he used it again, I don't know. The perfect mix of twink and daddy? Yeah. So if he uses it one more time, he might be gonzo, or he's gonna be an old man.
I don't care. Besides, I still need to repay you for the blow you dealt to Lady Gareth. Even now, her bravery and spirit live on in this spear. Tamlin Lancelot. If you insist on going by that name even now that Morgan is gone, then I will show you no mercy. If you're going to repeat that terrible mistake, then I'll do everything in my power to correct it.
She actually left.
Phew. Thank goodness. I don't know what we would have done if that hadn't worked.
Did Lancelot really just back down? Did you really just talk her into retreating? We know they're siblings, but...
Yes, my Lancelot is actually much kinder than she seems. I knew there was an excellent chance she'd listen to reason if I made a compelling argument, so I took a calculated risk.
I don't know about you, Senpai, but that seemed more like a harsh scolding than a compelling argument to me.
There's no telling when she might come back, though. Either way, now's our best chance to escape. Come on, Artoria and Max. We've got to find a way through the blockade and get out of this city.
Talk no jutsu works.
Oh, the audio.
All right, final note of section 25.
What a wonderful knight Percival's become. He's honest, gentle, dependable, but I've never seen him so angry. He's actually the one who taught me what it means to be human, now that I think about it. I know what I'm doing is foolish, but I just can't help it. Are those screams coming from around Salisbury? No, it's not just Salisbury. I can hear them from all over. Gloucester, Oxford, Norwich. Are those Moors? They're not just keeping to the forests and ravines, they're coming out of the plains and highways too. No, wait. Fairies are turning into Moors on their own?
Oh, fuck. If the fairies were summoned as quote-unquote servants, if the fairies were summoned as quote-unquote servants by Morgan after they were all killed, what happens to servants? What happens to servants when a master dies, chat? Oh, fuck. I kind of just put that together. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck.
We've just received a wind tiding from Salisbury. Queen Noctnaria has been assassinated. Accusations from the King Clan fairies have stoked resentment against Edinburgh. And now, the northern fairies and upper-class fairies in the castle are fighting amongst themselves.
Those idiots! How could they let themselves be riled up like that without a shred of evidence? Where are they? I'll go silence them myself. You there! Capture the fairies who are spreading the wind tiding. I'll slap them with new administration's first charge of treason.
Emergency! A pack of Moors has appeared within the castle town limits. We've received a ton of incident reports from all over the city. We don't have enough soldiers to handle them all. What would you have us do, Your Excellent Acting Commander Barghest?
Don't call me Your Excellency. It makes me twitch. How could you let the Moors get inside? Hasn't the main gate been repaired by now?
Yes, ma'am, but there's no sign of them having entered from the outside. These Moors have been spontaneously appearing inside the city and making their way outside.
Oh, that's what's happening, dude. Oh my god. With no master, if the fairies of Fairy Britain are all technically servants that were summoned by Morgan, and the chair is how the chair, now I get why the chair was made, because I was like, why, if Morgan was so sure of herself, why would she make the chair in the first place if she knew if she was essentially always going to be alive? She made it so her Fairy Britain could live on. That's why she made the agreement with Noctnaria to make a successor, and that's why she had a successor in place. So if something did happen to her, her Fairy Britain could live on, because if she knows that if there isn't a master to keep the fairies of Fairy Britain all alive as servants, essentially, they're all gonna die and turn into Moors. Oh, this is so fucked.
These Moors have been spontaneously appearing inside the city and making their way outside.
What? What about the Sacred Lance removal?
I'm afraid we haven't heard anything from that team for over an hour. And that's not all. All the fairies inside the castle are experiencing numbers in their lip. Dreamt? But the Moors didn't even touch him. What is that? It's coming from the pit.
Oh no. Oh no. What is that? They're not Moors, they're something more primal, more horrifying.
Acting Commander Barghest. Damn it. Here, give me your hand. We need to get you away from this pit.
Don't worry about me. I can stand on my own. You all need to get away from here. The pit is causing all of these Moors to appear. They'll overrun the castle soon. Get to the plains while you still can. Tell all the other Round Table soldiers as well.
Yes, ma'am. But what about you? If we're going to run, you and the other fairies should come with...
Never mind me, and any fairy who could have gotten away has surely done so by now. Now go on, leave. Forget about Camelot. I'll hold the rear while you make your escape. You only need to worry about survival. Dying out here is not an option.
Yes, ma'am. I know we'll be fine with Tamlin and Barghest protecting us.
They really are good soldiers. Strong, earnest, friendly. The Round Table Army did an excellent job training them. Ugh! My body feels hot. Is that the Moor's poison? No. Wait. This is the curse Queen Morgan was keeping at bay. Now that I'm no longer Gwaine, it's only a matter of time until No, not yet. There are things I need to do first. I have to save as many fairies and humans as I can. I'll defeat the Moors in the castle town myself, or I'll never be able to look the Chaldeans in the eye. That's right. As long as Max and the others are alive, hope is not yet lost. I can still save at least a handful of British fairies by helping them migrate, and I can get Adonis out of Britain. That's the reason I'm still alive. The pit's causing the Moors? Section 26, Terminus. Oh, fuck. I don't know, I'm kind of lost. This is Oberon. Oberon's behind it all. That fucking guy, dude. The BGM changed? Oh yeah, this is the coronation music that I was playing at the start of the stream. Don't sus Oberon. That part right there, that drop is so good. Yeah, this OST is fire. This is all because Oberon couldn't get his girl, man. He was looking for his, what was her name? I don't even remember her name, dude. His imaginary waifu. His imaginary waifu couldn't come real, and so he turned edgy. I don't know. Titania, yeah, Titania. Oh, man. I think I'm on the last mission to Singularity 3, and I'm all out of AP. You're already on Singularity 3, Moe? Nice. How did you like, did you read it all, or are you just skipping through those stories? Those stories aren't that great. You probably don't need to read them. The Dragon Wars, the one with, New Orleans and the Dragon War with, Jalter was where I fell in love with Jalter. So that's like one of the only early stories I actually like. Read through Singularity 2, 'twas very good. Nice, yeah. That was Jalter. The first time Jalter was ever made into a servant, I believe, was that Singularity. That's like the only reason I like it is because of Jalter. Local incel king, ruined for everyone because he could not get girl. I made an alt account just to speedrun the game. Nice. Let's go, baby. Enjoying Singularity 3, but Singularity 2 is better IMO. Yeah, the most everything like up until Camelot, which is Singularity 6, is not that great. So don't expect anything to be super good. But once you get to Camelot, oh my God, Singularity 6, where Nasu took over, chef's kiss. It only gets better from there. What 0 bitches does to a motherfucker? Poor Oberon, man. All right. Section 26, Terminus. Ooh, Berserker. Wait, Castoria. Yeah, we'll just farm this one. Can tell by watching your stream, wondering where the fuck this rating is. Yeah. Chapter 1 to 5 are the better beta versions of the game, yeah. We're safe. We made it. I don't know how we made it. I don't know how, but we made it.
Yeah, the fairies from the north and south were pretty busy fighting each other. No time for us. I figured it'd be easy to get out of here once we have the cathedral guards. We gave the cathedral guards the slip, but it wasn't that simple.
Yikes. They just closed the gates. We got out by the skin of our teeth. Well, wait, Habitrot's still in the pub. Happy Cat! We gotta go back for Happy Cat!
Ain't much we can do for her now that the gates have been closed. No, we're going back. Not unless you plan on approaching from the sky like Lancelot. But don't worry, Habitrot's tougher than she looks, and she's used to this kind of stuff.
Oh, my stream levels are going all over the place. I apologize if the stream's like lagging a bit. Havignon where? Dude, we gotta go back for Happy Cat.
She's probably giving Mike orders and defending the pub even as we speak. We can meet up with her again once everything calms down. And it's not like you're all that close to Habitrot anyway, are you?
Bro, come on.
So don't worry about her too much. She can take care of herself.
I guess you're right.
No! They don't know! They don't know! They don't have the memories! We need to go back!
I'm concerned about Habitrot too, but we got more pressing matters to take care of.
Also, something else that I thought of. Where the fuck's the Black Barrel? The Black Barrel has been missing since Sheffield. I had been thinking at one point that Habitrot might have snatched it, and it all clicked to me when I was reading back the 6.2 stories. That moment where, remember how Habitrot is like referred to as really heavy because Mash picks her up at one point and she's like, wow, you're really heavy, Habitrot. And it's just like, we were just making jokes saying like Habitrot's just really thick. And then Habitrot got on the back of the horse, Redrabit, And Retrobit was like, you are way heavier than you look. You need to get off of me. You cannot ride on my back. Is it because she has the black barrel? Question mark? I think Avatrop might have the black barrel, but we'll see.
Now that there's been suspicion cast on Artoria for the assassination of Noctnaria, I mean, it's only a matter of time now until there's an all-out war between the northern and southern fairies. And since we teamed up with the north, all 6 clans are going to be out for us and the Round Table Army. Percival, you should head back to Londinium now and... Percival? Are you okay? You look really pale. I'm fine. Don't worry about me. I'm just tired. I'd like to think this uproar is confined to Salisbury, but you're right, Lord Muramasa. Time is of the essence. We need to act now before...
Don't be ridiculous. You can hardly even breathe right now. You're not doing anyone else. You're not going anywhere else until you get some medical attention. We'll just have to find you a bed in Gloucester or some other nearby village. We can worry about what to do next after we take care of that.
I guess Artoria pulled herself together a little.
What she said, we need to get you somewhere to rest.
Not just yet. We've got some cleanup to do first. Looks like the Moors overheard the commotion. At least they'll be a lot easier to handle than the riot in Salisbury. Come on, let's take care of them and... Hang on, why are there so many of them? Mash, Da Vinci, grab Percival and get to that forest over there. Hurry! Grimmer, Max, Artoria, get ready to hold them off. We'll keep them busy for 2 minutes, then make a break for the forest yourselves.
It's just thick, having none. All right. Oh, remaining 99. Look at that. Oh, fuck. I misclicked. Hearts, the wink. Wait a second. 4? Oh, wait, what? Huh? Why are there 4? How does that work? Homeboy's gonna be here for the next hour. What the fuck? Why are there 4 on the field? I've never seen that. That's never been a... Is this the first time that's ever happened? Has that ever happened before? I don't think so. That's a thing? 5? You said it goes up to 6? What? Wait, AoE servants just became like way better. What? Like, how do you going against this with like single targets? You're just gonna be here forever. E. It's a new feature from now on. Some nodes will have 6 enemies. That's crazy. I did not know this was a thing at all. Common in challenge quests. Next Halloween, these mob compositions. Even Geronimo can loop. Farming got better for the events too. Yeah, I guess that makes sense because if there's more enemies, it's more hits. So you refund more NP, right? 6 enemy waves in farming is not nearly as common though. Okay. Crazy how Kava can just cast a domain expansion. Moe, once you get to Kama's story, Kama's story is part of the canon main storyline, but it was an event that they like plugged in. It's technically Lostbelt 3.5 was like an event that becomes a canon story that you can do later on. It's unlocked fully, even though it was like a limited time event at the time. Her story is actually really good. I think you'll enjoy it. Main interlude, yeah, that's what it's called.
That was crazy. Don't tell me Moors are overrunning all of Britain now.
I'm sorry. I should have been the one to fight.
Never mind all that, just shut up and eat this. It's some of my best dried fruit. It'll help you recover some of your strength.
Thank you, Artoria. You really are the child of prophecy. You're one of the strongest, most honest people I've ever met. I knew I was right to wait for you, to believe that you'd come.
Whoa, there's a ton of Moors all over the highway, too. What the hell's going on here? How can we get anywhere like this?
Grimmer! Hey, you two there. How are things looking outside the cities? That bad, huh? Then, I guess it's finally begun.
Grimmer?
We're not going to Gloucester or Londinium. There are Moors popping up all over the island, and every city has shut its gates. What's worse, all the fairies who were overcome with fear in all this mess are turning into Moors now all on their own. Nowhere in Britain is safe anymore. This is the beginning of the Great Calamity. We're fucked. And this great calamity is what is going to swallow up the earth. This is what we came here to stop in this Lostbelt. We came to this Lostbelt to stop something that was literally going to make this Lostbelt literally collapse in on itself like a fucking black hole. And I think that's what this great calamity is. Oh, fuck. The Great Calamity? Already? On an entire separate note, damn, ReZero took a lot out of FGO. They're just similarities. Oh, fuck. This was written, I don't know timeline-wise when they're written either, but just for reference, this was written 2 years ago, technically, because this story came out on Japan's server in 2020, summer of 2021, I believe, right, chat? And it just came out in summer of 2023 for English, because the English server is 2 years behind the JP server. That's why everyone, or I don't want to spoil it because you're on your way, Moe, but there's a certain big story that a lot of people compare the Final Singularity to, media-wise, and the reason is because that story, the Final Singularity, actually came out like 2 years before the big media property came out that like came out in the US, and a lot of people say that like that media property like copied FGO. No one in chat say it because I don't want Moe's currently experiencing FGO for the first time. The Final Singularity goes fucking hard though. Afraid so. Don't forget, Morgan's been waiting on it all this time. Don't think she knew what form it would take, though. A great calamity's kind of like pus that builds up in Britain over the course of a millennium. Massive death throes become magical energy that spills throughout the Isle, and the calamity that catches that magical energy grows huge as a result. Hang on, run all that by me again? A great calamity is kind of like pus that builds up in Britain over the course of a millennium. Massive death throes become magical energy that spill throughout the Isle, and the calamity that catches that magical energy grows huge as a result. That's how great calamities happen. And they're gonna keep happening as long as Britain's around. It almost sounds like bloodletting. A way of, well,
letting out the bad blood that's built up in the land's veins. So, what kind of calamity absorbed that blood this time, Grimmer? Can you tell?
Yeah, I can. Well, more that I already know. I couldn't tell while Morgan was still alive, but now that she's gone, I've got a good handle on what this calamity is. The thing that's been smoldering away in that pit for centuries is about to come out and say hello. That thing is basically why I was sent here in the first place, although I get the feeling there's more to it than just that.
How so? Does this have something to do with the red and black calamities the prophecy mentions?
Castoria, you spill the beans, Artoria! From what Gary and Frecky have been smelling, there's signs of more than one calamity on the way. But those two calamities aren't my area, so I don't know what they are.
Wait a moment, did you just say signs? Then does that mean the calamities still haven't begun in earnest? If that's true, then the thing at the bottom of the pit, the one Ash said would destroy all of Britain if it woke up, is still asleep. And that means...
We can hit it now, while we've still got a chance? Exactly. You're a quick one, Missy. But to do that, we're gonna need the Fairy of Paradise's help. The old god of wisdom is telling me we're gonna need her to put that thing at the bottom of the pit, the one that awaits at the pilgrimage's end, to sleep. Unfortunately, he didn't offer a lot of specifics. I still don't know what exactly that thing is, for example. Artoria, I think it's time you told us about your pilgrimage's final destination. About the Fairy of Paradise's true purpose.
Artoria? I'm guessing it's probably...
I've been guessing all this time. I think it's to ensure... It might be to ensure that the calamity actually wipes out fucking everything.
It's...
Ah, come on! Come on, bro!
Gah, talk about the worst possible timing. Can't they tell we're busy here? Never mind all that. Never mind that call, Artoria. Go on. What were you gonna say? Huh?
No, wait, hang on. That was a call. Chaldea just called us.
That's right. Don't you see, Da Vinci? We're getting a transmission. Our electronic devices used to be inoperable here, but now they're working again. Well, damn, don't I look like a fool now? Hello? Hello? Mashi Mash? This is Codename Watson. Do you read me, Chaldea?
Loud and clear, Miss Watson. This is 221B Baker Street. What are these code names? The last carrier pigeon message we received is 4 days old at this point, so I'm afraid we're not entirely clear on your situation. But permit me to summarize ours. About 1 hour ago, the border's various systems began coming back online, including the systems that would previously shut down if we'd so much as approached the Isle. At the moment, our electricity is being provided by the steam generator while we perform maintenance on all parts of the ship. We can also tell from our radar that a dense magical energy contamination has settled all over Britain. It is too soon for this to be more than conjecture, but I believe we can say Britain has begun its collapse. It was the Isle of Britain itself that rejected proper human history, and therefore, the storm border. With Britain losing its power, we too can now intervene in matters more directly.
Then you mean the border's back up and running?
Naturally, Mr. Max. Which is why I would like all of you to return, post haste. The professor still has yet to recover fully, I'm afraid. So we'll need your help to put together a navigational program that will let us maneuver through Britain's dense magical energy, Da Vinci. Once you have all returned to the storm border, it should be ready to begin operations in approximately 6 hours.
Come on, Da Vinci, what are we waiting for?
Right, with the storm border on our side, we can definitely handle the pit. No, we can face any calamity that comes at us. We can heal Percival in no time, too.
Thank you. I truly appreciate your kindness, but I have to refuse. Please, just leave me here. Time is of the essence, right? I couldn't live with myself if I slowed you all down.
Don't be ridiculous, Percival! I can carry you, no problem. You won't slow us down at all. Right, Da Vinci? Only if we don't run into any more packs of Moors, and unfortunately, the odds of that are pretty low. Percival, it's only a matter of time until Moors show up here, too. If we leave you here alone, we'll basically be leaving you to your death. But you knew that, didn't you? Even though you said you consider Artoria, Mash, and Max friends?
Yes. I know this is very selfish of me, but...
Gotcha. Well, if you're that committed, I guess there's nothing more to say. Da Vinci!
You're gonna pick him up on your arms, aren't you?
So instead of saying anything, we're just gonna bring you with us whether you like it or not. Isn't that right, Redrabit? Yeah, I know you're hiding over there.
Redrabit's still here. Even though you were Aurora's fairy?
So you already knew, huh? So much for waiting for the perfect time to surprise you.
Redra, what are you doing here? No way, were you tailing us?
Well, yes, I was under orders to follow you and report back on your whereabouts.
Oh.
But no more, I quit. I quit all sorts of things. Guess this means I'm out of a job now. At any rate, I overheard the whole thing from behind that tree. It sounds to me like you all need a carriage, and one that verges on unsafely fast at that. One pulled by the fastest fairy horse in all of Fairy Britain, who can keep galloping non-stop until we reach our destination.
Let's go, Redrabit the Giga Chad. I quit, fuck Aurora, yeah. Let's go, Redrabit.
That makes 70. Pathetic. I can't believe I'm already so exhausted. My body is burning up. My horns feel like they're about to burst. What's going on? The more I defeat, the more of them there are. It's as though my exhaustion keeps growing. I can't seem to think straight. There's no end to them. They're just gonna keep coming. But I must keep them away from the Round Table Army. Survivors outside the castle. Have at you, Moors!
Are we gonna play as her? Oh my god, I'm so totally grailing. I'm so totally grailing Barghest after this, man. Where's Gareth's Grail? I don't know how much use I'd actually get out of Gareth though. Would I grail Gareth for love? Sure, but I don't know how much I'd actually use her as a single target lancer. I do love Gareth though. Gareth deserves all the head pats in the world. What are the stats she has? Increase max HP for yourself when attacked, Omen, and the Beast's Curse. Increase attack and NP gauge for yourself when enemy is defeated. She had that buff before, I think, or she did something when an enemy was defeated. Was it always called Beast's Curse? I don't remember that name before. Does she have an AoE? I think it is. To all enemies, yeah. Increase max HP. She goated. It used to heal on kills, gotcha. This quest is basically telling you she's a... Oh my god, her NP's so sick. Oh my god, I love her. Go, Barghest, go! Buster looping for real, yes. Solo Buster looping. She actually is crazy. Let's see her. I want to see her extra attack again. Reminds me of Gil. Salter's buff? Yeah, straight up. You're right. You're actually 100% correct. Oh no! Barghest ouchie sprite. Wait, what's the beast's curse? Because I was trying to figure out like why because I still don't truly know what the Tamlin name means and why they were given the names. And it seems like a way for Morgan to tame what they were before, right? Because the only one who like truly was a monster that I can see is Melusine. She was like the dragon, right? And giving her the name was a way for her to like, she explained it as like the way, she made it sound like giving, Melusine was like the only one that really said in dialogue that giving her the Tamlin name made her weaker than her other self. She said like when she doesn't have the Tamlin Lancelot name, she's actually a lot stronger, which is insane because with the Tamlin Lancelot name, she's already regarded as like the strongest being in fucking Britain or the strongest knight in Britain. And so taking off the name, she's even stronger. Knowing that, I wonder, I don't have a lot of history on like what the other ones were. Tristan, and I mean, Tristan was like a normal fairy that would always die, and I believe she was given the Tamlin name by Morgan to make her like terrible, and to make her, she like convinced her to go out and like torture other fairies because that was her only way that she wouldn't end up dying, because her predecessor, I went back and read that. I was confused about it originally, but it sounds like my interpretation of it was Tristan's predecessor, Tristan's original, or sorry, I should say Balbon is how you pronounce it, right? Balbon was the original fairy that thanked Ash the Savior. She was the only fairy in all of Fairy Britain that ever thanked Ash the Savior. So Morgan had a soft spot for her. And because she was so kind, she was constantly killed and belittled and taken advantage of over and over and over and over again. Every time she died, her predecessor, or the child, right, of that fairy would come back, and it would happen again. And she would come back and happen again. And she would come back and it would happen again. And so I think Morgan finally said, all right, the next time I'm going to revive you, and this time I'm going to give you the name Tamlin Tristan. And I believe she wanted Tristan to go out and not be kind, to be the opposite of what she was, because hopefully this time it'll mean that you won't die and be taken advantage of by other fairies, right? I believe that's what her backstory was. Barghest, I still don't fully know. I know that she would always consume. She was the first one out of all three of them that we really got, so it's been a while since her backstory. I'm trying to remember. She would always consume her love. She would fall in love with her lovers and then constantly consume the ones she loved. And if my interpretation of her story was correct, she got the I don't know if she, I don't know how she came into contact with Morgan or how that happened. I think it was after the Bug War, right? She went against the Caterpillar War 100 years ago. And after slaughtering all the bug fairies, Morgan made her Tamlin Gwaine. And she was the first Tamlin knight, right? Maybe? I can't remember. I don't know the timeline. Anyway. Gwaine's, I think, is the one I'm least understanding at the moment. Morgan had Fae eyes. Balbon is the one and only fairy that thanked her wholly, purely meaning it. Oh, okay. Thank you, Ismadir. For Tristan, it was to save her. Barghest and Melusines were a seal, though. I think Gwaine is a seal. Tristan was to save, and Melusine was to nerf. Oh. Okay. We'll see. Surely we get more of her backstory here, though. I'm just trying to make sure I can comprehend it fully. Because it sounds like it almost made it sound like in the backstory of Barghest, they never outright said it. I'm trying to figure out if this was the case, though. I don't know if Barghest willingly took on the Tamlin name, though, to make sure that she wouldn't eat, like, her next lover, or she wouldn't, like, consume her next lover. I don't know if that was a thing or not, or if she still continued to do that afterwards. I'm not sure. I don't know. I don't know. It almost made it sound like it was a deal, like, she made with Morgan to, like, seal away her true self, like you were saying. It will be explained. Okay, for the other two.
What's going on? Everything looks red. Did some Moor's poison get in my eyes? I can barely see. It may as well be a nightmare. There. That was the last of them. It wasn't easy, but at least the Round Table army should be safe. I'm sorry I wasn't strong enough. I'm sorry I told you to escape this way. But what other way was there? If you'd stayed inside, none of you would have survived there either. Maybe I should have just eaten them all. The weak can be food for the strong, so the strong can protect the weak. That's right. Even if Britain is reaching its end, there's still someone I want to protect. That one human. I have to go. I'm sorry I can't rest in peace here with you all. I have to get to Manchester. I'm its lord. I have to protect the people there.
Please don't tell me she's gonna have to eat her husband, dude. That's gonna be way too sad. Oh! Run, Adonis! I forgot his name. Also, I wanted to say Adonis is a name from an actual legend. Adonis mythology. Let me Google this real quick. Her husband's name is an actual name from actual mythology. In Greek mythology, Adonis was the mortal lover of goddess Aphrodite and Persephone, who was famous for having achieved immortality. He was widely considered to be the ideal of male beauty in classic antiquity. I just thought this was relevant because Nasu loves history. Nasu does his fucking research. Knowing this entire Lostbelt was written by Nasu, I don't think it's a coincidence that Barghest's husband is named Adonis. The myth goes that Adonis was gored by a wild boar during a hunting trip and died in Aphrodite's arms as she wept. His blood mingled with her tears and became the anemone flower. I probably butchered that. Aphrodite declared the Adonia festival to commemorate his tragic death, which was celebrated by women every year in midsummer. Midsummer Night Dream, question mark. During this festival, Greek women would plant gardens of Adonis, small pots containing fast-growing plants, which they would set on top of their houses in the hot sun. The plants would sprout, but soon wither and die. Then, the women would mourn the death of Adonis, tearing their clothes and beating their breasts in public display of grief. What? The Greeks considered Adonis's cult to be Near Eastern origin. Adonis's name comes from a word meaning lord, and most modern scholars consider the story of Aphrodite and Adonis to be delivered from Levantine version of the earlier Mesopotamian myth of Ishtar. Wait a second. In late 19th and 20th century scholarship of religion, Adonis was widely seen as a prime example of anyways. I don't know if the actual story is going to connect, but I do find it very interesting that the names are paralleled there, and I don't think that's a coincidence. Aphrodite equals Ishtar equals Venus. Oh yeah, because the gods are connected, huh? He's all over the place. Aren't all the servants named for mythology? Yeah, Adonis as a character is just a normal human in this Lostbelt, though. Like, he's not supposed to be a servant. I just thought the names were... I think it's supposed to be more of a poetic reason why Adonis's name is Adonis. I don't think he's the actual Adonis. I'm just saying, I think poetically that's the... I don't think it's a coincidence that Nasu chose Barghest's husband's name to be Adonis. I think it's supposed to be a poetic coinky-dink, you know what I mean? It's also the name of a gay bar in my city. Let's go. Oh, my nose is stuffy. All right, fucking Spriggan, what are you doing, you fucking coward?
Damn it! There are Moors everywhere. They must be the same predatory type we saw in Norwich. Hurry! I don't care if you grind the wheels into dust. Just make sure we reach Norwich by nightfall. But Lord Spriggan, what about the soldiers we left outside Salisbury? Don't say it. Believe me, I hate to lose soldiers like that after everything I invested in training them.
Dude, I hate this fucking scumbag so much. He doesn't even value their lives, dude. He looks at them as tools.
But we're helpless against so many Moors. Armed or not, humans can only do so much. We need the Fang clan to handle a threat this large.
Again, remember when we said the Fang clan were Fairy Britain's greatest defense against the Moors? What happened to the Fang clan, chat? Stares in Muryan.
Not that they've been any help, since there's no sign of them ever since we left for Gloucester. Then, what's the point of running back?
Oh wait, you say, not that they've been any help since there's been no sign of them ever since they left for Gloucester.
Then what's the point in running back to Norwich? Shouldn't we cooperate with the Northern Fairies again to... Why do you think I'm exercising my last resort? Any chance of an alliance with the North died with Noctnaria. Damn it. Of course I was going to have her assassinated eventually, but there's a time and place for these things. Why did she kill Noctnaria now instead of waiting until after the damn Great Calamity? Morgan's history proves beyond a doubt that the fairies need a king to keep them in line. What in the world was she thinking? No, don't tell me she wasn't thinking at all? Fucking...
That's what I was saying. I was like, what is the plan here? Fucking Aurora. What were your goals and ambitions? I don't understand. Why did you do the things you did, Aurora? Spriggan even says she wasn't thinking at all.
She didn't give a single thought to the future. Didn't have any designs on rising to power nor the desire to run this country her own way. She didn't think about any of that. She killed Noctnaria solely because she didn't like her. I can't believe it.
So is this just the fairy nature? This is the fairy nature I mentioned at the start of the stream? I don't know if I like that. I kind of hate that. Because every other She really is just like that. Every other fairy up until this point, I mentioned at the start of my stream that the way Morgan went out, the reason it sat so untightly with me, and the reason I hated it so much, not from like a writing perspective, the reason why it sat so wrong in my gut was because I saw so many people in chat blaming it on the fairies and saying like, this is just how fairies are, like all fairies need to burn and die. But how Morgan went out, I don't blame on fairy nature, because you see the exact same similarities in human history. They were acting like humans, straight up. And even with Muryan and the Fang clan, Koyanskaya even compared what Muryan was doing to humans. She said that in dialogue, and so I don't know. It's all Aurora's fault anyway. Fuck it. Let's just keep going.
I can't believe it. How in the world did that monster survive for 2,000 years with such an empty head?
Humans aren't that bad. You're right. Oh, what's this? Was it all Aurora all along? Because I wanted to say it earlier, how there was, if you remember, back in, when someone in chat mentioned, they were like, wasn't Uther poisoned as well? He was. Uther was poisoned at the coronation ceremony 2,000 years ago. Please don't tell me Aurora poisoned Uther as well. Oh my fucking god. How did Morgan appoint her head of a clan?
Don't trust the Northern Fairies. Noctnaria was a calamity. Salisbury is Lady Aurora's city. We'll protect it ourselves. Have any fairies been infected with Mor's poison? Let us know before it gets worse, and we'll treat you right away. It's dangerous outside. Don't let the humans out of the city. They're our property. Anyone who tries to open the gate is a traitor. If you see anyone trying it, say something. Conduct yourselves in a manner befitting the clans. Lady Aurora will save us. Long live Lady Aurora! Long live Lady Aurora! Long live Lady Aurora! Long live
Lady Aurora.
Oh, good. I'm so glad to see the night passed without incident. And I'm especially glad things have calmed down outside. Here, Coral, come join me for a cup of morning tea. Lady Aurora, I'm afraid I can't agree about the night passing without incident. There are so many fairy corpses on the streets that we're having trouble disposing of them, especially since we can't take them outside the gates closed. And then, there are the northern fairies. Oh yes, it's very sad how things turned out for them. Not only is Noctnaria dead, but now everyone knows Edinburgh's secret. What happened to the northern fairies who were here in this Salisbury? They collapsed immediately after Lady Noctnaria's death. We took the ones who are still breathing to the rearing house and are keeping them under close watch. The rearing house? Since when have we had a rearing house? You ordered it built 16 years ago to raise human children. 16 years ago, huh? What's a rearing house specifically? I don't even know. Rearing house. The place where oh, it's like a farm. A rearing house is a place where silkworms are reared to produce cocoons. The cocoon quality and so it's like the farm, essentially. It's like a human farm. Okay. Yeah, Castoria's age. Also, I bet that's the same age as Percival, because we know Percival was born and raised in Salisbury, right? And remember how Mash was saying, it's weird, Percival kind of seems around my age. He's 16 years old.
You ordered it, and this fucking spear, the spear of selection, is literally consuming his youth, and that's why he looks older. You ordered it built 16 years ago to raise human children. It's been abandoned for 6 years now, so I took the liberty of repurposing it. Oh yes, that darling little house. I always did like it, and it turned out so wonderfully adorable. But, you know, now what was his name again? Well, ever since I cast out that gray-haired human boy, I haven't quite been able to bring myself to visit again. Oh, I thought you had forgotten all about him, Lady Aurora. May I ask why you cast him out? What do you mean? He grew up after using the spear only once, remember? And he couldn't become the child of prophecy once he looked grown up, right? He was human, after all. Is she actually just that? Wait. And he couldn't become... She just cast him out because he didn't look like a child anymore? Right. Of course. Was I wrong to reopen the rearing house? Oh no, Coral. It was a wonderful idea. That building is fully equipped for pest control. It's perfect for the injured northern fairies. A wave of my finger will send them all to their eternal rest. But never mind them. Has the Child of Prophecy's gang been captured yet? I can't believe they'd stoop so low as to kill Noctnaria just because they'd lost the competition. We'll have to make sure the Child of Prophecy is brought to justice for the abominable crime. That child ain't childing. Just get rid of him. Oh, man. We'll have to make sure the Child of Prophecy is brought to justice for this abominable crime. The foreign mage is just as culpable, but I'm sure the Child of Prophecy must have tricked him into helping her. I will have to ask that his sentence be lighter. He won't be able to tell me all about the outside world if he's dead. Doesn't that sound lovely, Coral? I wonder what the the world outside Britain is like. Chat! Aurora wants to make us her pet. Yay! She actually is just... I can't believe it. I actually refuse to believe it. I was expecting this whole time, like, Aurora to be, like, putting on this front of, like, kind of appearing like a nice, dumb airhead, and then, like, scheming behind the lines and, like, doing terrible, horrible things behind the lines this entire time. It actually seems like she's actually just that dumb. Like, I can't wrap my head around her. Is she actually an evil genius, or is she just so fucking stupid and we overestimated her? Oh, she's not dumb, she's pure. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, chat. Remember how I kept comparing everything the fairies that have done up until this point to humans? The only other time I had been shown the true innocence of fairies was all the way back at the beginning of this Lostbelt in the woods of Cornwall. In the woods of Cornwall, when the fairies saw us as a human, they started doing the crazy shit where they were like, oh, I can't wait to play with him. I'm gonna dress him up, comb his hair, cut off his arm, gouge out his eyes, skin him alive. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be fun. And I'm like, okay, this Lostbelt is setting up fairies to be innocent creatures purely to the word, so innocent that they don't understand right from wrong. They don't understand. They have no concept of morals. I didn't see that at all this entire Lostbelt again until now. Aurora is that innocent fairy. But why has this Lostbelt been like so devoid of it up until now? She doesn't give a shit to do anything helpful. Yeah. Teehee, doesn't that sound lovely, Coral? I wonder what the world outside Britain is like. Humans made everything in that world, and so many different kinds of humans at that. I'm sure it must be simply overflowing with wonders that would make your eyes pop out of your head. Lady Aurora, I'm afraid now is not the time for that. The number of Moors outside this city has continued to grow, and fairies from nearby villages have been pounding on our gates asking to be let in. There are even some fairies here in Salisbury who have been showing signs of Moor's disease.
We need to increase our shelter capacity immediately. Once we open the gates and let the refugees in, we'll need to open the cathedral doors as well. We can't possibly tend to them all ourselves.
Dude, Coral's the true savior.
So we'll also have the request.
Can we stuff Coral in the shadow border? She might be kind of bitchy about it, but she'll get over it. Fairy logic ain't something you should try understanding. Yeah, I guess you're right. Coral is love, Coral is life. I've seen some really good art of Coral too that is fucking adorable. Maybe I can try to find it. I know I saved it. I bookmarked it somewhere. I thought it was fucking adorable. It's Coral in an office outfit because she's kind of like Aurora's secretary, right? But it's, I don't know if any of you guys in chat have seen it. Let me try to scroll up in my bookmarks and see if I can find it. Here it is. I found it. Here, look how adorable this is. It's like Secretary Coral, and she fucking found there's a coral Dojin she found, and she's like blushing. This is the Coral we need, man. Can we bring her back to Chaldea, please? Coral in Chaldea, please. Hot girlfriend. I need that to be a reality, man.
So, we'll just have to request aid from the humans in Gloucester or Londini. Why bother? Just leave the gates closed. Oh, and do have the human guards dispose of the fairies with Morse disease, won't you? That's the whole reason we've been raising humans in the first place. Lady Aurora, what are you saying? I know humans are lower life forms, but they still feel. It seems far too cruel to have them put down their own friends and neighbors. And what about the refugees outside? How are we? Oh, don't worry about them. They're very strong, or they wouldn't have chosen to live in their dingy forests instead of my lovely city. I'm sure they'll find some way to get through this. We will just focus on keeping Salisbury safe. Time will take care of everything, Coral. And we have to do it. All we have to do is stay calm and wait. So, you're not gonna do anything? You just want us to remain here in the bell tower where it's safe? Now, Coral, don't be difficult. I'd hate to have to strip you of those pretty wings. Like I did to Haliboromia. You remember him, right?
Oh! Halibrom, I remember that name. He was the dude. He was the wing fairy that had no wings in the fucking, the first forest we were at. Oh, bruh. Like I did to Haliboromia. You remember him, right? He was always arguing with me with his silly little logic. You're not like him, right? You're a smart girl who understands my feelings. That's exactly why I know you'll continue working for me for the rest of your days. I'm surprised you remember that. It's only because, Kiko, it's only because I was rereading a bunch of the old chapters this week, and I did go back all the way because I wanted to see. I thought I remembered the only fairies that actually freaked out in that forest were Fang Clan fairies, and most of them probably did freak out on each other, but specifically the only fairies that actually had any dialogue about killing us was Fang Clan fairies. They were silhouettes of Fang Clan fairies, and so I went back to that chapter and reread it because I was curious. I was curious to test that theory, and I mean, I'm not going to go too much further into that because it doesn't matter in the long run. But Yeah, I went back and reread that chapter, and I remember the name Halabaromia. That was the elf-like fairy, the one with the pointy ears that had no wings, was back there, and he must have originally been a Wind Clan fairy, and they did mention, because they thought we were a Wind Clan fairy originally that must have had our wings plucked like he did, and that's how that all comes back around. Run, Coral, run! I know, we can fit 500 fairies on our shadow border, right? I think they said 500 fairies. We need Coral. Please. Happy Cat and Coral are my only wishes. Please. Please. We need Happy Cat. Happy Cat's still in that city, man.
And that's all we know. We only have the wind tiding to go on, so we don't have any more details. But it looks like the coronation at Salisbury was interrupted. The Child of Prophecy killed Lady Noctnaria, and mass quantities of Moors have been appearing all around Britain. They also said the Moor's poison has been seeping out of the pit, and that all of Camelot subsumed in a black fog.
Wait a second. I just realized too, so it's going around that the Child of Prophecy killed Lady Noctnaria. When Aurora did her wind tiding and was announcing everything, the truth of what Morgan did 2,000 years ago, she also said Morgan killed Uther, which we know was also false. I think, dude, Aurora killed Uther, I think. I think Aurora poisoned Uther, and then she just lied later on. Oh my fucking god. She lied twice! She did it 2 times! 3, take it or leave it. Chat. Strawberry Pocky. It's time. How we're 3 hours in. It's time for the Pocky. I don't know how much longer we're gonna go. We might go until the end of this node or not. Or when's, chat, do you know when a good like halfway point is in 6.3? I need a good halfway point that's like also a cliffhanger if we can. We can go a little further than halfway if we want. Like if there's a better stopping point after, if there's a better stopping point after the halfway point, that's fine too. Or if it's a little before, that's fine. I don't know where we are at the moment. We're at section 26 currently, I think? Or is it 27? I don't even know. I can't open it, dude. A section, moment a planet is born. That's a section? Or that, well, of course that's gotta be a name. That's the name of the fucking Lostbelt. I would assume that'd be like the final one though. 27, you think? Okay. So the end of 27. When you go north. Oh, snap. Also, oh, you just reminded me, Ismanir. When I was going back and I read what the Mir clan said, they specifically said when we were up there originally and we were learning about Melusine's backstory and we were up there with Koyanskaya, at one point they said around in that muddy lake where Melusine crawled out of, they said, I can't remember what they said specifically. They said something about its connection to Avalon. And I was like, oh, dude. Oh, shit. Didn't they call it like the entrance to Avalon or something? They said something about Avalon being like connected to that mud. Should be fine with stopping after section 27. Okay. Albion tried to go back to Avalon but failed. Yeah, I heard when I was listening to the FGO podcast I listened to their review and thoughts on Lostbelt 6.2 and was listening along as they were talking about it. And specifically at one point they joked and said, in proper human history, we never truly get to see the Albion under the clock tower, but they assume that it's like the corpse of Albion is like still trying to dig a hole like all the way to Albion, like through the Earth's crust. And I was like, what? That put a weird image in my head, but I assume the same thing is true of this Lostbelt, so. On to my last beer, 'tis a Sag night. 3 cheers for Moe's last beer. Well, it was trying to get... I know Albion, the final dragon, was trying to get back to Avalon, but it failed. And that's why it lives on our surface, right? All right.
But it looks like the coronation at Salisbury was interrupted. The child of prophecy killed Lady Noctnaria, and mass quantities of Moors have been appearing all around Britain. I see. It seems the great calamity has begun then, but this changes nothing for Gloucester. As long as fairies vow to abide by Gloucester's way of doing things. That is, to have fun above all else, regardless of clan affiliation, then offer refuge to anyone who asks. My Fae domain is still alive and well. No Moors will be making their way into Gloucester. Although, there isn't anything we can do for fairies within Gloucester who spontaneously turn into Moors. We'll just have to have the Fang clan mercenaries dispose of them.
Does she know?
No, on second thought, send them out to rescue fairies stranded in nearby villages. The Fang clan has some resistance to Moor's poison that...
Oh my god, she actually is just... Her mind is broken.
The Fang clan has more resistance to Moor's poison than the other clans. That's why they were able to kill the Moor's king. So if the only problem is an explosion of Moors, the Fang clan should be able to handle it. What we need to prepare for is the calamity afterwards, that fog or whatever it is coming from the pit. Even though Morgan is gone now, the system she created is still rock solid. Camelot has always held the Fang clan in reserve for situations like this. As long as we use them properly, we have nothing to fear from the calamity. Lady Muryan? The Fang clan is, well... What are you still doing here? I thought I gave you an order. I'm going to keep studying the pit. I'm finally getting to the truth of it. There are passages in the documents Morgan hid away about Britain's origins, Cernunnos, and the first prophecy. If I can decipher them, I'll know what the Great Calamity really is. Whatever's trying to destroy our Britain. I swear to reveal it, or I'm not the head of the Wing Clan and Lord of Gloucester. Yes, Lady Muryan. It's no wonder you're Britain's wisest, fairest ruler. We Gloucesterians are proud to have you as a leader. Don't worry, we'll take care of the city. No, this is no time to take a breather. There is not a moment to spare here. I need to find the answer before Koyanskaya gets back, or I won't be able to call myself her friend. I knew it. Koyanskaya told me about these beings called gods, and it looks like there was one here in Britain too. Cernunnos, the god of beasts and islands who parted the seas. That must be the god at the bottom of the pit. The real question is, why did this god disappear? What did the 6 clans wish for? But most of all, what made this world go down a different route than proper human history in the first place? I'm so close to the answer now, I can almost taste it. 14,000 years ago, an invader that fell to the planet from a shooting star.
Wait. Oh my god. Oh my god. It is Phoenix Stella. Oh my god. Oh my god. I was so preoccupied with what Morgan was doing to this Lostbelt, I never even considered. I'm trying to think back to when Artoria, when the true OG Artoria was like talking back and forth with, oh my god, I should have went back and read those. When the true OG Artoria was talking to Castoria, I'm trying to think if Excalibur was ever mentioned in those memories. That's the truth of this Lostbelt, how this Lostbelt came to be, I think. The true nature of Excalibur was the fairies created Excalibur to destroy the White Titan that came to Earth to destroy the Earth. And it was also connected, like, FGO players should know this because they went over the history in Lostbelt 5. So it makes sense that the Lostbelt right after would, like, go over this history as well, because if FGO players have been paying attention, you know the history. Excalibur was never created by the fairies. That might have been the sin. The original sin of the 6 clan fairies might have been either they stopped or refused to create Excalibur. And because they didn't create Excalibur, the White Titan wiped out the entire fucking planet. And that's why it was an ocean. FGO players with FGO lore? Yeah, no. All I know, I've never played Extella, to be fair with everyone here. I've never played Extella. All I know is what Lostbelt 5 told us, because Lostbelt 5 told us the Greek gods were... how Lostbelt 5 happened, where the Greek gods were able to repel the White Titan themselves, and so the Greek gods became the new rulers of the Earth. Whereas in proper human history, the Greek gods were gone by that time, or wiped out, right? And then the fairies from the other side of the world created Excalibur. Excalibur was wielded by an unknown person. They never say who it was. A lot of people, I remember chat joking, saying it was like Caveman Artoria. But it was never said who this mysterious person was. We just know they were listed as a human, wields Excalibur, and defeats the White Titan, the White Ruin. And the White Ruin... Dude, we still know nothing about that. It'd be crazy if the Cosmos and the Lostbelt timeline, or the whole reason for Cosmos and the Lostbelt loops around to what the fuck the White Titan is, because we still know nothing about the White Titan. The White Titan came here, this is what gave it away right here. An invader that fell to the planet from a shooting star. That's the White Titan, comes down and wants to destroy all civilization. Similar to what was the guy in what was the guy from Lostbelt 2? The fire giant? Schutner, yeah. Similar to Schutner, that's how I imagined it in my head, was the White Titan literally, like... I don't know if the White Titan had a sword. I remember they had images in Lostbelt 5, but I imagine similar to Schutner, they were going to literally smash the Earth with one blow, and that one blow would destroy all civilization on the entire planet. And that's must have been, the fairies didn't create Excalibur. And so the White Titan succeeded in its goal, and that's how this Lostbelt started. When the Titan ain't tightening.
14,000 years ago, an invader that fell to this planet from a shooting star. And then the fairies. No, that can't be right, but it's the only explanation. Then we brought this on ourselves? No. A fairy's sins are their own. You can't punish children for their parents' sins. And besides, if this really is true, then the pit existing makes sense. It isn't a god trying to destroy us, but the Isle of Britain itself.
Oh, it's him! Oh!
Congratulations, Muryan. You got it. And thank you for getting rid of the Fang clan. By the way, that made it so much easier for the calamity to spread unchecked. Had the Fang clan still been around, they'd have kept killing enough Moors that the Great Calamity would never show up.
Sad for spoiler though, yeah. I've had it spoiled for me who this is, unfortunately. I've seen his third ascension, so it's spoiled for me. This would be pretty cool to be unspoiled by, though, but unfortunately the internet exists, and for a story to be out for 2 years and me not see that third ascension would be a pretty rare thing. It's a new servant, Pog! So, who was it that we defeated? Oh, it was Pepe. What were Pepe's last words to us, too? Pepe said specifically, even after you defeat Morgan, do not let your guard down. There's a much more evil, older enemy that you still have to face, I think is what he said specifically, right? Or something like that. Why didn't you commit and went into the internet for 2 years, dude? Yeah, sorry. This time, I'm going all out. The more calamities, the better. Thanks again for doing your part to end things. Again, chat, even though I've seen his third ascension, I know who this is. Do not spoil me on the context of it, because I still don't know how. I still don't know why. I'll just say it. This is Oberon. How he's alive, and why he is the way he is, and what his goals are and ambitions are, I'm still spoiler free on. I just know it's him because I've seen the third ascension art. That's it. That's the only thing I know, is what he looks like in the third ascension. Everything else, I'm spoiler free on. So I still am excited to see like how this pans out. This time, I'm going all out. The more calamities, the better. Thanks again for doing your part to end things. Besides, you got your revenge, and you learned the truth about Britain. You did everything you wanted, yes? No regrets? Then it's time to pack it in. No, Muryan, ouchie sprite! It's you. Yes, that's right. Oh, and before you go, permit me one final confession. I'm sorry for sicing the Fang clan on the... I'm sorry for sicking the Fang clan on the Wind clan all those years ago. No! No! Oh! No! Oh, he played her, dude. Oh my, I hate him. I hate him. I hate him, chat. No, he is not the homie. He is not the homie. What's up, Jason? Muryan has evolved into a donut, dude, just like Da Vinci. I honestly didn't have any real reason. I was just in a bad mood that day. Terribly sorry. What do you mean Oberon is bro? He was just in a bad mood, dude. Oh, fuck. And I wanted to point out, too, I never pointed this out. I was reading back the notes on my own time. There's this specific thing where they say you're next multiple times in the history. Right here. 6,000, or Fae era 6,000. The southern fairies emerge victorious, annihilating the northern fairies entirely. The myriad of corpses of the innocent northern Fae mutter, "You're next." And then they say it again later. Where is it? Right here. His success, one of the great calamities, a war between the king of the Moors and the High Queen's army ensues. Wireneck, one of Morgan's retainers since the Fae era, dies. His successor, Woodwose, defeats the king. The fallen king is said to have laid a curse upon the Fang clan. You're next. What is that all about? You're next, huh? And the Fang clan were the next to die, too. They all died, so yeah, it means they all die, but like, what's the like context behind it, though? It seems to do, it might have a lot to do with Mr. Oberon there. What's going on with him? All right. Next. You're next. This is all because he couldn't find Titania. Who's Oberon? They just died because they were killed. Thank you, Kiko.
It's been a day and a half since I started galloping along the coastline. We should be at the western shore soon. Incidentally, I've started to lose all feeling in my forelegs. My hind legs too, for that matter. To be perfectly blunt, I'm afraid any more running could endanger my life. My life as a Fae racehorse, that is.
You ran yourself that ragged for us? Retrobit, you goddamn fool. Teary-eyed.
Not at all. Even putting my legs aside, the wagon wheels are about 20 seconds from falling off. Are you all ready to run to the ocean as soon as you're out of the carriage? I see a whole mess of Moors over on the shore. I never did figure out what exactly propeller humming history was all about.
Never change, Redra, you old bastard.
But I suspect it means you are all brave warriors destined to truly save Britain. It's been an honor to accompany you on your journey. All right, this is as far as I go. Take care, everyone!
Redra, the true goat of this Lostbelt, man.
Thanks, Redra. You've been the best damn horse I ever seen. Come on, Grimmer. It's our turn now. Let's clear him a path.
Redra ran so fast, he's basically on broken legs. Holy fuck, dude. The absolute goat. I'm trying to get through this fast. We farming. We ball. You. Dude, this OST goes so hard. I wasn't expecting any more map themes, man. That kind of surprised me. Where's the sister? You. We have 500 spaces for board to get Redra. You're right! Fun fact, the horse wasn't on the script, but Lostbelt was so big that Nasu just had some way to make us move on from place to place fast. That's awesome. There's one more map theme. Oh boy. You're all gonna die screaming. Uh-oh. Moors D, Moors C, Moors A, Moors B, large Moors. Nice. Look at what, dude. I still can't get over the fact that there's fucking more than 3 enemies on the screen right now. Geronimo can loopless. Let's go. Wait, what cutscene are you talking about, Tip? Len off screen. Wait, what is this? Oh, is this something? This is something Nasu wrote for Redra's like mental as he was running. Oh, this happens off camera. Right after this happens. I run. I'm shocked at my vigor, even as the world crumbles all around me. Take care of the prophesized child. Protect her at all times. And if you would tell me at the end of each day how her journey has been, I can't join you given my position. But if anything happens, I'd like to at least be there with you in spirit. I was proud to do that at first, but over time, I began to vaguely understand the consequence of her request. Still, I kept sending the reports and was ordered to avoid joining the battlefield. Then, one day, while I was far away at Oxford, I saw flames rising over Londinium. There was nothing I could do to atone. I wasn't responsible to begin with. The Queen's army might really have attacked. That's what I told myself. If only we had a chance to teach Londinium its place. The Round Table Liberation Army, please. As if those defects from the factory could ever stand beside us, the chosen humans. Try as I might, I couldn't forget the voices of the humans in Salisbury, nor those of the fairies egging them on. When I saw the embers of Londinium, my hind legs went numb. I would never run freely again. Silently, I accepted that fact. So, that's all. Redrabit was a spy for Aurora, and what became of Londinium was because of him, essentially. To begin with, the state of fairydom was too difficult for me. I should have been born in a world where I could exercise my talents more purely as I pleased. A life without words, without prejudice, without conflict. I wished I had been a creature of the wild, racing through the meadows, dashing like the wind, galloping like a beast. That was all I ever wanted. But that humble goal was dashed to cinders when I saw the fire. Yet, I gained one last chance. They told me it was do or die, so I trampled the earth with all my might. It hurt. My flesh and spirit screamed at me. What's the point after all this? I had no words to give. I didn't deserve to mourn that brave, gallant girl knight. Gareth. All I could do was smile bitterly. There wasn't a point. If there was no point, then all I had to do was think what to do next. I ran and ran. The pain was fierce, but so was my joy. While the world crumbled around me, I was freer than I had ever been in my life. A Fae horse's life is over if it breaks a leg. The pain was so intense that it tore my soul apart. For a day and a half, I pulled that carriage like there was no tomorrow. I knew my legs would give out soon anyway. I turned my pain into joy and ran. I ran just to deliver them to that coast. I ran not to hide my hope, but to create it. No matter how corrupt it was, this world had given birth to me, raised me, and taught me joy. I sprinted across the land of Britain I so loved. When the carriage collapsed, I cut loose the harness and dashed for the woods alone. As I ran, I could hear my body being mangled. What a blessing this is. What grace I was given. To be happy until my final moment. To be like the wind until the very end. Damn, dude. The best possible horse you could ever ask for. Oh, man, and that's not in the story? Oh, man, I guess it was Nasu's worst enemy truly is deadlines, man. Yeah, that's terrible. I might have actually teared up on that, dude, if that was actually in-game with music and everything. Oh, man. I imagine it probably wasn't necessarily cut. It might have been, like, deadlines. Or maybe it was, I don't know. I don't know the ins and out of it, but... God damn. Thanks for sharing that. That was good. Wait. Ah, damn. I'm not gonna be able to, or no, I have plug suit. We might be all right. Not enough quest arrow. Remain 6 enemies. That's I still can't get over how crazy that is. Gotta go to bed. It's 4 in the morning for you. All right, Merlin, peace out. We will be streaming more tomorrow, so I hope you can catch the actual final stream of Lostbelt 6. Thanks for hanging. You'll watch the VOD. Gotcha. Have a good one. Thanks for hanging. Have a good night. Stand back, Artoria. Retrofit is the real child of prophecy. Are you gonna stream the same time tomorrow? I don't know. We can do like a little earlier in the afternoon if that works for more people. I don't know. The reason why I streamed at this time today was because I figured I normally don't stream at like normal times PST. I normally stream at like 5 a.m., 6 a.m., right? Which is like really weird times for my time zone at least. I wanted to stream in like the afternoon, or I guess it was like more towards the night. We started at like 9 p.m. around this time to try to let more people come out, or people come out that normally can't catch my streams, but I don't know. We'll see. It'll definitely be sometime tomorrow. I just don't know when exactly. Just finished Septum, very sad. Oh my goodness. Everyone's freaking out. Oh, we're back. We actually made it. Is Septum the Roman one? Roma? Yeah, it is, isn't it? Yeah. Septum. That part at the end is constantly made fun of, Moe, where, who is it that just shows up out of nowhere? Fucking, Attila the Hun. The fucking... Septum is Rome, where she just... Altera literally shows up out of nowhere, and we're like, what are you doing? Suddenly, civilization. Yeah, we're like, what? I don't know. Septum's, I'd probably say, out of all the part 1 stories, Moe, Septum's probably the weakest out of all of them. So you've at least got the weakest one out of the way. I think they only get, like, slightly better from there. Oh, is Okeanos next? Okeanos is the next one? Okeanos is all right. There's a very cool... There's some... Just like how in Orleans, you had the moment with Mozart, with MASH, where Mozart was, like, telling MASH what it means to be human. You have another moment like that with Orleans that's, like, huge character growth moment for MASH that's going to be, like, important later. So you have that to look forward to, at least. Yeah, Okeanos is all right. I think Okeanos is one of the stronger ones of part 1. It was pretty whatever, but I enjoyed the interactions with Nero. Yeah, I mean, Umu. Anything with Nero is indeed Umu. Ah, yeah. All right, it's good to be back. Wow, I've never seen the command room so frantic.
Congratulations on a job well done, Max. Good to see you safe and sound. This place seems to be seriously bad news. Our sensors are detecting a positively absurd magical energy signal. According to Shiba, we only have a few hours until the collapse begins. I wish I could give you all time to take a breather in your quarters. I really do. But can you tell me more about what is going on here before I have an aneurysm? But first, roll call. That must be Artoria, the King Arthur of Fairy Britain. That must be Percival of the Round Table Army. That's obviously Cuchulainn. And that must be Senji Muramasa, the alter ego disciple of the foreign god. Excellent! I can see they're all just as capable and dependable as I thought. Having them on board should give us the edge we need. Guten Tag, denizens of the land of the Fae. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. I am Gordolf Music, Director of Chaldea and Commander of the Border. Given the circumstances, I see no point in discriminating between those of you from proper human history and those of you from the Lostbelt. Since we're all in the same very rapidly sinking boat, I hope I can count on your help in resolving this unprecedented crisis. By the way, how come there are so many... How come there are so few of you? Didn't Da Vinci's reports mention at least a few others?
Gareth and Oberon didn't make it. Habitrot's still back at Salisbury.
What? How about the Northern Fairies, then? Didn't you have a mad match with Maeve look-alike where you became mad friends?
Noctnaria passed away during her coronation.
Oh, I see. Then her death can't have been a peaceful one. What a terrible shame. Well, we can't count on help from those who have already passed on, and there's no point in dwelling on it. All right, let me tell you what the situation is here. We've begun our water takeoff sequence, but it's going to be several hours yet before we can leave. Technical advisor, I need you on the computer room yesterday. Nemo Professor needs your help. Mash, see that our two guests are well tended to. No, wait, take Percival to the infirmary first. He's not looking so good. Muramasa, Grimmer, now that you're on board my ship, you'll be treated like any other Chaldean servant. Captain Nemo here will brief you on the plan of attack. As for you, Max. I see you're just in a sorry state as ever, but that's nothing new for you by now, is it? First, I want you to get yourself checked over to the infirmary, then use our precious few spare command spells to replenish yours. After that, you're to return here and brief myself and the administrative advisor on every place you visited in Britain. As you know, we'll be going in there ourselves in the storm border in just a few hours. So we're going to need all the information you can give us on the land of the Fae and who live in it. Yes, sir. Good. It's been a day and a half since our last transmission, so if we leave in 6 hours, that will be about 2 days. I don't see the entire world ending in 2 days, so we should still have plenty of time, I think. Nonetheless, this is going to be a fearsome battle, so to make sure you're all well rested and ready for anything.
I still don't get, why is this Lostbelt so slow? Time-wise, I don't get that either. 2 hours into the emergency meeting.
I see. Very well. I believe I now have a firm grasp on what has transpired since our last communication. I appreciate your attention to detail, Mr. Max. With your information, I know what we need to do, though whether we can do it is another matter entirely. Oh, so what is it we should do then? Broadly speaking, we have 2 goals. The first is to prevent Britain from collapsing. That will require us to investigate the pit, stop the calamity, and wipe out the Moors that have sprung up all over Britain. And the second is acquiring the divine construct. We came very close on the latter, but it seems we were thwarted at the last moment. Yes, the sacred lance that was supposed to be sent from Camelot. I don't blame the Round Table army for this, but I still can't help but wonder if they could have finished just a day sooner, damn it. How about that? Grimmer, could we see you here for a moment?
What's up? Got a question for me?
I do, yes. It pertains to the divine construct. We thought we could achieve that goal by seizing one of the Camelot's sacred lances. But according to Mr. Max, you seemed to be a bit put off when that topic came up before. May I ask why that is?
Awesome. I don't know if a sacred lance made by Morgan is something we can actually use ourselves. But even if we can't, it'll be an invaluable divine construct just as a reference. Thanks again, Percival.
Damn, you got a mind like a steel trap, don't you, Max? Yeah, that's right. You guys are barking up the wrong tree. Taking one of Camelot's sacred lances for yourself doesn't mean you'll automatically be able to fit it to this ship. Divine constructs are closely tied to their wielder. You might be able to create one, but you having the right to actually use it isn't the same thing. Until you guys get back what you at Chaldea know, what all of proper human history lost when the world was wiped clean, you'll never be granted a divine construct of your own. Qualified? We lost something during the Bleached Earth phenomenon?
It can't be, but no, it's the only logical explanation. So that's why we have to come to this Lostbelt. And Miss Sion sent us here because she knew about it.
We lost something with the Pruned Earth phenomenon? It was Rogue Remember how I said Going into this Lostbelt, I said Rogue Demiliad also does the same thing as a Lostbelt. It pins the texture to the earth, and we read about that. I thought that was so cool how Garden of Avalon linked to it, because Garden of Avalon explains that. Huh. I'm sure that's connected. That's exactly what he's talking about. I think I just don't fully understand the context. Because are there technically like two lances? There's technically the lance that pins the texture in place, and then that's the actual lance. And then is the other lance just like a projection, the one that is used as a weapon? I'm not sure. I don't know.
Ah, alert, alert! There's been a change in Central Britain's gravity.
Huh?
Whoa, it's as strong as the foreign god's pseudo-black hole.
Uh-oh.
Something really gross is emerging from there. I don't even want to look at it. You think that's bad? I'm seeing fire spreading all over Britain. Looks like it started in the northwestern part of the Isle. A whole tsunami of fiery wind is blowing across all of Britain from Manchester.
A change in the pit's gravity? Fire broke out in Manchester.
Keep it together. Keep it together. Gather as much detailed information as you can. I also want to see those phenomenon for myself. Point the ultra-long-range lens we used in Atlantis at the Central Britain. I'm trying, but we can't see a thing out there. It's as dark as the bottom of the ocean out there. But we're still positive about what's going on. Then it looks like we'll have to go see what's going on for ourselves. Any word from the professor? How much longer until the navigation program is done? She said it's already done. She just needs 30 more minutes to test it out before it's deployed. It's good to have Da Vinci back. That's 3 hours sooner than I expected. Gordoff, Holmes, the ship is ready for battle. Max, would you bring up Mash and Artoria Caster up here? We don't have a single second to spare. I hate to do this, but it looks like we won't have any time for a test drive before we head out.
Fuck, doing that voice hurts my throat.
Okay, that should handle your minor injuries, and I also gave you a stimulant. But are you sure you don't want to try the recovery pod? It might not help you recover completely, but it should at least give you a little more energy.
Thank you for your help, Da Vinci, but yes, I'm sure. I'll wait until after the great calamity has been dealt with. If I get into that bed, I'll be unconscious for several days, right? I'm the commander of the Round Table Army, and that's time I can't afford to lose. Even if I can't be of much help, I still want to see what becomes of Britain. And besides, how could I ever face my soldiers if I told them that while Britain faced this crisis, I was asleep?
Castoria.
Besides, there's something I need to tell you too, Artoria. I was hoping to keep this to myself, but I can't do that now that I blabbed about it back at the cathedral.
This is about you being a substitute child of prophecy, isn't it? Is that why you're in such poor health right now? From what I've gathered, it was Aurora who took you in, and those other human children in, just after you were born. Woodwose was the one who saw you had the talent at the rearing house, and Lancelot taught you how to use a sword. I'm guessing the purpose behind all that was to create their own child of prophecy?
That's right. After Ainzel's prophecy became known, a number of different measures were taken in response to the child of prophecy. The Queen's army captured all fairies who had just been born. Some villages hid next-generation fairies who met the description. And some villages raised them in secret. The Lord of Salisbury's idea was this. If we don't know where the child of prophecy will appear, we can just prepare our own in the meantime.
So that's why you and those other human children were taken in and raised to be warriors. You were meant to serve as the child of prophecy in case the real one didn't appear 16 years later.
True. That may have been one of their reasons.
So, what happened afterwards?
Lord Woodwose determined that I had the most potential out of all the candidates. What's more, Salisbury possessed one of the weapons Ash the Savior used to save Britain in the Fae era. This spear. The Spear of Selection. However, Ash had placed a seal on the spear that prevented any sinner from using it. In practice, that meant only humans could ever touch the spear, let alone wield it.
So that's why they used human children, even if they're not as strong as fairies. They could use the Spear of Selection. And that was the bar that had to be met to call oneself the Child of Prophecy.
That's right. Then, when I was 10 years old, I succeeded at drawing out the Spear of Selection's power. I think it chose me, that it wanted me to use it to kill wicked fairies. I'm sure I heard a voice say something like that in my head. That was also when the Mir clan disappeared from Britain. The day the Spear of Selection chose me was also the day she went to the Lake District on our Lord's orders.
Oh, I knew it. Oh, fuck. That's what that memory was that we keep seeing of Percival, of poor Lancelot crying in the rain. She was ordered by Aurora to kill all of the Mir clan, and I bet she didn't even want to, but because she feels like she owes Aurora a debt, she did it anyway.
Huh? Hang on, that doesn't make any sense. The Mir clan disappeared 6 years ago, right? But you're...
The Spear of Selection uses its wielder's life force to generate its true power. I'm sorry, Artoria. The truth is, I'm 16 years old too.
Called that one too.
I was 10 when the Spear of Selection chose me, and I aged 10 years as a result. That's why I have the body.
Oh, wait.
Oh, I have the body of a 26-year-old. No, I was right.
Her face. Oh, fuck, dude.
That's why you didn't age anymore the second time you used it. You couldn't age more. Does that mean the only reason you're still alive now is...
Yes. I must have been born stronger than other humans.
He's over his age limit. Humans in this Lostbelt only live 30 years, right? Their expiration date is 30 years. He's past it, I think.
Does that mean the only reason you're still alive now is...
Yes. I must have been born stronger than other humans. I guess Lord Woodwose did choose me well, huh? That's why I owe you an apology, Artoria. I was raised to be a substitute for you. No, to be a threat to you. But instead of coming clean about that, I began an organization meant to support you. I used your name without permission, just so I could put the Round Table Army together for my own selfish reasons. I have no right to speak about peace in Britain, but I went around preaching it all the same.
That's not true at all. You didn't do this for yourself. You never did. Even now, you're...
She has Fae eyes, she knows.
You're forcing yourself into action just to save Melusine.
Oh, bro. Maybe he... Dude, oh. Maybe... He must know. He's gotta know. I bet that night, that rainy night, where Melusine was crying in the rain, and he was chosen by the Spear of Selection, and he went to talk to Melusine, I bet Melusine told him the truth. I bet Melusine told him how she was ordered by Aurora to wipe out the Mir clan, and that's how Percival learned the truth about Aurora and how fucked up she really was. And I bet when he grabbed Gareth's spear and said, I'm planning on using this spear to return it to the person who deserves it most, it's probably Aurora. Oh, dude, that's gonna be good. I think he's planning on killing Aurora to save Melusine. Oh my god. Oh, fuck. The writing, bro, it's so good. It's getting hot in my room.
Attention, Stormborder! This ship is now battle ready. We've detected a powerful gravitational fluctuation in central Britain. Holmes believes this is the start of Britain's collapse. In 30 minutes, we will transition to flight mode and attempt to enter British airspace ourselves. All hands to the bridge! All hands to the bridge! I repeat, the ship is now...
Looks like that's all we've got time for now. That's all we've got time. Looks like that's all we've got time for now. That's a weird sentence. I'm heading to the computer room. What about you two?
I'll go to the bridge too. I may be an imposter, but I still called myself a Knight of the Round Table. If nothing else, I want to honor my companions who lost their lives on the battlefield by seeing for myself what becomes of Britain. My own wish may be nothing to speak about, but I can at least honor theirs. A future where humans and fairies can coexist in peace.
Oh! How did that... Bro, we were gone for a few hours. Camelot's not even there anymore. Holy fuck. Yeah, no, Kiko. This is just sad, man. The potato's still there. Yeah, on the bright side, the potato's still there. Let's go. The potato, the immortal. No, they don't deserve it, man. What about poor little fucking, where's, Habitrot, Habby Cat, Habby Cat. Burn it all. I'm still saying it. I think I'm still holding true to my theory that I genuinely believe, not all of it, because Aurora was the only 2 times I think I've seen true fairy innocent nature come out is Aurora, of course. By now, I thought she was some scheming villain this entire time. But the truth is, she was just acting as an innocent fairy. Like, she literally knew, she was just acting on her desires. Like, she didn't even think about the consequences at all. And at the very beginning, all the way back at Cornwall. And what's Oberon's deal? I wonder if remember my original prediction about what Oberon was? I thought he was like the king of Cornwall, or they also talk about the king of the Moors, or I don't know what the fuck Oberon is, and I'm so interested to find out, because they say there's so many different things he could be. The king of Cornwall, but the king of Cornwall was eaten by... I think the king of Cornwall was eaten by Barghest. Right there, the Caterpillar War. Tamlin Gwaine is appointed. Foul Weather, the Lord of Cornwall, perishes, and Foul Weather was eaten by Gwaine, if I remember correctly, right? Because she even had a buff at one point. She had a buff when we were fighting her at one point that was called Foul Weather, and that's because she ate Foul Weather. But remember that night. I still think it's really significant that night. Remember when Oberon, back at the Welsh Forest, after the Welsh Forest was on fire, Oberon left to mourn all his lost bug fairy friends, right? And I genuinely felt sad for him there. I think that's the only time I have felt bad for Oberon, was that one moment when he went to go mourn those fairies. I did feel bad. But remember, the knight that was leaving the Welsh Forest ends up getting consumed by, like, the ground, as if literally the dead fairies in the ground were, like, reaching at him or something like that. and he recognized who it was and was like, "You're supposed to be dead. And then like the name was all blurred out. And that had to have been Oberon because he had literally just left from the camp. That was like foreshadowing. What does it all mean, bro? Okay, let's get this started. Oh, we're not even on section 27 yet. Oh, boy. Yeah, the Mir Clan guy Morgan summoned, yeah. He recognized who it was. Oh, wait. I don't know. Wait. The Mir clans can all predict the future, too. Right? Maybe that's why he recognized them, and that wasn't because of the past. I don't know. Huh. Only Einzel? Really? Because I remember the Mir Clan Ghost. Didn't the Mir Clan Ghost say all Mir Clan fairies know the future, all Mir Clan fairies know when they're gonna die? So that really doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Morgan gave that Mir Clan memories? Fairy memories? I don't know. We'll keep going. We'll get to the bottom of it eventually.
What the devil is going on here? It's only been a day and a half.
That's what I said. I was like, dude, the whole fucking island's on fire. It's only been a few hours.
How is all of Britain burning in only a day and a half? I mean, I knew Moors were bad news, but this is unbelievable.
No, Moors, don't use fire. Something else did this.
This has got to be the Red Calamity. Looks like the fire's coming from Manchester. Isn't that where we made the promise with Barghest?
Yeah, that's Barghest's domain.
That we'd help some fairies migrate to proper human history if things went belly up?
That's right, Barghest told me about that. She said she'd already talked to Manchester's residents about the prospects of migrating outside of Britain, and that they all love the idea.
Then we need to hurry there now. Can we stop by Manchester first then? That's where we're heading. We need to find out what's causing this fire anyway. It'll be something of a detour, but it shouldn't affect our entry route into the pit. How are things on your end, Da Vinci?
All systems green. We're making good time at 60 knots, or 111 kilometers per hour. You want to head to Manchester, right? I was just thinking we should make that our first stop, too. We have to keep our promise to Barghest, after all. We should be there in 10 minutes, but it's surrounded by a massive fire. At least the fairies inside should be safe. The town's ramparts ought to keep the fire out. We'll have to move the fairies into the storm border all at once, since there won't be any time to guide them one at a time. So Max, I'd like you and Mash to head there ahead of us and let them know we're coming. I'll send the shadow border down to the surface as soon as they arrive in Manchester's airspace. It'll land automatically, but you still need a driver to get there. Can you do that, Manair?
Sure thing. Guess I'm the only one who can, since Chubby's gotta stay here as the commander. I'm impressed you accepted that so readily, Manair, but I suppose you are the border's longest-serving pilot. Oh, well, yeah, pretty much. Besides, I've had it easy up until now.
Great. Okay, I'm counting on you guys to round everyone up and fill them in.
Got it. Will do. Just be ready to welcome them aboard. God, the animation for this would be so sick. Literally launching out of the shadow border. Ah, we're falling! Man, I feel like a paratrooper. Da Vinci thought of an autopilot mode for everything. Scanning for hostile entities. Good, no more's nearby. Outside temperature is 1,000 degrees Celsius? Well, that's like running around inside a forest fire. Make sure your mystic code's on good and secure, Max. All right, full speed ahead to Manchester. Let's go! Mario. His name isn't Manair, it's Mario. He said, let's go! We're here. Open the hatch. We're heading out. Huh? Manair, the hatch is still locked. We need you to... I'm sorry, I can't. You can't go out there right now. Damn it. What the hell's going on here?
You guys said Manchester was supposed to be this quaint, idyllic town, right? So, what the hell am I looking at? Meneer, what are you talking about? Mesh, come look at the monitor. What's going on? Oh, are those? They're corpses. A goddamn mountain of corpses. And not just fairies, humans too. And they didn't die in the fire. The human corpses are all torn apart. It looks like by fangs. And the fairies were hacked to bits with swords. Which means the humans were eaten alive. The fairies were all cut down. There's the bug fairy. Remember how I said, I feel like it was never mentioned, but I feel like Gawain might have saved some of the fairies from the Welsh forest, because I don't know why else they would be here. It's never said though, so I guess it's just left up to our imagination.
Help! Help! She's gonna kill me! She's gonna kill me! Something's wrong with Lady Barghest! I don't want to die! I don't want to die! She said we would all survive! She said Chaldea would keep us safe, even if the great calamity struck here! No! I don't want to die anymore! I hate fire! I hate nights! Help! Help! Save me, Oberon!
It is. Oh man, that's so sad. It is. Barghest took in some of the fairies from the Welsh forest because she specifically called out Oberon's name right there. She's from the Welsh forest.
I don't want to be born just to be killed all over again!
Final Ascension Barghest.
Barghest? That's Barghest? She doesn't look anything like how you described her in your reports. Did she do this to Manchester? I've got to get out there. I can't go outside. It's too dangerous.
Bullshit, we gotta get out there.
Max, get back here, you idiot.
Oh wait, we can actually go out? What? That was a choice? Barghest, tell us what happened here.
Dea, you're here, just like you promised. But you can't be here. Leave. Go away. You need to escape. Britain's fairies are. It's all my fault. I should have known better. Master, quick, get back inside the shadow border. It's not safe out here.
Oh, that's cool. This was an actual choice.
Oh! Dear God, she just kicked the shadow border like it was a goddamn football. Get the border out of here, Meneer. That's the magical eater Da Vinci wrote about in her reports. She's sucking up Senpai's life force. I'm trying, but the steering wheel's not... Huh? Hang on. She's going away on her own. Guess she's not too interested in us anymore. She's heading outside the city, I think towards Gloucester? And she's not alone. There's a bunch of black, dog-like creatures following her. She's got them all lined up in procession. It's like watching some twisted real-life Pied Piper of Hamelin. Is that
The Black Calamity?
Barghest? Why?
Choosing the second interaction, or choosing the second option skips that interaction? Interesting. Bro. What the hell, bro?
I've got the Shadow Border safely stowed away. Are you guys ready to head to the pit now? Wait, we actually... No, I mean, I guess that was it. We just went there to search for survivors, and there was just no survivors. That was actually it. Wow. Fuck, man. I mean, we still have so much more to go. At this point in time in the story, I don't know if I place this Lostbelt above Lostbelt 5. It's just sad. Like, this Lostbelt, like, there hasn't been, like, I think the only two, like, triumphant, awesome moments I remember were the end of 6.1 with Mash on the docks against the Calamity of Norwich. And then the fight against Woodwose was really hyped, too. I think those are the only two moments that were, like, really fucking awesome this Lostbelt. Everything else has just been sad. Like, everything else is just sad. LB7's better, yep. Oh, man. Like, it's just sad, man. It's really good writing. Like, I give props to Nasu on the world building. I would say this Lostbelt's world building has definitely been the best out of every Lostbelt. That is for sure. I don't think anyone can argue against that. The world building of this Lostbelt was fantastic, but the story was just sad. It's just sad. That's why it's everyone's fave? I don't know.
Yes, Manchester has been completely destroyed. Given what has become of Barghest, and the fact that she is now leading a procession of black dogs, I believe it would be the best to refer to her as the calamity of the beast from here on. Regardless, that we could...
Okay, the wording, I don't think we should call her calamity of the beast because she's... Is she necessarily a beast? Or are they just using that wording because she's like doggo beast? Calamity of the beast.
Regardless, though, we could take her on now. I agree that we should make our way towards the pit first. I trust there are no objections.
Wait a second. Oberon convinced Koyanskaya to stay in this Lostbelt for a particular reason, too. What's that all about? This scheming little motherfucker. She's not in the beast class. She's a lowercase beast, doggo beast. This isn't even the saddest Lostbelt? Oh no, bro. It's written like high fantasy Shakespearean tragedy, which I love a ton. Makes sense. Oberon was also Shakespeare. Not beast like Gadia, beast as in furry. Beast as in doggo. I feel like they should have called her something else then. I don't know if I like the wording of Calamity of the Beast because it's a bit misleading then, but oh well.
I trust there are no objections. Hey, come on, just cause it's true doesn't mean you gotta be so blunt about it. She might have been our enemy, but Barghest was one of the few fairies in Fairy Britain who...
It's okay. I'm not sure why Barghest slaughtered all of Manchester, but whatever the reason, it's no surprise. It's no surprise she became a Moors after doing something so horrific. I have no problem calling her a calamity now.
We still don't know the full history, I don't think, between Castoria and Barghest either, because I assume Barghest was the one that destroyed her village along with Woodwose, right? In Tintagel? When they were searching for the Child of Prophecy? But she constantly calls Barghest Baggy as if she's like a long-lost friend. So I don't think that has ever been explained. So there might be more context here we'll get later on. I have no problem calling her a calamity now.
Okay, if you're sure. Just don't push yourself too hard, okay, Artoria?
In any case, we still have to fight Barghest eventually, since she's the source of the fire spreading all over Britain. The walled cities are still holding out, but the fire's completely devastated the forests and plains. It also looks like smoke from the fires gathering in the sky and forming thunderclouds. She's consuming the lightning they generate as her primary food source.
What? That's fucking insane. The smoke from the fire is gathering in the sky and forming thunderclouds. She's consuming the lightning they generate as her primary food source.
Her magical energy grows with every step she takes. We are going to have to stop her before she becomes a literal unstoppable monster.
Even so, we need to check on the pit first. There's both a red calamity and a black calamity, right? We can't go to war until we know the enemy's strength. Luckily, the calamity of the beast is still moving slowly. She seems to be heading towards Oxford right now, but at this pace, it'll take her a good 4 to 5 hours to get out there. That should give us enough time to come up with a plan of attack. Got it, Artoria and Max? Nod. Do we really have to defeat her? Is there no other way?
No, there isn't. There's no getting the old Barghest back now. I hate to admit it, but I only now figured out why she was gifted her name. It was to prevent her from becoming that. But now, because I defeated Gwaine, there was nothing to stop it anymore. The Black Dogs, the curse the Moors King put on the Fang clan.
Oh, you're next.
Maybe Barghest always knew she was going to become a calamity from the day she was born. That must be why she was so hard on herself, why she strived to be a model knight.
Ah, what is that? What is that? Oh gods, it's gross. I don't want to look at it anymore. Stop that, Lookout. What are you talking about? You can see the pit, can't you? Save the whining later and put it on the monitor now. Our primary objective is to acquire the Sacred Lance at Camelot, whether we can use it or not. So we need to get a handle on what's going on at the pit as soon as possible. Yes, sir. Putting it up on the monitor now.
There it is. I've known this was coming for a while. What is that?
The big fluff. The black mist seeping in from the pit is actually so severely multi-layered The black mist seeping from the pit is actually severely multi-layered curse contamination. Whatever you do, don't touch it. It'll make you go insane and rot your entire body. Although, whoa, this is amazing. The inside of the pit is almost like a whole nother dimension. Every signal I fire at it just disappears. It's basically a cursed, bottomless pit. No, never mind that pit itself now. That's the real problem. What are you doing, data collection? Get your work already.
I'm trying, but I can't. I can't get a read on this magical energy or its spirit origin. I'm not even getting any real numbers for its mass or volume. Even when I compare it against the pit itself, just the part we're seeing here is showing up as over 2 kilometers long. Whatever it is, it's impossibly big. There's no other creature like this. Not even the deepest ocean trenches can compare to it.
Grimmer, is that the same god that was present during Britain's genesis?
Yep, that's Cernunnos, the beast god. In Celtic mythology, it's the king of beasts. And the one who knows hell itself. Here, it's the being responsible for Britain's creation. That thing is why the old god of wisdom chose me to come here as his vessel. That said, he didn't mention how much it's changed. If this is his idea of a joke, I ain't laughing.
Wait, what did he say specifically?
That thing is why the old god of wisdom,
who's Thor's dad? Odin?
that thing is why Odin chose me to come here as his vessel. That thing's way too big for anyone, human or fairy, to do something about.
Holy shit.
That's thumbnail material right there. Ah! It's so fluffy. I recognize that creature. That's the creature from the mural.
Is this really happening? Please tell me this is just a bad dream. Zeus, I can understand. He was a machine at least. Ivan the Terrible might have been a massive mammoth, but that made sense for the frigid tundra. But that's a living creature. There's no way any living creature could be that big, and it's just standing there right in front of Camelot.
Chat, we need... Fuck, who's the guy that makes the, Who's the guy that makes the golems in Lostbelt 1? We need him and Golden Bear stat. Yeah, a Vice Bro. We need a Vice Bro and Giant Bear stat right now. Don't we have any? We just summoned them. We need King Protea.
Bear. There is no way any living creature could be that huge, and it's just standing there right in front of Camelot. We can't possibly go in to collect Rhodymiliad now, or can we? What do you think, administrative advisor? Is there a chance we can get past that thing? I hate to say this, Gordoff, but I simply do not know. We simply know far too little about that creature to say anything for certain at this point. I can say that even viewing it through the monitor is enough to give me palpitations. That creature is pure concentrated curse. In fact, I dare say there has never been a Maldic god more powerful. It would be suicide to set foot in Camelot right now, and yet I suspect that creature is precisely why Queen Morgan prepared the sacred lances. Take a look at where she kept them.
Then Queen Morgan, ugh.
She knew. Sorry, my throat. What we need is a giant swatter. Oh boy, dude.
She was preparing a means to defeat this thing. She had a plan to protect Britain all along.
Then we should go to Camelot. The sooner the better.
I agree. Besides, the big guy hasn't so much as budged.
Maybe he's just there existing, and that's what he does. Plus, servants ought to be able to withstand some degree of curse, right? So I say we do what Max says and head down to Camelot's throne room right now before...
We can't. It's too late. It's all too late.
What is that?
More black haze is leaking from the pit. That haze looks like...
Oh! It's the goop.
It's the same as the calamity we saw in Norwich. Then that must mean it was... Yes, that calamity was just Carnonos' hand. One of many.
Never mind that now. That hand thing is creeping up the wall towards Camelot.
No way. It's destroying the castle. Our magical energy gauge is going haywire. The cursed contamination emanating from the pit just skyrocketed. It's currently at 640 million tons and still rising. It's a humongous tsunami of curse, too big enough to cover all of Britain.
Hey, yo, how many hands that thing got?
Hard to port, 180 degrees. We need to get out of this airspace now.
If that stuff swallows up the border, we're done for! Don't even let a single one of its fingers so much as graze us! Oh! Yes! Animated. Oh! That's sick. I love those scenes. Oh my god, look! It looks so cool. That's sick. It's no use. I'm giving it all we got, but we're not getting any more altitude. Kronos must have 100, no, 200. I can't even count how many hands it's got. They're everywhere you look. We can't avoid them all, let alone get away from them. It's literally made of the fucking dead fairies, isn't it? Kronos is, the body itself is made of the dead fairies of the land, isn't it? Damn it, Da Vinci, what about the shadow border?
It won't work! Even if we could get everyone on board in time, there's nowhere to run with the ground covered in curses! There's no way out of this. I think this might be it for us.
Contact in 7, 6, 5. Goodbye, everyone. It's been swell knowing ya. Oh! It's Koyan! Koyan Chihuahua! Wait, maybe Oberon do be the homie. We have visibility again! Those icky things are all gone! Our engine output's back where it should be too. We can get out of here no problem now. Oh, good. Oh, good. That makes all the trouble I went to worth it. Is this Koyan? Yep. Yes!
Oh, good. That makes all the trouble I went to worth it. Now do you see why NFF Services Guaranteed Safety Protection is the best in the business?
That voice. That honeyed, ice-cold, dangerously alluring, Vichy voice. That can only be...
Tamamo Vich Koyanskaya! Oberon made Koyan stay so she can help us? Yep.
Lady Muryan, did you leave the lights off again? Ugh. You're going to ruin your eyes like this. I just got back from the coronation. I'm sure you've already heard how it turned out, but... Bloodstains.
No, Muryan didn't deserve this shit, man.
Muryan?
Oh, Koyanskaya. Welcome back. I'm glad you're here. I still hadn't said a proper goodbye.
Oh, perfect. I actually came here to say goodbye myself. Thank you so much for all your help with fundraising and product distribution in Gloucester. Moors may be the only new creatures I managed to acquire here in Britain. But I still enjoyed some lovely days off thanks to your generosity. I promise to repay this favor one day. As soon as I've finished making my primate zoo, you'll be the first to receive an invitation.
That sounds great. But I'm sorry. I'm not sure what's going on anymore. It feels like I'm still dreaming. And once I wake up...
You're worried you'll forget everything? Not to worry, I'm the beast of taming. Unlike humans, I never forget my debts. Thank you for calling me your friend, my eccentric little princess. It would be an honor to purchase your joy and grief from my catalog. I'd never sell them, of course. I'm quite fond of you.
I see. Then do you think you could pay me for them now? I was an idiot. I couldn't keep my anger, my hatred in check. I'm responsible for this. I should have realized who the true enemy was.
Tell me this doesn't remind you of a human. She feels regret. That's not fairy-like. Is that not, like, in contradiction with, like, what we've learned about fairies so far? This is human. I don't know. There's so much of Fairy Britain reminds me of proper human history, and I don't know if that was Nasu's intent or not. But, like, she did commit genocide, I know, but it seems like she was also tricked by Oberon. Or whatever the fuck he is, because I don't think he's a proper human history servant either. There's no way if he was back here in the Lostbelt all the way back then. Oh my god, I need to blow my nose, dude. My nose is so stuffy. Ugh. The chair is the real culprit. Oh, sorry about that. For those who don't know, I didn't stream at all last weekend because I literally caught a fever. 104-degree fever, by the way. I felt so shit for like 3 days straight, and I'm still kind of recovering for that, so I feel a lot better now. I don't have a fever no more, but I still have like a bit of a sore throat, and my nose is super fucking stuffed up constantly. But we're powering through it. 104 basically dead. The big C, no, it wasn't. I tested. I don't know. Only me and it was something my sister brought home from school. The true enemy was... 40 Celsius? I don't use that. What's that? What is Celsius? I've never heard that before. Gonna regret saying this, but I'm surprised I haven't gotten sick all year. Oh yeah, you done did it now, Moe. 40 Celsius is 104 Fahrenheit. I don't believe you. I'm kidding. What's up, Muddy Plus? All right, I feel so... Dude, poor Muryan. I'm not gonna lie, I thought Muryan was gonna be way more evil than she ended up being. I mean, genocide against a race. Kind of pretty fucking evil, but compared to how fucked up so much of this other Lostbelt is, I don't know. She literally killed the entire race of the Fang clan because they wiped out her clan. So I don't believe in an eye for an eye. An eye for an eye leaves the whole world blind. There's a reason that there's that saying. I don't know. I feel like a lot of it was just a lack of communication because I wonder if Muryan ever knew. I wonder if Muryan ever even knew about Woodwos's restaurants and how he was trying to fix the problem. And then we found out Oberon fucking sicked the fucking Fang clan on her clan in the first place. Ah, so sad. I don't know. This whole Lostbelt's just sad, man.
I'm responsible for this. I should have realized who the true enemy was. But instead, I was used and manipulated right to the end. So, at the very least...
You'd like to get your revenge? You just leave that to me. I'll follow these bloodstains and find whoever.
No, I want you to at least protect Britain. We fairies may be fated to die out. We can never atone for our sins. Even so, I still want you to protect Britain, to protect the land of the Fae. I don't want the Great Calamity to just wipe us all out on its own terms. I want us to reach our destination, even if it's the end of the line. Can I ask this of you, Koyanskaya? Even though you're all alone in this world, just like me.
Aw, snap. Her business attire.
Protect Britain in the true sense of the word, All right, I'll do it. If you're looking for me to protect rather than destroy, it's obvious what needs protecting. Rest assured, NFF Services has the situation well in hand. I'll make sure the ones who can make the real villain's life hardest stay safe and sound.
Man, she's so hot. Koyanskaya Chihuahua.
That's Koyanskaya's beast form! Marines, can you put up that on the monitor?
It's no use, our cameras are being jammed, and our sonar's not working either.
Do keep those annoying pulses off me, won't you? They're messing with my concentration.
Sonar jamming, eh? As with Limbo, it's only a matter of time until we need to settle things with Koyanskaya. I was hoping to collect some data that would help us eventually subdue her, along with some inspiration for my deductions.
Well, are you going to escape or not? This emergency evacuation service expires soon. If you need my services again, it's going to cost you dearly.
Right. Get us out of here, double quick. I certainly don't want to be stuck with a preposterous bill. But we will pay you in full for this service eventually. You can count on that as surely as you can count on the bruises we left you with after our battle in Olympus. Oh, in case it wasn't clear, that was a reference to the fact that we trounced you during the...
Ah, crap, we just lost some powers to the engines again. Can it, Chubbs? You're messing with their motivation. No, it's not that. Pressure is building up from the ground again. It looks like even Koyanskaya couldn't hold it off for so long. Manair, get us out of here. Whatever you have to do, do it. I don't care if you have to ruin one of Triton's engines. Make it happen. Aye, aye, sir. I apologize to the engineer later.
Oh, that's such a sick shot.
And that's as far as the friend discount goes. The rest is up to Chaldea. As for me, I think it's time I return to my headquarters. So this is Kernonos' curse. Easy to mistake it for a weapon capable of destroying the world. But this curse isn't meant for enemies from the outside. It's for cursing your own kind. And yourself. A curse of self-destruction. The only way I could defend their ship from it was to absorb it myself. What a sorry state of affairs this turned out to be.
Wait, what? And so, the Chaldean ship barely managed to escape from central Britain. Barghest, now transformed into an enormous calamity of the beast, continued wreaking havoc in other cities. Having crawled out from the pit, Kernonos continued exuding seemingly endless curses. The fairy village that dotted Britain's forest burns to the ground, which itself began to crack and fall apart under the strain. 2 hours have passed since the Storm Border first set out with the goal of saving Britain. They couldn't save anything. The residents of Norwich came to blows over who would escape on 2 ocean liners, eventually devolving into murderous mobs of fairies and humans. In a barbershop on Main Street, a kind young human man comforted a fairy woman who had succumbed to panic. The residents of Oxford, who had moved there with the hope of becoming the next privileged class, were destroyed when they were unable to fend off a Moor's attack. Without the Fang clan there to protect them, they were utterly powerless. Although Salisbury managed to defend itself by keeping its gates closed, it was coming to an even more gruesome end than any of the other cities. Londinium continued to burn in silence. The few remaining Round Table Army soldiers welcomed the fairies who fled there and did their best to fight off the Moors. Though in truth, the Round Table Army soldiers were already badly injured and no longer able to fight. So the fairies who sought refuge there summoned up the last bit of their courage and defended the soldiers for as long as they were able. The residents of Gloucester disappeared relatively painlessly, one at a time. A young girl who had been freed from the Western Ranch sometime before made the journey back to Gloucester after a series of trials and tribulations. She braved her way through the flames to rescue her former master, a failure of a fairy who had been helpless without her. After a tearful reunion, the girl and the fairy joined hands before being swallowed up by fissure in the ground.
This is horrible. All of Britain's beauty gone.
Indeed, Miss Kirillite. Once the other Lostbelt trees of emptiness were gone, they disappeared as well, but their inhabitants were none the wiser. This is nothing like that. Britain is experiencing a true apocalypse. Even if there were some reason that the land of the Fae had to meet such a dreadful end, I shall never be able to forgive the architects of this cataclysm. Yes, well, I understand why you would be so heartbroken about this, Kirillite, and you have every right to be angry, Holmes. But we still need to do something about it, yes? If left unchecked, that haze seeping out of the pit is going to cover the entire planet, right? Isn't there something we can do to seal the pit?
No, there isn't. We can't even get close to the storm border anymore. The 12 rogue Demiliads were our last hope, and they've all been destroyed along with Camelot. There's nothing we can do to stop the collapse Trismegistus II predicted anymore.
I'm afraid she's right. Britain's destruction is inevitable now. And from there, that destruction will spread across the rest of the globe until proper human history, the Lostbelts, and everything else is swallowed up by darkness.
Hey now, there's still hope. I'd hold out for at least another hour before giving up. Sure, the fairy's sins have been accumulating for 14,000 years. Sure, we're now faced with both the calamities the prophecy predicted and the corpse of a god that just popped out of the pit. There's nothing proper human history can do about any of that. But all that stuff is also cosmic fantasy, only made possible by this situation. The British Lostbelt became its own proper human history by virtue of a turning. The British Lostbelt became its own proper human history by virtue of turning into a singularity. That is, a distortion in history. In other words, repairing that singularity will restore history, resulting in the land of the Fae never having existed. And isn't that Chaldea's specialty? That's fucking Morgan, right? The last thing Morgan said when we first beat her clone in Camelot, she said to us, remember what Chaldea's ray shifting is for. And when I first heard that, I thought she was talking about the broader picture of the cosmos and the Lostbelt storyline because of Singularity F and how somehow this all connects back to Singularity F, I think, the cosmos and the Lostbelt storyline. Maybe she wasn't. She didn't know about it. What she was talking about was she was giving us a hint to how to solve this Lostbelt. We got to ray shift all the way back into the land of the Fae era, don't we? Oh, bro. That voice. That's the same voice I heard in my dream before coming here. Oh, wait! I thought this was Morgan talking to us from the afterlife somehow. Is this Merlin? Yes, I recognize it too. I'd know it anywhere. Hey, dude! You motherfucker! Hey, everyone. Merlin, the Mage of Flowers, is here at last. Sorry to keep you waiting so long. Now come on, cheer up. It's not like you all to give up so easily. In fact, the real battle here in Britain is just about to begin. It's better than Morgan. All roads lead to Fuyuki. This jerk. This must be the reason Foe didn't want to come on this journey, huh? Remember how at the start of Lostbelt 6, Foe was like, fuck this shit, I'm out. This is why, bro. He knew fucking Merlin was gonna be here, huh? Sorry, Morgan, the true waifu's here. Oh, man. All right, how long is this node? Oh, only 2. Okay, this is perfect. The time of creation. All right, we're gonna end. Oh, look at the map. Oh! Yo! And the red one, this big sludge of lava or whatever, flames moving, that must be Barghest, huh? Because that moved. That was closer to Manchester before. This must be Barghest moving, huh? Yeah? It has to be because it moved from way up here. Hi, that map don't look right, dude. Fuck, dude. Oh, dude, we're so fucked. We're so fucked. Surely not now that Merlin's here, right? time of creation. Chapter 27. This is 2019? Yeah, so the cosmos, all the Lostbelts are present day, Moe. I can't wait for you. If you keep going in FGO, Moe, this shit happened 4 years ago. If you keep going in the Lostbelt story, or if you keep going in the FGO storyline, so part 1 with the singularities are all about, part 1 with the singularities is all about fixing the past, right? You go to the past to fix the past. The Lostbelt storyline is about fixing the present. And so all the different Lostbelts we go to are present days where something else a long time ago happened differently that affected the future. And so all the different Lostbelts we go to are current timelines, or current day timelines that just differ from our history. What do you mean we fucked it? It's the fairies' problem, true, in this case. Yeah, this was just a summer in England. Now then, I believe greetings are in order. Good day, Chaldeans. I'm the amazing Merlin the Great. I've actually been free for some time now, ever since Morgan was killed and her garden disappeared. Sorry for getting here so late. I needed some extra time to get everything ready. Merlin! Fo-fo! We can fo him. Is that you, Catpulug? No fair staying behind in Chaldea without me. I'm sorry, Merlin. That was just Senpai's faux impression. Is that a thing in Chaldea now? Who said that could be a thing? I love this. Oh, it's just a projection of Merlin, huh? Whoops, sorry about that. I'm still a little shaky. I'm not exaggerating when I say this feels like a waking dream for me. You see, I'm not actually there with you. What you're seeing right now is an illusion. That also means I can only hear your voices. I can't see what either you or Mash look like right now, Max. I'm afraid our joyful reunion will have to wait a little longer. But don't worry, I'll get to see your grown-up faces in just a few hours. I'll be waiting for you at the entrance to Avalon, making sure I look nice and respectable. That's why we're going up north, huh? Merlin? You're Merlin? That's me. Is that the child of prophecy speaking? Sorry to surprise you like this. I know we have a lot to catch up on, but I'm afraid our private conversation will have to wait until things are somewhat less intense. Let's see, I believe Mr. Gordoff is Chaldea's current commander, yes? Is he there with you now?
Yes, I am. This is Gordoff Music speaking. So, you're Merlin, are you? I won't bother asking why you're just showing up now. You're right that we have more pressing matters than you barging in. What I want to know is what you meant when you said there's still hope.
Nice. You pack a lot of bluster in that voice. It seems you're pretty much the exact opposite of the prior acting commander. But I digress. When I said there's still hope, I meant there is still a way to stop this collapse. Let me cut to the chase. I'd like you to send the Fairy of Paradise back here right away. Artoria, you've been hearing Avalon calling to you ever since you finished ringing the bells, right? It's time for you to fulfill your duty as the Fairy of Paradise. Once you have, it'll be possible to erase this singularity and defeat Kernanos. There's a way to fix this hopeless situation in Paradise? Oh man, what is the true role? It's the true role of... But I'm not qualified to... Qualifications, schmalifications, none of that matters. Kernanos' curse will weaken once the Fairy of Paradise who rang the bells of pilgrimage returns to Paradise. Won't get rid of it entirely, but it'll stop it from getting stronger. The god of wisdom who pawned this power off on me confirmed as much. He might be from a different mythology, but he knows what he's talking about here. Isn't that right, Ambrosius? My job to get Artoria to Paradise by hook or by crook. As long as she's rung the bell of pilgrimage, it doesn't even matter if she's still alive. Right, of course. I should have known that's how this would go. Grimmer, why would you say something like that? Artoria, why aren't you upset at him? So, I've
actually kind of known about it all along. I could see that's why Grimmer was here the whole time, too. That's expressively for the worst-case scenario, Grimmer. We're nowhere near that point now. She's in the best possible condition right now. I can't see it, but I can sense it. I have no doubt that the Fairy of Paradise, the Avalon le Fae, will fulfill her duty of her own volition. Even if someone convinces her this is ridiculous, and we should all just give up and enjoy the time we have left. Oh, you motherfucker, Merlin. That right there is absolutely a call back to the original Artoria right before she pulls the sword from the stone, and Merlin says, "You don't have to pull it. Even though you've been groomed up until this point to be the savior, to be the king, even though you've been groomed up until this point, you've known your whole life that this is what you were for. You were chosen to do this. But if you want, you don't have to." I kind of hate that, dude. I fucking, Even if someone convinces her this is ridiculous, and we should all just give up and enjoy the time we have left. Besides, you all have no choice but to come to Avalon. There's a spirit cavern that leads to the planet's inner sea from the corpse of Albion, the border dragon that sank into the dark bog. Now that Britain has begun to collapse, that path should be open again. All you need to do is go spelunking for 1 hour. That said, we're still talking about the largest holy ground in the Magecraft world. It won't let just anyone in. But it should open for Max as a representative of humanity, Mash as a Knight of the Round Table, the Fairy of Paradise, and I guess there's room for her attendant Muramasa as well. The rest of you will have to wait there until they get back.
Well, Gordolf, what would you have us do? What else can we possibly do, Captain? Set a course for the Dark Bog at once. That was the Lake District, right? Do you know the coordinates, Technical Advisor?
Sure do. That part won't be a problem. But apparently, the only ones who can enter this spirit cavern are the four Merlin specified. That's not a lot of fighters for a trip as potentially dangerous as this. And that's not even mentioning how much I want to see this for myself. But if it looks like we have no other choice, it looks like we have no other choice but to send them off and trust things will work out. Are you ready to go, Max? I'm okay, but I'm not so sure about Artoria. Yeah, but are you all right, Artoria? I think I'll be fine. Besides, I'd just end up fighting with Grimmer if I said no. And, you know, thinking about it some more, I'm actually kind of excited. This is basically my first time visiting home.
Understood. I'll update our strategy to include Merlin's instructions. Max, Mash, Artoria, Senji Muramasa. You four will make your way through this spirit cavern and head for the planet's inner sea, the paradise of Avalon. The Stormborder will remain on station above the Lake District. Captain Nemo and Da Vinci will focus on piloting the border. If anything should try to attack us, Grimmer and I will fend them off. Wait, please. This is all new and unfamiliar to me, so I doubt I'll be of any much help. But Britain is my home. It's only right that I should take part in any battles we may face.
Huh? Absolutely not. If anything, you should be resting right now. You're in no shape to be fighting anymore, right? Your only job now is to get the treatment you need and recuperate until you can get back to your old self. That's an order from the Child of Prophecy. Got it? If you even think about defying me on this, I'll completely abandon my duty. Is that clear?
Damn. Yes, Child of Prophecy. I'll follow your orders. I have to say, though, I never thought I'd see the day you got seriously mad at me. You've always been one to keep your feelings in check and not make a fuss.
I know what you mean. True, Artoria's great at pretending to be a model student. You think? I thought I've always been pretty open and forthcoming with my feelings personally.
Sure. Whenever you're just turning your brain off and doing something stupid, the rest of the time, you pretend to be a big old nervous Nelly.
What do you mean? I've never done anything so stupid. And what's a nervous Nelly anyway, Muramasa? Oh my god. At a time where the world is literally ending. To the lake region. Time of creation. All right, chat, you said this is going to be the cliffhanger? Are we ending it after this?
Like we discussed earlier, we'll be standing by in the storm border in the Lake District airspace. We expect the operation to take about 3 hours. That's all the time the ship, no, Britain, has left. We have no way of knowing what will happen in the spirit cavern. So please, try to be as careful as you possibly can, Max.
Got it. Entering the spirit cavern inside Albion now. That felt different from the water mirror that sent me to the past in Norwich. Does this mean we're inside Albion's spirit cavern now? Can we still contact Chaldea? No, we can't. We're cut off now, just as Da Vinci predicted. Gathering coordinate data now. 10, 20, 40, 80? Master, you're not gonna believe this, but it looks like we're 80 kilometers below ground now.
Damn, that's even deeper than the pit. A lot deeper. Are we even sure this is underground? It's completely pitch dark, and it doesn't even feel like I'm standing on anything.
You're not wrong. This world is in a whole other layer, another dimension, to put it simply. You were just able to bypass all the ground in the way, thanks to Albion. But be warned that it goes much deeper. In proper human history, the 80-kilometer mark is where Albion gave up the ghost. But in this Lostbelt, Albion managed to make a route all the way to Avalon. Unfortunately, the path wasn't wide enough for Albion to get through, so they still died on the surface. You mean there's a spirit cavern like this in proper human history too? That's right. Though over there, it's known as the spiritual tomb. In proper human history, the spiritual tomb of Albion ends at the 80-kilometer mark. Beyond that is a world known as the fairy realm, which no human can enter. But since this British Lostbelt is all the world's fairy realm, there are no such restrictions here, so we can keep going down as far as we like. In real-world distance, you're starting at the 400-kilometer mark and going further down to the Beyond D layer, 2,700 kilometers away. That is where you'll find your destination, the planet's inner sea. What is... how... 2,700 kilometers to miles. 1,600 miles, by the way. How... Holy moly, dude. That's deep. That is where you'll find your destination, the planet's inner sea.
Wait, so we're 80 kilometers below ground right now, and our destination is 2,700 kilometers below ground? How the hell can we ever cover that kind of distance?
Simple. You take a shortcut. When I said it'd take an hour, I wasn't basing that on how fast you travel. I meant that's how long it'd take, period. I'll use a series of transit times, reduction spells, to bring you all to your destination. Anyway, this must be pretty dull for you. How about we turn on the lights? The mural. Whoa, it's a cave now? Whoa, wait a sec. What? What? So, what do you think? Doesn't this feel more like a cavern? Now go on, keep moving. The transit time reduction I mentioned is kicking in with every step you take. This place is Earth's memory, well, More like a space made of pure information, really. The idea is to skip past all the vague, hazy memories and get you straight to your destination. That should be a big help, but, is that Merlin? Third time she's asked now.
Oh, it means at first she thought Oberon was Merlin, then she thought Merlin was Merlin, and now she's asking if Foe is really Merlin. Folin.
So, finally showing us what you really look like, huh?
Is something wrong? Oh, I see. Struck dumb by my true glory? I get it. Very well then. Heap your praise upon me. You can even worship me if you like, Muramasa. It's been a long time since I've shown up after all. I need to leave as strong an impression as possible, given the short time I have.
Let's just keep what he looks like right now to ourselves. Well, I'm not going to be the one to tell him. This is hilarious. I don't think he realizes.
Good point. We probably shouldn't pry too deeply into this. More importantly, Senpai, that mural over there.
Yeah, it's the same one we saw in Londinium. I think it was called The Abyssal Worm.
Oh, are you seeing the priestess's memories projected there? Perfect. I'll take the hour you'll be traveling to tell you how this all began. This is the story of the British Lostbelt's genesis, and of what precisely the Fairy of Paradise's mission entails.
Artoria.
It became ocean at the end. There was ocean at the beginning. After the shooting star passed, the land all ran into rivers. Long, long ago, as far back as time can go, 6 fairies went outside to find the world had become an ocean. This is awful, they thought. How terrible our world has become. Then, a large shadow rose up from the ocean. It belonged to a giant, fluffy creature. On its shoulder stood one of the animals the fairies believed was gone.
A human, right?
The 6 fairies and the gods soon became friends. It wasn't easy living on the ocean. There was nowhere to go and nothing to do. But the god made things better for the 6 fairies by sheltering them from the waves. The ocean without waves is nice, but we still miss having land, they said. So the 6 fairies offered the god their joy, and they offered the god their wish. Then they offered the god himself. And so the fairies' wish was granted. Then, after their rejoicing ended, they tricked the god into drinking poisoned wine, and he died. Don't you fucking tell me Aurora did that too, bro.
It's always poison. I was saying, don't you fucking dare tell me Aurora's been fucking part of the poison wine every fucking time for generations.
And so, the fairies acquired the god's body. They made the body into land on which they could live. They were grateful, too, to be able to make use of the crying, screaming animal the dead god left behind. She was their only human, but one simply wasn't enough. So, being very careful not to kill her, they cut her to pieces. They cast a spell on her to make sure she wouldn't die, no matter what they did, and used every last piece of her. Thus did the Isle of Britain come into being. Thus did the great mistake begin. May the first 6 fairies find salvation. May the first 6 fairies be cursed for all time. There you have it. You may have heard it before, but that's the story of Britain's creation. Any questions?
That's not how I remember it. Is that why?
Indeed, the first 6 fairies, the progenitors of the 6 clans, killed Kernanos. The pit you saw on the surface is Kernanos' grave, and the curse spilling out of it, even as we speak, is his rage. But why would the fairies do such a thing? He was in their way. This all happened 14,000 years ago. When the 6 fairies came out of paradise and onto the surface, Earth was already covered in a sea of nothingness.
Because Excalibur was never made and the White Titan literally wiped the top texture of Earth completely clean, right? And that human on Kernanos was the very last human alive. And they must have made clones of that original human, and that's how humans exist in this Lostbelt with a lifespan of 30 years, like we were told.
The one who ended up helping the 6-stranded fairies was a Celtic beast god who had come up to the surface just like they had. A god who would later come to be known as Kernanos. Kernanos and his priestess, the lone human who had managed to survive just like the fairies had, both did their best to protect the fairies. At first, the fairies were grateful for their help, but the Sea of Nothingness never changed. No matter how much time passed, no land appeared. The fairies blamed Kernanos for that. They thought he just wasn't strong enough. What's more, they didn't particularly like his priestess. She was constantly telling them to sort themselves out and consider the consequences of their actions. Eventually, the fairies couldn't take it anymore and decided to deal with Kernanos permanently. They figured that since they didn't have any land to stand on, they could find a substitute. And since Kernanos was so big, they thought his body could serve just fine as a small island. But of course, Kernanos was a god. They couldn't kill him easily, so they came up with a plan and held a festival. They told Kernanos they were holding the festival in his honor to worship him and held a banquet with lots of wine. Kernanos was delighted that he was being celebrated for being the fairies' first official god. He probably figured they were trying to change their thoughtless ways. And so, against his priestess's wishes, Kernanos attended the banquet and
was poisoned to death when he drank their wine. Some rejoicing that turned out to be.
What about the priestess? What happened to her? The fairies used her as the foundation, no, the base ingredient, for the humans that came later, yep. The truth is, every human in the British Lostbelt is an inferior copy of the priestess who was killed during Britain's genesis. At any rate, as an A-ray, the 6 fairies went on to create their own stone and forest children and grow their clans. As time passed, they transformed more and more of Kernanos' body into land. But after 100 years, things stopped going quite so well for the fairies. Their children kept dying, turning into fallen trees, adrift on the sea. New generations kept being born, so the number of fairies never decreased. And thanks to the humans who had been copied from the priestess's cells, Britain slowly developed into a civilization. With civilization came new societal roles. The fairies made new types of fairies, and their forests flourished like never before. But they also kept dying for no reason whatsoever. Eventually, the 6 progenitor fairies realized Kernanos' rage was the cause. Even though Kernanos' soul was gone, his body wasn't completely dead. In fact, his heart alone still burned with the fire they used to cremate him. Even in his death, Kernanos' body continued to smolder with anger and curses. He could very well have come back to life at any time. The fairies were so shocked by this that they fled Kernanos' body. Fortunately, this was right around the time their children's corpses were starting to form new ground. And fairy corpses are essentially made from the same stuff as the planet itself. The fallen trees became earth and stone and quickly filled the sea, almost as if they were trying to cover up the fairies' sins. That's how this Lostbelt began. That's why the Isle of Britain uses fairy corpses to grow and expand. After several thousand years, the fairies had acquired their very own Britain.
What's up, Kevin? Kearney did nothing wrong, you animals. Oh, fuck, dude. My jaw dropped when I first read this. It's one fucked up thing after another. Because the real reason this is a Lostbelt, the real reason this is a dead end for humanity, truly, is because of fucking the fairies never made Excalibur. Unless I'm wrong, they haven't explicitly said that yet, but why was the world all ocean 14,000 years ago? That's not the history we know. That's not proper human history. The ocean was a full, the world was a full ocean 14,000 years ago, I think, because the fairies never created Excalibur. You're back in Japan, Kevin. Let's fucking go. Can we get an ayaya in chat? Just got back from Tokyo a few hours ago. Nice. As a weeb, I am indeed jealous. But all the while, Carnonos' body was still there. A divine grave that would let no ocean-filling fallen tree near it. An indelible reminder of the fairies' sin, a reminder that rejected their corpses. Eventually, the fallen trees blocked off the ocean's water for good, and Carnonos' body was left behind at the bottom of the sea. That is the true nature of that pit. It's not actually a pit, it's the remains of a patch of dried up ocean. An island made by killing a god, the fairies' original sin.
It wasn't just Carnonos they killed, but the priestess who served him as well. No, she wasn't just killed. She was desecrated and used as a tool for all these 14,000 years. No wonder Carnonos is so pissed. I doubt even killing every fairy in Britain would be enough to satisfy him. Although, why'd he come to the surface anyway? Isn't it kind of narrow-minded to curse the whole damn world just because you got killed? Especially after you went out of your way to get involved with the fairies.
Well, it's also like Muryan said, I don't necessarily agree with blaming the sins of the father on the children, you know what I mean? I mean, all the fairies that are alive today, unless Aurora, for all I know, Aurora could be an A-ray that has lived all the way from that time period, especially because Carnonos was poisoned with wine. Wouldn't that be a shock to find out Aurora's been around for 14,000 years? She kind of seems like too much of an airhead to even, I don't know, maybe not. I don't necessarily agree with cursing the children because of the father's sins, though, that expression. Aurora was stated to be born about 2,000 years ago, so she could have been the one that did the Uther poison, though. And I bet she's descended. She's probably, regardless, descended all the way from there. Reminds me of the Queen Mab thing. Fairies were angry because the territory was not expanding. Even Aurora would know better if she was involved from the beginning. I would hope so. I don't know with her, though. We'll keep reading. Isn't it kind of narrow-minded to curse the whole damn world just because you got killed? Especially after you went out of your way to get involved with fairies.
That's probably because Carnonos was an envoy of the paradise sent to reprimand the fairies. That was the whole reason he came here. To punish them. I don't think his heart was in it, though.
Was it because they didn't make Excalibur?
Like this mural shows, Carnonos was a very kind god by nature. But the fairies might have found him terrifying simply because he existed.
So his sole purpose in coming here was to reprimand the fairies? Does that mean the whole reason the world became the Sea of Nothingness is?
That's right.
That's the point where this Lostbelt diverged from proper human history and its greatest mistake. You see, 14,000 years ago was the greatest turning point for all of humanity. Maybe you heard something about the planetary envoy that almost destroyed Earth's past ancient civilization back in Olympus? Yup. Oh. Yes, we did. It was a white civilization destroying giant named Sephar, who fell from a shooting star. That was what made me realize it right there. Because in Olympus, in Lostbelt 5, we found out about this. And specifically, it was a white civilization-destroying giant named Sephar who fell from a shooting star. And as soon as when Muryan was going back through the history books, and as soon as she mentioned shooting star, I put it together. Sephar wiped out countless pantheons and almost destroyed every civilization on Earth. In the end, it was humans who managed to defeat it, not gods. I heard they did so by using divine constructs, weapons made from the planet's inner sea meant to combat planetary threats. I also heard that the sacred sword Excalibur was the greatest such weapon, and that it was created in Britain. That's right. I just realized that nobody here has ever mentioned it. The very idea of a sacred sword just doesn't exist in this version of Britain. So that must mean Excalibur was never made here? Well, they did have Erendite and Galatine here, right?
Those have to be fake. They were just borrowing their names from the round table of proper human history. Besides, Barghest's Galatine was her horn, and Melicine's Erendite was just crystallized magical energy. So yeah, it's pretty clear that no sacred sword was ever made in this Britain.
That's right. And I'm sure I don't have to tell you what happened as a result. In this what-if world, humanity never had the means to defeat Sephar. Oh! Fuck. That's why they were wiped out. Sephar destroyed all the planet's landmasses and took them for itself, leaving only a sea of nothingness with a few aquatic life forms. So why was the sacred sword never made? The reason for that is both exceedingly simple and unsurprising. Its creators slacked off. The A-Ray, that is, the 6 fairies who were supposed to forge it in the inner planet sea, decided it would be okay to take a day off, just this once, and went off to have fun. It was only once they noticed something had gone wrong with the world and went up to the surface that they realized the consequences of their choices. But they figured there was no changing the past and refused to accept that the world's destruction was their fault. So Koronation, the one god who had taken shelter in paradise to keep his priestess safe, was sent to reprimand them and make them atone for their sins. But then, the fairies killed Koronation and his priestess, the last surviving human. At that point, they could no longer return to the planet's inner sea. Only those free of sin may pass, meaning only fairies without sin can go to paradise. It's the same for all of Britain's fairies, as they're all descended from those original 6. None of them can enter the planet's inner sea, and so they continue to suffer on that island of sin to atone. So a single lapse in judgment ended the world? So that's how this Lostbelt came into being. That's right. It all started with the sacred sword never being made. Eventually, fairies chosen from the planet's inner sea were sent to the surface to correct this mistake. That's what the Child of Prophecy is. The Child of Prophecy's true goal is to end this fairy Britain, I believe, and make them atone for the sin. The first one was Vivian, and the second one was you, Caster. Your mission is to have the 6 clans admit to their mistake and inherit the mystic needed to create the sacred sword. The bells of pilgrimage indicate that the clan heads have accepted their sins, and the fairy who rings all of them becomes the sacred sword itself. Oh. But as Morgan, Vivian refused to do that. After all, once the sacred sword was made, oh man, dude, I was really hoping I could love Morgan by the end of this Lostbelt, because I think all of the Lostbelt kings were pretty badass in their own way. I mean, I guess Morgan's still, like, badass in her own way, I guess, but I was really hoping I'd like Morgan by the end of this Lostbelt, but I don't like her. She actually is just a completely selfish person, dude. Morgan did nothing wrong. I cannot disagree with that more, man. Oh my god. But as Morgan, Vivian refused to do just that. After all, once the sacred sword was made, the very premise on which this Lostbelt is built would cease to be. I'm sure you learned about this yourself when you rang the bell of Orkney, Caster. And in spite of that, you continued on your path, defeated Morgan, and now you're here with Max. You must have had to face down so many doubts to come this far. In fact, you may never entirely be free of them. This OST is gas? Yeah, dude. This is the Lostbelt theme. This is the specific theme of Lostbelt 6. This is unironically a very rare take. Well, it's because my morals are very against authoritarian leaders. She followed her own dream, but it was a very selfish dream. Like, that's all I have to say about it. Like, go you for following your own dream, I guess, but you also, like, damned everything by doing that. I don't know. Commonly accepted opinion is that Morgan tried hard and Britain doesn't deserve her. I don't know. Everything's fucked. This whole Lostbelt is fucked. This is truly a fucking... This isn't even just a... not only... all the Lostbelts are supposed to be dead ends for humanity, right? That's why they're Lostbelts. They're dead... They're timelines where humanity met a dead end. This Lostbelt is just ultra fucked. Yeah, everything's fucked. But look how they broke her. I know, I sympathize with Morgan. I do sympathize with Morgan. I will say that. I said that if you go back to the beginning of the stream, I gave all my opinions on Morgan and how Lostbelt 6.2 ended and how the Morgan chapter and the Morgan character arc ended. I do sympathize with her a lot. I just can't agree with her action still by the end. Nah, fuck Morgan. LB6 is Morgan managing a bunch of egotistical children when they're literally sitting on top of an undetonated bomb. I also pointed out that I think the fairies acted more like humans than any other Lostbelt we've encountered so far. When Morgan was killed, when Muryan took her revenge, when Aurora gaslit Woodwose, when Woodwose betrayed Morgan because he felt like he was deserving of her love and loyalty, he was still gaslit by Aurora, but still thought he was deserving of Morgan's love and loyalty, and that's why he attacked her. Spriggan is human, but Spriggan holds up the corpse of Morgan's own daughter to freeze her up for just a moment to get a sneak attack in on her. And then finally, Aurora telling all of Fairy Britain there was a bit of truth in it, but her mixed lie with a bit of truth sprinkled in there to get all of her own fairy court to betray and attack her. And most of them were doing it because they were selfishly looking out for their own lives. And they constantly debated, her own court constantly debated back and forth between oh, which side should we take? They didn't even care. They morally, they didn't care. They were looking out for their own selfish bones. All of that screamed to me, like, it didn't sit right with me for so long. For a few days, I had to ponder about it and say, like, why does this so not sit right with me? And it's because it reminded me of humans. It reminded me of humanity. And that shit fucked me up for a while. I was depressed all week because of thinking about that shit. It reminded me of humans. This Lostbelt's fucked, man. On so many different levels. This seems like a book club, which is cool, but it ain't for me. That is okay. Humanity is its own reason for its end. True, and it's the same thing here, I think, right? The fairies were their own reason for their end, and it's like the same thing with humanity. It's fucked. I don't know. It's good writing. I don't know if Nasu... I'm not sure if Nasu intended for that comparison to take place, but I got it regardless, and I think, whether Nasu intended it or not, I think it's fantastic writing. We're playing a mobile casino with flashing lights and 2D titties. Oh, Cage. Alright, let's finish this node. The one plot twist here I wasn't expecting was that's the true nature of the pilgrimage is to ring the 6 bells of the fairies who have accepted their sins, and then the child of prophecy becomes Excalibur. Which is sad, because I was really hoping, I knew it wasn't gonna happen. I know no Lostbelt can have a happy ending, man, but I was really hoping that we could get Castoria out of here and she could come on the border with us. But I knew that was a far-fetched dream. Fuck. In fact, you must have had to face down so many doubts to come this far, Castoria. In fact, you may never be entirely free of them. But even so, you're still here, which is why I believe you have what it takes to see this through to the end. Anyway, I know that was a lot of talking, but we're almost at our destination now. The convictions of the last dragon are waiting up ahead to see if you all are qualified to proceed. Only those free of sin may pass. That sin doesn't refer to the original sin you're born with, or the sins you've committed in your life thus far. It refers to what you're about to do, and what your hearts are resolved to do now. It's your reason for living, your principle for existence and prosperity. The way to the land of hope will only open for those who demonstrate true strength in these regards. Oh my god, I love this OST. It's gone. Everything on the surface is gone. The sky, the sea, life, everything I've ever seen. My records will never again grow in number. I will never again know new joys. You who would choose the sacred sword's wielder, you who would chant the king's name. If you seek a new world, then leave all traces of the old behind. Where have I heard this before? My name is Albion. I am the last dragon, the one who chose to continue flying above the ground instead of returning to the inner sea. If you can overcome these tears, I will offer my heart to the forger of stars. Wait, are we fighting Albion? Lancer? Muramasa, you're up. Can I take two? No, I can't take 2 Castorias. The backline's locked. Okay. This sounds like a boss. Maybe I should take a single target. Musashi? Max is fighting a dragon and he doesn't use Sieg. It was just the NA players playing JP that kept freaking spoiling everyone who wasn't playing it at the time. Of course it was, because most of the JP players can't like, I don't imagine the JP players would go out of their way to translate something to English and spoil NA. It was, of course, the NA players that were playing JP. There's no doubt in my mind. Does the FGO Twitter tell us what banner is next, or do I just have to wait for the date? We have what is called, we call it clairvoyance, Moe, where because JP is 2 years ahead of us, we actually have the same like schedule. And so if you want, you can look up FGO NA banner schedule, and you can literally look up the next 2 years of banners, typically. Yeah, it's pretty nice. We call it clairvoyance. There's still some surprise banners that they throw at us, and they've been doing that more often, too. NA also always gets a Thanksgiving banner that is never predicted because JP doesn't celebrate Thanksgiving, so they don't have that banner, but typically there's always a Thanksgiving banner that has like a good unit on it. Fuck. I don't know who to take. I guess we'll go with Muramasa, fuck it. Try this out. I don't know what the hell we're going against here. It sounds like we're going against Albion. Wait, is this really all that? Is this really all her, where that red skin comes from? Because I've seen the red skin before, but I thought it was gonna be something later on. What? Is this all it's for? What does she have? Red Dragon's Heartbeat. Increased attack or defense or critical rate for yourself when attacked. Why? It doesn't even make sense why she looks human here. Because didn't she, the only reason she took on a humanoid form was because of Aurora, right? This don't make no sense. Something Dev's lady? Damn. I wish this was something else. I know. I thought we were about to fight like a giant dragon. Yeah, they wanted to use... I get it. I don't know. I'm not gonna lie. I kind of it kind of would have made more sense. Or I guess not. I don't know. Whatever. Go, Muramasa! Man, I wish I got Musashi when she was out with the Samurai Remnant banner. Yeah, she's... Wait till you see her story, Moe. Oh my god. She'll have another banner next year at some point, so don't worry about that. Her story's so good, though. Oh, fuck, I just used my invincibility pierce, too. Fuck.
まったく出番か神髄解明完成任務収束鍛造技法臨界これが俺の
Musashi gives me the sad. She's such a goated character.
あれはいつか見た終わりの星どれほど遠く汚れても
What chapter did you say in Samurai Remnant, Max? I missed the last stream. We got to near the end of chapter 1. We didn't get to chapter 2. We're like right before the end of chapter 2. Or sorry, the end of chapter 1. We never got to chapter 2. I got 114 St. Quartz to spend. Ooh. Yeah, I'd look on the map, Moe, and maybe try to think what characters you might want to spend that on. Look on the FGO and NA banner schedule because you got 2 years worth of, and I believe every single SSR servant, every single 5-star in the game has a rate up at least once next year, which I think is like the first time that's ever happened, maybe since like year 1. Minus Benny, that's right. Minus Benny, but Benny is on the New Year's banner, right? Benny like comes right at after the end of the year, so. I can hear the bells tolling. My heart may have stopped, but yours yet beats strong. Welcome home, Avalon le Fae. May the sound of hope echo into the future. Is that light from outside? That's right. That's the entrance to the planet's inner sea. This is the land of the young Turnanog. Probably butchered that. The eternal spring. This is the place many life forms have dreamed of finding. Welcome to... Why is Merlin foe? Is this ever gonna be explained? I'm looking at fucking his face. I don't get it. Welcome to an Avalon whose time... I don't think he even realizes it. It's just a gag? Okay, I was like, he doesn't even realize he's foe right now. Welcome to an Avalon whose time has come. This is where the journey of the planet's birth ends. All right. Oh, that's it. Oh! Oh my god, the music. It's Castoria's theme. It's Castoria's theme. This is where she pulled. It's her NP. This is where she pulled. This is where she pulled the Staff of Selection. Oh my god. The land of... Look up in the top right corner. The land of hope. Avalon. And there's Merlin's tower. That's crazy to go from fucking Britain burning with dark, distressing music to this map where it's just hyper music. The fucking flip is crazy. Jammies, dude. Fuck. Check my... Well, we're not gonna finish it now. Oh, the event's going on, so I don't know if... The event's going on, so I don't know if it's gonna show the story background, actually. Fuck. I think the events override it, don't they? Keep reminding yourself that the world is gone. Oh, because like what the outside world looks like, and then the music in here is just like, cool. Yeah, we have notes too. Oh, look at this updated. 6 fairies tasked with forging the sacred sword neglect their duty. The earth's surface is swallowed by a sea of nothingness. Troubled by this, the fairies conclude that the god of the beasts is to blame for never making them work. They conspire to trick and kill the god. Following this, they decide to live on its corpse. Now we don't have to float anymore. The god's surviving priestess is used as a template to manufacture the humans of this world who do not have the ability to reproduce. So begins Kernanos' curse and the priestess's prophecy. The priestess's prophecy, huh? The first calamity. From among the first fairies, 2 of the 6 A-ray species die. Unlike childbearing species, A-ray species are unique, so no new generations emerge when they die. But on rare occasions, someone from their clan with the power on par with their ancestors is born. This is called atavism, the re-emergence of the A-ray. That's what Woodwos was. Since then, a fairy nation is doomed to perish once every 1,000 years. Since then, a fairy nation is doomed to perish once every 1,000 years. That's what the calamities are. Fairies begin to perish, and as an effect on the stain on their souls, no new generation will emerge. The War of Spring. The landmass spreads until it reaches Manchester. In doing so, it reaches the northern fairies who rely on the carcass of Britain's final dragon to survive. The British southern fairies, along with the humans in their possession, go to war with these northern fairies. The southern fairies emerge victorious, annihilating the northern fairies entirely. The myriad of corpses of the innocent northern fae mutter, "You're next." The Rain Clan and Mir Clan establish kingdoms at the site of the Spring War. The Rain Clan builds its capital in Orkney. Fuck, man. This Lostbelt's too fucked. Did not do job? Why no one made us work? Huh? Their logic. This is actually a variation of Castoria's NP music? Yeah, that's what I picked up on initially as soon as I heard it. And then the pink flowers as well. It's literally her NP when she picks up the staff of selection out of the flowers. How long is this singularity? Yes, remember when I showed you that map, Moe? I think I showed you the... This is how long. Let me get the picture. FGO Lostbelt 6 script size. Dude, the fucking open image. Fucking yes. This is why it's taken me like months to finish this, by the way. I could have sped run it, I know, but I had shit happen. I had my buddy in the hospital. I got sick multiple times. I had a rough past few months. I got sick last weekend with a fever. And we were remember when Lostbelt 6 came out, we were still finishing up Lostbelt 5 too, so I got a late start as well. Here. This right here, Moe, is that's the script size for Lostbelt 6, by the way. You're here now, yeah. That's the fucking length, dude. Absolutely insane. And then I think this is the... Or how do I open image in new tab? Here we go. This is the length of all the different singularities. This is what you're dealing with now, Moe. Fiuki, Orland, Septim, Okeanos, London, America. You can see the length of these. As soon as you get to Camelot, this is when Nasu took over, and it gets really good. All right, he was supervising all of them, but Nasu himself wrote Camelot, and you can see it's instantly, that man is a workaholic. And from there, like everything after Camelot, like you can instantly understand how good the stories get. Like the stories after Camelot are pretty good, except for this one. We don't talk about Agartha, okay? We don't talk about Agartha, but everything else is really good. Also, you can see the length of all these, right? Up here. Lostbelt 6 is so long, they had to split it between fucking 3 chapters there. You can see LB 6.1, 6.2, 6.3. They're all the size of the other Lostbelts. So if you put all of LB6 together, it would literally be off the chart. It would be way too high. It's a fucking long story. It'll probably take me 6 months to finish LB6. It's a long story. It's so good though. The world building, man. What a fucking story this has been. I was not expecting this, man, especially with the music. Oh, man. All right, this is where we're ending this stream, though, chat. Thanks so much for coming out, everyone. We're going to finish this up tomorrow for good. We're on... What section is this? Oh, the moment a planet is born. The name of the Lostbelt. The moment a planet is born. This is section 28. I believe there are 30 sections total in this Lostbelt. So section 28 to section 30, we are finishing up the entirety of Lostbelt 6 tomorrow. Good night, Little Wolf. Thanks so much for coming out. Boss run tomorrow. Get ready. Oh boy, man. Yeah, I know we have, I know we still have Kernanos. That's, I think, the only boss that I really know about, and I'm assuming we're gonna fight Oberon too, because I see all over YouTube that there's thumbnails of his theme. I know Oberon has his own theme song that people like Craigasm over, and so I'm assuming we're gonna fight Oberon as well. But and I know Kernanos was spoiled for me 2 years ago. I know that's a fight because everyone regards it as the hardest boss fight in the game. Yeah. That's what I've heard. So, oh boy. Ready your Dickens, chat. This is a fucking jam, though. God. And I think the biggest plot twist to me so far has been what the Child of Prophecy is actually meant to be, because I did pick up on, earlier this stream, I picked up on, finally, that how this Lostbelt started was the fairies just didn't... Excalibur was never created. And so because of that, I guess the only way to fix it is to create Excalibur, and it has to be done with the body of the Child of Prophecy, man. That's so fucked up. So I think the only way we're getting out of this mess is if Castoria sacrifices herself to become Excalibur. That's too sad, man. And she's known it all this time, too. Ever since she rung the first bell, she knew. I could one-phase him. Do Daily Disappointment? I don't know if there's any banners I want to roll on currently. I still don't have Narrow. So I guess we could do this one. And that one. Yeah, I don't know if there's any active banners I actually like want to roll on. We'll do the ones with Narrow since I don't have Narrow. Stretch this stream out to 6 hours if I can. LB6 music is just bangers after bangers. Yeah, the OST has been fucking fire, that's for sure. Fuck. What a story this has been, man. After I finish this Lostbelt, I think what the plan is gonna be... There's your daily disappointments. After I finish this Lostbelt, I think what the plan is gonna be is I'm gonna sit on it for a week and probably wallow in despair, cry myself to sleep a few times, and then I think next weekend, because I know Oberon's third ascension is locked behind an interlude just like Ashia Doman's is. I still haven't done Ashia Doman's interlude. It's right there. So I believe next stream, I'm probably gonna do, we'll save Oberon's third ascension Spirit Origin release quest for next stream, or sorry, not next stream, next weekend stream, and we'll do one final LB6 stream where I just reflect on my thoughts and we do the Oberon interlude. Because I want to sit on this Lostbelt for a week and just gather my thoughts on the whole experience, because what a fucking ride, man. I'm at the ending, man. I'm sobbing. Oof. LB6 is what depression, laziness, and zero bitches does to the world. All right. Chat. We still have like 4 minutes. Do I do a... I don't want to do a multi, though. I kind of want to save my Saint Quartz. We have Halloween right around the corner. Nah, I ain't... Don't do it, Max. We got 4 minutes, though. I want to hit 6 hours, and we'll end stream. Maybe I'll look for someone we can raid. Who's live right now? Speeding down the AP? Oh, true. We can look at Castoria's NP and cry. Who's live? We only have one other FGO streamer live. We're gonna raid them, but hang on. Thanks for the stream. Thanks for hanging, chat. Appreciate y'all. Oh shit, they're in... Oh shit, what the fuck, where are they at? I don't know what that is. Never mind, we're not hosting that streamer. I don't know what the fuck they're playing, but I saw Kadok, and that is not where I'm at. They are like ahead of me. Hang on. Let me look at this NP. どれほど遠く汚れても私は星を探すのです。さあ、幕を開けてアラウンドカリバーン。 That's far past LB7? Oh, really? What the fuck? All I saw was Kadok, and I was like, I should not be looking at this. Alright. Oh my god, my nose is so stuffed. Alright, chat, it has been a ride. Are we at this? Yeah, we're about to be at the ending. We'll put it over 6 hours. Chat, thank you all so much for coming out. Love you all. We're gonna finish Lostbelt 6 tomorrow. Can't wait for it. It's been a fucking ride. Thanks for hanging, everyone. And I will catch you all in the next stream. I'm gonna let this OST be the ending song for this stream. It's such a fucking banger. Alright, peace, everyone. Have a good one.